All I'm trying to say is when Bill says under the law, you say, what law? What law do you believe I'm under? What law do you believe controls me? What law? And then if he says the Australian Act of 1972, say, sir, I wasn't even born in 1972. I certainly couldn't have signed myself under the law. I couldn't have possibly placed myself under the law. I did not contract. My name, I guarantee, sir, in 1972, you're not going to find it in that law. You're not going to see my name, Carl, within that law anywhere. So, no, that law does not bind Carl. It does not bind I as a man, nor does it bind my name, Carl. It has to be expressed, not implied, to be a good law.
Oh, that's
you just have to get right. So, like I'm saying, right now, just going on and on and on. You have to learn some very basic, simple, like concepts or beliefs or strategy to play this game. You can't just keep jumping up and down like a Nancy boy and keep saying, that's not fair, that's not fair, you have no power over me, that's no fair. They don't care. They're going to say, you know what?
I realize that.
You're going to have to start talking to them like a man on man to hold them liable. Because you can only hold a man liable for what he believes. So you just say, Bill, do you believe I owe you a debt? No. Bill, do you believe I owe Australian IRS a debt? Well, the law says, no, Bill, I don't care what the law says, Bill. I'm asking you, do you believe I do? What do you believe, Bill? Tell me, Bill. What do you believe, Bill? Just talk to me, man to man. Do you believe I owe it? Tell me. And then he'll never say yes. He'll never say yes because he'll say, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what I believe. See, I just came over the Canadian border the other day. Lovely border patrolman up there. Lovely. They laid a whole bunch of my money out there on the table. And they said, do you have any Canadian money or United States money? I said, why would I have Bill's or Bobby's or Susie's money? And they said they had all the money laid across the table. They said, do you have any Canadian or United States money? I said, why would I have Bill's, Bob's, Sue's, or Canadian or American, U.S. money? If I had Bill's or Bob's or Susie's money or United States money, wouldn't it be proper for me to give it back? Why would I be doing with somebody else's property? Why would I have some possession of somebody else's belongings? Why would I have the United States money? Why would I have Canadian money? Why would I have Bob's or Sue's or Bill's money? That would be, wouldn't that be like kind of like theft, or wouldn't that be a good idea to give it back if I did have something that belongs to somebody else? I said, no, that money is my money. And he says, how much money do you believe is here? I said, sir, all I know is I believe I exist. All I know is that God is, all I know is God is true. Only God could know what's true. I don't know what's on that table. He said, do you believe, how much money do you believe is there? I said, how much money do you believe is there? I said, because all I know is I believe that I exist. And if I don't, the only thing I know is true is God's true. You ask me. He kept asking me, what do you believe is on that table? How much money do you believe is there? I said, sir, you tell me what you believe. I said, I just told you I believe in God. Only God knows what's true. I have no idea what's on that table. You see how simple this is? And the guy, obviously the border patrolman, the passport, the guy when we came in and had to do our passports, obviously he didn't like those kind of answers, but he didn't give me no hard time. He knew what I was doing. He just kept asking me, what do I believe? So I flip it back on them. Well, what do you believe? Do you believe I owe a debt? Do you believe I owe somebody money? Do you believe I owe Australian money? Do you believe that's Australian money? He just asked me a simple question. He said, do you have any Canadian money? No. Do you have any United States money? No. He said, then what's this? I said, it's my money. Why would I have the United States or Canadian money or Bob's money or Susie's money or Bill's money? That wouldn't be very nice of me, would it? It wouldn't be very proper. I bet the money that I just pulled out of my pocket, that better be my money. See how simple this is? If he said, well, it's United States money, I'm going to give it back to the United States, I'd say, well, then go ahead. Because I just told him it was somebody else's money, not mine. If he says, how much money do you believe is there? What if I had set a certain amount, and he'd say, well, you can't have more than $5. Any more than $5, we're going to give it to the United States or give it to somebody else. I said, I don't know. You tell me what do I see there? I don't know. You see any money there? I don't know. What do you believe? I believe I exist. And the only thing I believe is that God will tell me what's true, hopefully. I said, I don't know what's true. I'm just taking a guess. Do you think there's money there, sir? You tell me what you think that's worth. I don't know what the value of that piece of paper is. You tell me what you believe it's worth. You tell me what you believe you see there. Tell me. You got the badge. You're the Border Patrolman. Lovely kid. Wonderful, wonderful time we had there. He really did his job great. But it was a lot of fun. There was no cursing. There was no yelling. He was laughing his ass off. Me and my buddy, we were laughing our asses off. But they're just trying to play a game. And I'm not falling for the game. So it's just a game they're playing with you, and you're getting all wrapped up and getting all excited and getting all upset. Over what? Play the game. Learn the words of the game. Enjoy the game. Like you hear Bali laughing at the beginning of the show. He's thinking it's a lot of fun now. Bali used to jump up and down, scream, kick his feet like crazy, man. Bali was very upset for years. He used to see all the paperwork he generated. Now he looks at people's paperwork and laughs. He says, oh, these poor fools. He says, somebody sends him 10 pages. He says, I'm not reading this stuff, Carl. I refuse to do so. And Bali used to write hundreds of pages. And he's like, what a joke. He says, now he knows the game. He says, this is getting to be so much fun. All you folks have to know is to learn a game. These people just ask you very simple questions.
Yes. So I'm kind of wondering now, should I just contact them first or wait for them to contact me?
Well, I'm sure. Did you get a letter from some government agency over there?
No, I haven't gotten anything yet. They haven't approached it in any way.
Okay, then what makes you believe that someday you're going to get a letter from this agency? What makes you think that this is going to happen?
Because I haven't lodged the tax return.
Oh, okay. And you just in Australia they
yes, they have they put it down in their pieces of paper that you should every year you should lodge a tax return or whatever, but
okay.
It's still based on voluntary. So if you don't lodge a tax return,
so you're telling me no man or woman has ever came up to you and said that you have to do this? You believe you're reading something on a piece of paper? Has any man or woman from this agency ever came to you and said, hello, fill this form out, or are you just reading it on a piece of paper?
No one's approached me, but they do, because I know people that have been approached after.
Okay, I'm asking you, has anybody from this agency ever approached you?
No.
Okay.
No one.
So what makes you believe that there's somewhere in the law that says you must know how to read and write? What happened if you were German and they handed you this piece of paper? Would a German man who lives in Australia be able to read this piece of paper?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. So what makes them, why do you have to have the ability to read? Who said that you must read? Is there a law in Australia that says you must read?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Then what makes you think that you have to read? Well, is there some law in Australia that says that you must put a paper in front of you and a pen in front of you and confess and tell the whole world everything about yourself? How much money you make, where you work, where you go, where you shop, what you buy? Is there something in Australia that says you have to put a pen in your hand, a piece of paper in front of you, and start confessing?
No.
Then why don't you just ask them simple questions like that instead of getting all silly? Where's that law that says I must pick up a pen, I must put ink in it, I must take a piece of paper before me and confess, and I must write where I work, how much money I make, what my children's names are? Why do you say, where's the law in Canada? Oh, Canada. Australia, that compels me to perform and confess for you people. How about just calm down and just think along those lines a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty simple, huh?
Yeah.
That's why you need to listen to a lot more than 6 of my shows. You go on YouTube, just Google my name on YouTube. Just put it on YouTube.com, not YouTube.au if you got an Australia thing, just YouTube.com. And get away from the Australian website and do quote-unquote, do my name, Carl Lentz. You know what quote-unquote means, Carl Lentz. And there's 300-400 shows in there, 300 little tiny sections, like 2-minute sections, 3-minute sections that I just said to you right now. Is there anything in Australian law that says a man or a woman must take paper, ink, and pen in their hand, they must sit down once a year and confess all the money they made that year. If there's some law that says they have to do that. I didn't say citizen. I said if they're a man, does it say a man and a woman, or a man or a woman?
Yeah,
that's all I consider myself. I just consider myself a man. It says, well, all Australian citizens. I was like, look, I don't know anything about Australian citizens, but I sure know I'm a man. I sure know I could go to any place on planet Earth as an Australian. I said, and I know I could go, say, China. I could go to Zaire. I could go to Ethiopia. I could go to Uganda. I could go to Nepal. And I guarantee when I go there, the people there will see me as a man. They won't know I'm Australian, but they know I'm a man. Well, they'd look at me and say, that's an Australian citizen for sure. Well, no, but they'll know I'm a man. So the only thing I'm definitely sure of and I'm definitely aware of is that I'm a man. Because you look back in 1988 and 1989, there used to be something on planet Earth called Soviet Union citizens. Now, there is no more Soviet citizens. What happened? Did they all just disappear? Did you just tell me like 1 billion of them just walked off planet Earth? No, but you better believe there's a man there who's living in Moscow, and there's a man there who's living in Leningrad. He's still there. But is he a Soviet citizen anymore? No. So what happened? Did he just disappear as a man? No, he remained as a man. Is he a Soviet citizen anymore? Of course not. Soviet citizenship was ridiculous. He exists as a man. He doesn't exist as a Soviet citizen. That's ridiculous. Only on a piece of paper would it say that he's a Soviet citizen. Any place else on planet Earth, that's where he's a man. It's just see, my stuff is a lifestyle. My stuff is a belief. My stuff isn't something you read in a book. This is all simple common sense stuff that I do. I'm telling you, an Aborigine, where does he write his laws? On a rock? Where's an Aborigine? They've been there for 10,000 years. Where do they record their laws? In the dirt? On the backside of a kangaroo? Where do they record their law? In their hearts, in their minds, in their traditions, in their customs, in the people, in the way they live. That's how they carry on.
Generation.
That's called common law. That's all I do is common law. Common sense, common law. That's all I try to teach people is common sense. I don't teach anything out of books. You think I'm going to study Australian code? You got to be kidding me. You think I went over to England and helped Bali get out of the predicament he was in, those 5 charges he had, because I started studying English law or English common law or English statutory codes? No. All I did in court was speak common sense. Sure, everything that man said Bali did was illegal. Sure, Bali's guilty of all that stuff and his friend and the other 2 Punjabis. Sure. Fine. Who cares? That 1, they haven't done anything wrong. 2, this is a common law land. And 3, there's no man is claiming that no man has come forth and made a claim that he's done any harm to them. There's been no wrong. So what's the point of this poor barrister guy and the Crown prosecutor going on and on and on for 2 hours? What a waste of time. We already said everything Bali did was illegal. We already said he's guilty as charged. In a common law land, you still need a man to come forth and make a claim that Bali did something wrong. It's that simple. This is what I'm trying to say, ma'am. It's the same thing with an Aborigine. They would have to come forth within their little tribe, and they'd have to say that the man there has done something wrong. And then by their customs or beliefs or practices, they'll deal with it accordingly. That's all. You don't have to get locked up in the paper world, just like the Aboriginal people for 10,000 years. They didn't get locked up in the paper world. You're not bound by a piece of paper. They're not. Well, if you wish to be bound by a piece of paper, go for it. But look at this piece of paper that is in front of you. It's 8.5 by 11. They say to you on this piece of paper, they say, is this you? You say, what, are you crazy? Do I look like I'm 8.5 inches wide by 11 inches tall? Of course I'm not a piece of paper. This is ridiculous. So you got to start getting the concept in your mind that a piece of paper world is over here and the world of man is over there. So when they try to say, well, the Act of Australia, 1972, it's like, are you talking about a piece of paper? Are you saying a piece of paper? Yeah, but I'm not a piece of paper. I'm not bound in that paper. I'm over here. I act like a man. Well, ED means it's something that happened in the past, so obviously you don't want your property returned.
Yes. Restored?
You want the return of property or the restoration of property. ED means something that happened in the past.
Right.
Say if you had the children now, you say your property was returned. That's fine.
Correct.
But your property hasn't been returned, so obviously you can't say I want my property returned. I say, well, what? Something that happened in the past you want to happen again? This makes no sense.
Well, my children have been going in the past and returned to me in various forms, from various places. But I hear you. So I understand the present tense. Is that what you're referring to? Speaking in the present?
Yeah, you have to speak in present tense when it's necessary, right, and when it's proper.
So,
like I said, you didn't speak in the present tense, and that's why people always say, Carl, why do you always have to be, so hard on these people? Why do you, because it's sloppy and it's laziness, and it's a loophole that you're going to give the court or the Crown prosecutor, state prosecutor, you're going to give him that loophole that he can wiggle his way out of. It's like, good, she said she wants a property return. Woo! That's impossible. It cannot be returned. Ha-ha.
I hear you.
And you'll say, wait a second, what do you mean it can't be returned? Nope, ha-ha, can't be returned. Ha-ha. And you'll be like, what, you bastard? It's mine, give it back. And that's not what he said. You misspoke. You can't do something that's already happened in the past. You said something that happened in the past, and you can say, well, Carl, why do they have to be such good bastards about what they do? Why do they have to treat us like this? It's like because they're trying to cure you from being lazy and sloppy. I was watching some sort of legal show, and they said the Chinese refuse to have any more contracts written from the United States attorneys unless everything is written in present tense, because the Chinese kept getting burned. Every time they said, well, if you bring 10 billion televisions over here, we will be paying you $1 billion. Well, paying is future tense, so they were like, well, in the future we'll be paying you. Sometime in the future you will get a payment. But wait a second, the future is no, it's today. As I can tell people a million times, you pulled the same stunt on your mom when you were a kid. She'd say, you're going to mow the lawn tomorrow? You say, yeah, Mom, tomorrow for sure. And you'd wake up the next day, your mom would say, okay, you're going to mow the lawn? I said, no, Mom, we agree, tomorrow. It's today, not tomorrow. They're playing word games with you people. They're word nerds. They love messing with you guys with words. That's all their tools are. They don't have guns. They don't have bullets. They're not big, brutes, these court judges, these court clerks. They're word nerds, and they're controlling you, making you cry and beg and whine and give up everything you've ever earned and worked for your whole life with words.
Oh, yeah, I fought like crazy in court, but obviously after listening to you, it was just mute. It made no difference at the outcome.
They couldn't care less. They love watching you wiggle and squirm over.
Oh, they did. Let me tell you, and the prosecutor, I take my hat off to her. She'd made me look like the seventh coming of Satan.
That's right. And in a normal real world, if you and her met in the jungle and it was just one-on-one, she'd be shit in a pickle.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
No offense about it.
They're controlling you with a paper and pen, and they're loving power over you. They just love it.
I agree.
Right. So you better learn how to paper and pen up.
I'm doing my best here, Carl. That's why I'm on here today, and it took me a couple of days to figure out how to get on here. So
that's good.
I'm sorry for my, as you put, one thing I heard, I am an idiot in this. I am a common man, and I'm just trying to make my way. But there's a few of us that like to help other people when we have the information. So what I'm asking you is how to make this go away, because there's two other quick questions. And one, my friend, this just happened to him in traffic court. He was arrested for contempt for 2 days because he asked that the officer be sworn in. The judge, she said no. He said, I want to be sworn in as well. She said no. He demanded contempt of court 2 days. Go away.
Good. Good for him. Good for that judge.
Okay.
Because he should have put it in writing.
Put it in writing.
That's right. That should have been the reason why I will appear. I will appear, under oath of affirmation. Anybody else who's going to enter any information, evidence, or facts into this court must also put it in the form of oath of affirmation so we could have it available for appellate review. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. That's all you had to do. What's the big deal? How long did that take me? 10 seconds? Why can't we go through this?
About. Okay.
Because if there's no transcript for the appellate court to make a ruling over, it has to be sworn to. Somebody can't just yell out from the bleachers, "Hey, he went through a red light." No, you want to bring something into the court, it better be under oath of affirmation. But you better put it in writing and say, "I'll appear if this, and this happens."
Okay.
He didn't say he didn't say the conditions in which you'd appear.
No.
No. Oh well, he's sloppy and lazy. Oh well, he gets what he deserves.
Sloppy and lazy because we didn't know, Carl.
Yeah, well, it's still because you guys are okay. How do I know?
We're learning now, Carl.
Why do I know this?
You had to learn, and so we're learning from you.
The hard way. I had to learn it the hard way too, didn't I? Right, now I'm not sloppy and lazy, am I? So good thing that he was taught it's not a good thing to be sloppy and lazy no more. You be sloppy and lazy, guess what? You're going to go to jail. What I'm trying to say is he got a city ticket, okay? And the city doesn't have any controlling authority over issuing traffic licenses, driver's licenses. So if they have no jurisdiction, they can't create it. They can't control it. So how can you write out a ticket for something that they can't create and that they have no control over? So that's why I was going to say, well, was this ticket, not having a driver's license, was it issued from a city cop or a county cop? Yeah, well, who's got the authority to monitor and control and create driver's licenses? Is it the city? Is it the county? Is it the state? It's the state. Well, then wouldn't it be wise for a state officer to worry about, giving me a citation for failing to have a state driver's license? Is it required that I have a county driver's license? Is it in the county? No. Is it required in the city? The city requirement? No. You have to have a state driver's license. Okay. Well, then isn't that a state issue? And the state will determine who not has a driver's license. Wouldn't that be true? Yeah, then I ask, I require you to discharge this because he wrote a ticket that's totally outside of his jurisdiction.
Yeah, it was also a speeding ticket.
Yeah, one was a speeding ticket and one was to not have a driver's license, right?
Yeah, no driver's license on person. But it was in between my door and my driver's seat, and I just couldn't find it.
Okay, so what did she do with that one?
It has the same case number. She didn't do anything. So.
Oh, wow. So he wrote 2 tickets under 1 citation?
Yeah, no. It's the case number has 1 number, but it has 2 speeding tickets under that case number.
Oh, wow. So why don't you just say that the case is an invalid case because it shows that clearly it's like, I know what you're saying, it's like count 1, count 2. And that's why I tell people all the time. I tell people to make separate claims. If they did something to you, like a trespass was forgery and another trespass was a robbery, you make 2 separate claims. Because as far as I'm concerned, is if you put a whole, like I said, when I say to people, if you put a notice or you put a claim up on a bulletin board, like say I got a county or community bulletin board, like there's going to be a circus and like I'm going to promote a circus, I'm going to hold a circus in town on Sunday morning from 9 o'clock till 12, and then from 12 o'clock till 3 o'clock I'm going to put on a gun show. So if I put these notices all over town and I say $100 for the circus and the gun show, and the circus goes on as scheduled from 9 till 12, but for some reason the gun show either shuts down early or opens up late or it doesn't open up at all, then what I did is I made a false claim to the public or a false notice. I gave the public a claim that I was going to have 2 events going on at the same time. And obviously one of them did not occur, so obviously that was a false claim. It was not true. The notice was not true and the claim was not true. So what I tell people is I would separate every single count or wrong in a case and make it a separate and file a separate claim, just in case one part of it collapses, the whole thing doesn't collapse. So, I mean, I've seen that. I'm sure they do it out of convenience for the legal society. They'll have 57 charges against you on in one case. And they'll say,
sorry, go ahead, though.
Oh, no, but that's what I'm saying. When I tell people to make a claim like that, I try to tell them, don't combine count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4. I said, don't do that. Because I want every claim to stand on its own, every wrong to stand on its own. I don't want to combine. I don't want to see people putting into court the wrong of trespass for, you see what I'm saying? For 1 for robbery, count 2, forgery, count 3, interfering with the right to travel. That's ridiculous. It just gets too convoluted and too complicated. And it's like, look, just make one cause of action, one charge, one claim at a time. It's only 2-3 sentences anyway. Why do you have to, you ain't got to worry about, saving the rainforest and chopping down a tree, because it's only going to be 2-3 sentences anyway.
Okay, let me talk about the bill.
Okay.
So those 4 hours I was sitting there and just writing up a bill. I wrote it up the second time, different piece of paper, and I didn't have a number on there. I didn't know what to put, and because I wasn't finished with court yet, So she called me up, and during it was about the time when she was reading the charges again, or the tickets, basically. She was reading them again, the code numbers and everything, and I said, oh, yeah, there's a matter of a bill that I have for you. And I said, who do I send the bill to? And I explained that there's no involuntary servitude. Y'all are getting paid. And if I have to come back to court again, I'm going to get paid. And I asked her who to send the bill to a second time, and she didn't answer me. And pretty much that's when she said, you're no longer bound by the jurisdiction of this court. So, yeah, sitting in that hard chair, I got to say my butt was hurting. I got in my car. I went and had my oil changed so I could drive up here, and I could barely sit in my car seat because it just hurt so bad, my tailbone. I'm sitting on that plastic hard chair all day. So I think I'm going to write her a bill for that, too. Just the pain and suffering.
Yeah, for her creating a pain in your ass.
So on my way up, off this subject, on my way up to Carl's today.
Let's finish that, because, like I said, what we were saying,
yeah.
The claims about the prosecutor, if he summons you to appear at 1 o'clock, why shouldn't he be held liable for the delay? Because he doesn't think your time is valuable, or your resources, like your time, is a commodity that once it's gone, it can no longer be replaced or restored. So you can't get a restoration of time. So we were saying, why don't we make these guys act more efficiently and say, look, if we have to appear at 9 o'clock in the morning, I better not be sitting on my ass at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You better get me in at 9 o'clock and get me out at 9:15. You better do scheduling your docket a lot better than just thinking, I'm going to be on a cattle call and I'm just going to sit there and wait until you get around to deal with me.
Took so long was there was 20 Latinos, and they were done last, and I had to wait all them because they have an interpreter, and that took forever. It was ridiculous.
But that's what I'm saying. Make a claim that the prosecutor said for you to be there at 1. You were there at 1 o'clock. The next time you say, you go to court, you can make it even simpler. Say, yeah, I'll appear, but I don't believe you have any jurisdiction over me. So if anybody creates an order, they're going to be held liable. And 2, if you summons me to appear at 9 o'clock, I better be out of there by 9:15. Or it's going to cost you.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You got to start making conditions on how you're going to appear, like Elvis Presley or like Van Halen. They'll only appear if they have blue M&Ms. You know what I'm saying? You got to make terms and conditions on how you're going to appear.
It's like how they do to you.
Yeah. What happened if you needed a ventilator? What happened if you needed a heart machine? What happened if you needed a kidney dialysis machine? What, are they going to make you sit in the lobby and wait all day until your kidneys fail? That's ridiculous. You're going to say, I'll appear if X, Y, and Z occur. It's so simple.
Yeah.
I'll appear if you can show me jurisdiction over a man. I'll appear if you have first jurisdiction that a man is, there's a requirement for a man to be permitted or licensed to go from point A to point B. You got to be very careful when you tell somebody no. You say, "Oh, I'd love to do that. That'd be lovely, but by doing so, wouldn't I lose my ability to, move my claim at Queen's Bench?"
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Don't ever say no. I mean, I got to fix somebody's letter today from a guy named Mark.
Yeah.
He sent a hey, Gus, you got that email, that text from Gus from Mark? What he basically said is, and I'll fix this real quick for you folks because you folks are really getting yourselves in trouble by talking very discourteous.
Yeah.
It says, "Greetings, Bob, because of your order of contempt you placed upon my person on April 28th, I do not see a benefit to appear in your court.
Yeah.
As long as I'm within your society and the rules of court.
Yeah.
As you have the ability to place a contempt charge on me, I see no other way to settle this matter than to in a neutral court setting." But he says, "I do not see a benefit to appear in your court." He could, instead of saying, "I don't see a benefit for appearing in your court," it's like, "Can you show me the benefit of appearing in your court? If I appear in your court, you could hold me in contempt."
Yeah.
So instead of saying, "I see no," if you see the word no somewhere in your vocabulary, try to get rid of it as hard as you can. I mean, try to control yourself every day and saying no as little as possible and try to make it conditionally acceptance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is when this man said this, it was very simple what the man says. "I see no benefit appearing in your court." That's not very nice. Like if Grandma invited you to come to her house and say, "Grandma, I see absolutely no benefit coming to your house."
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And if she's got the will and she's going to leave you $1 billion, you better not say, "Grandma, I see no benefit coming to hello you."
Yeah.
You say, "Grandma, at this time, I do not, can you tell me what would be the benefit of to come there if all that you're going to do to me when I appear is you're going to put me, you got locked up for 2 days."
Right. Yeah, but it was like the solicitor for the mortgage company. She was asking the judge to, grant all his orders, and the judge said, "No, I'm not doing it." And she got that wound up, and she literally just burst out with a fit of temper. She said, "This is Freeman on the land procedure. I suppose I object to that."
I'm not saying as soon as you say no, you just basically slap somebody in the face.
Yeah.
So, like I said, that'll start a fight, and the fight is on. You always have to say to him, instead of saying, I see no benefit. It's like, you know what? Can you tell me the benefit of appearing in your court? Because the last time I appeared, you put me in a cage for 2 days. Can you show me the benefit? And if you cannot show me the benefit, wouldn't you think it would be pertinent or wise on my behalf to show up in a neutral setting, in a neutral environment?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she just she didn't get what she wanted anyway. And what I've done, I've actually put discovery in because obviously the case has been adjourned. So what I've done, I've changed everything now to a claim, and I've put at Queen's Bench. And I've asked her to show who the claimant is. I've also required her to produce the proof that the mortgage company have loaned in the money. We require a copy of their accounts to show money going from their account into my work colleague's account.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, instead of saying to these people what you're going to require, how about you just invite them at the Queen's Bench and just say to them, "I know you know the rules of engagement. I'm sure you do." They don't need you to tell them to bring the note. They know what to do.
Yeah.
You don't have to do all this, well, I need to see the note and I need to do it. What happens if they don't want to appear in Queen's Bench or don't have the note and just let you win by what you'd say by default?
Yeah. Yeah.
They know the rules. When they tell you to appear, it's for a traffic ticket. Do you think they're going to tell you what you need to bring with you? No, they're going to say, "Here, you went speeding. Show up." They're not going to give you any rules of what you need to do. They're just going to say, "Show up and answer," or "Don't answer," and you'll see what happens to you if you don't answer.
I just had a question on foreclosure, what type of tricks to use on the bank or the lawyer and the judges for a process that I'm into right now in New Mexico.
Tricks? What do you mean tricks?
Well, I consider it magic, but I'll call it tricks or magic, whatever you want.
Well, what do you mean? Like I said, what part? I mean, is it a non-judicial state?
We're a judicial state, so they filed a complaint against us, or the lawyers for J.P. Morgan Chase is the servicer to the mortgage, which is owned by Freddie Mac. J.P. Morgan Chase is the one that's filing the complaint against us.
Okay. You want to see, I guess, a simple trick. You just say, what debt? The mortgage is paid. What are you talking about?
Well,
it's so true.
I mean, you said you wanted something simple. That's something simple.
Well, I get it.
You just say what debt. You just say what debt. The mortgage has been paid. I sent them, I paid them off a long time ago. I gave money a long time ago. It's done. And they'll say, well, this piece of paper says it's not. Well, let me see the piece of paper has some vocal cords. And let's see the piece of paper say something in court. Well, this piece of paper says otherwise, really. And are you going to stand in court and verify that it's true, that piece of paper? And they'll say, hell no. I said, well, then who will? I said, well, hell no, I'm not going to. How much simpler can that be? It's basically what Trump was trying to say with his girlfriend. It's the same thing, basically. It's just, the principal is going to appear for the credit card companies. Anybody from the credit card company pay it. But she didn't even get to that point. She was just happy to pay $10 a month. You know what I'm saying? She was just happy to pay $10 a month, which that's what I try to tell people to do. Just give them an offer. Make them an offer. They're just grateful to get anything like that. And if they don't, it's the same thing's going to happen. It'll happen with Gus's girlfriend. The judge is just going to say, oh, that's all she could pay is $10. That's all she could pay. She's saying she's going to be home. She's going to be home. And like I said, you guys are going to run out there and you're going to think this is funny. You're going to pay $50 a month for $1 million house because you had to have that McMansion house, because you had to have the $20,000 upgrade in the bathroom. You had to have the golden toilet bowl. You had to have that, 20-acre pond in the backyard, and you're just going to live without it. You got a quality of life that you believe that you have to have. Either that you deserve, that you've worked almost so hard for. Maybe you'll work 20, 30 years in the future so hard for, maybe. And just makes me laugh. And all the banks are going to just not loan any money to the next generation. They're going to say, nope, you know what? We're going to turn this place into Cuba. And we're not going to loan anybody money. We're going to make it so incredibly hard to loan a dime once you Americans learn these tricks that we're going to turn you into a third world country. And then people are going to beg for the banks to come back. And the banks are going to say, yes, we'll come back, but only if we can own land. And only if you don't pay your debt, we could throw you in jail and put you in a debtor's prison, and you could actually work in jail, and you could work for Sony, or you could work for Nike, and you could make sneakers or underwear for us while you're sitting in jail in Seattle, Washington, or Vancouver. So like I said, it's cool to teach you guys all these tricks, because that's what the corporations want me to do, teach you tricks. So that way you people totally lose your banking ability and lose your ability to have any kind of commerce or money, because they're going to leave. Because America, honestly, is a little tiny country, because they're taking all the industrial base out of here and they're bringing it over to India and China. And they're going to another whole continent called Africa that they haven't even started with billions of people. They don't need us. We're just being left behind. They're just totally going to ignore us. The world's going to be equal. There's going to be equality. Yeah, we're going to drop down to the third world level, just like everybody else. So, yeah, there's tricks. Sure, there's lots of tricks. And once everybody learns these tricks, it's going to be lots of fun just watching us turn into a third world country, because nobody wants to be honorable and pay off their debt. Everybody's going to do these $10 a week tricks or $2 a week tricks. Lots of tricks. Lots of fun. How to be dishonorable, how to trick people. Fun to start tricking the banks. And I don't think the banks did anything wrong to begin with. I've never took a mortgage out in my life. I've never had a credit card in my life. Why? Because I know I can't handle it. I know I try a trick and get out of paying. So, like I said, I'm kind of one of those interesting kind of guys. Yeah, do I know a trick? Yeah. Show people tricks? Yeah, sure. Now it's up to you. Are you going to do the trick or not? Are you going to act responsible, or are you just going to do the trick? Or are you just going to say, you know what, I can't pay this debt. I guess I might as well just move out, go move back in with my mama or whatever it takes and come back and try it again. But I'm not going to, play no tricks. So like I said, I don't know how many times I have to say this to people. Because, Bali, you've heard me say this a million times, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like those two words, it almost sounds like a joke when some people hear it for the first time. But once you follow it through and you understand what it is, you just can't stop laughing. You think, my God, those two words, what debt?
Right. But like I said, I know this, and I know this is a big joke, and I've known this my whole life because my mom works for the IRS. My uncle's president of a bank now. He runs collections for Visa. He's the vice president over there. I know this, but I'm still not going to destroy the system that took, just to create. I'm not going to destroy it. I don't wish to destroy it. So I kind of feel bad trying to tell you people how to do these things. Should I really tell you people? Because you people are just going to be dishonorable, and you're just going to laugh and just, totally destroy the next generations, your children's future. You couldn't care less, as long as you get what you want now. And pay $10 on a credit card debt that's worth $4,000, $5,000. You ain't going to care. It takes 25,000 years to pay it off. You ain't going to care. And like I said, then the banks are just going to leave, just like they left Cuba. They might come back when Castro dies. They might come back. And Castro had a good belief. It's like, no, I'm not going to let my citizens pay usury fees. I'm not going to let my citizens be taken over by banks and lose their houses and lose their land and lose all their stuff. So the banks are like, okay, fine. You know what? We'll just leave and see what kind of third world country you turn into, Cuba. And Cuba found out fast. They're still driving around 53, 54 Chevys. They ain't got no money. So, yeah, sure, you want your kids to have donkeys pull their cars around in London? Go for it. I don't. That's why I said, I want to save up my money and do it the right way. If I had to get a mortgage, I'd want to make sure I put a hell of a down payment on it, that I paid 50, 60, 70% of it off before I even think about something ridiculous, like no money down. And then complain the next week when I can't pay it, and then they take it away from me. But I never put no money. I never put nothing down. And then people are going to cry and scream, saying, "Oh, look at the banks. They didn't create any money." No, they had private investors front the money, or create the banking system that we all participate in. So if you're a member of their society, you're a member of their club, you willingly joined, well, then you should do the honorable thing. If you're joined the army, you should do the honorable thing. You joined the banking system by being a mortgager, then do the honorable thing and be a mortgager or be a debtor. Do the honorable thing. What's the problem? And like I said, my mom did it for years. She just knew that she was going to fall behind in her bills, and she'd just say, look, I'll catch up with my bills in February, March. This IRS work is seasonal. Now it might be a full-time job, but when I was a kid, it was seasonal. They only needed her really from the first of the year until about, July. And then the rest of the year, she either had to find another job or just say, you know what, we're going to have to tighten our belts and wait to get another paycheck. Oh, well. But she never not paid back every damn dime she owed. And it wasn't over 57 years. It was when she told them she would. She'd catch up to it in 6 months or a year. She'd be back on her feet, and she'd be good to go. And they work with her. Because the people in the bank, they're just like you and me. They're just like, okay, well, what's your problem? That's your problem? Just like if your friend borrows money or your family borrows money, it's like, I wanted to pay it back, but you know what? Something happened. What happened? This happened. Okay. Okay, that happened. Okay, fine. We'll forgive you, and you come back and pay us when you can. Nobody here is going to go hungry. Okay, pay us when you can. We'll take you on your good faith that you'll do the right thing. And that's what, like I said, my mom and uncle told me since I was a kid. This is all based on faith, good faith, that everybody believes to do the right thing or the economy is going to collapse. So we're either all going to behave or we're all going to run out like billions of people did in the early 2000s and bought all these houses with no money down. And everybody's like, well, gee, you know what? Those evil bankers, it's like what, those evil bankers made you buy a house with no money down? Did that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense to anybody, that they could buy something for nothing? That's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No money down. Well, then there's nothing of value you put there? No. And then when they take it away from me next week, you're going to cry? Well, yeah, they shouldn't have taken it away from me. That's my house. How's it your house? You got no money down. But like I said, it was funny with my buddy Jimmy. You know, the bank tried to sell his house this week, so I went down to the auction to see and how much they wanted. And so I just laughed when the bank wanted $75,000 as an opening bid. I just laughed. I said, you people, you're lucky you get $20,000 for that house. And I said to Jimmy, well, this is crystal clear now that the bank owns his house. I said, because you can't sell something that you don't own, right? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, well, now send them a bill. Send the bank a bill every month for the upkeep of their house, for keeping the lights on, keeping the security guard in there, called you and your wife, keeping the lawn mowed, you know, keeping the windows clean. Send them a bill for all the maintenance work you're doing. And then see next time if the bank will do see, because he tried to do refinancing his mortgage. I mean, we actually tried to do the honorable thing. You know, I said, Jimmy, can you afford $300 a month? The house ain't worth that much. $300 a month is plenty. You know, just to get back on your feet. That's an honorable amount of money. So he was a little hesitant about it. He was like, well, how about $100? I said, stop. You can't live no place for $100 a month. You know it. I said, stop being silly. I said, on $300 sounds fair. To get back on your feet, just say $300 and see what they do. And they basically just blew them off, you know. So I said, fine. You know, they're supposed to work with you, Jimmy. They said, well, they didn't want to. I said, okay, they didn't want to. Now we're going to work with them in a different way. They own your house, right? Yes. They say they own it. Correct. They were trying to sell it yesterday. Correct. So you can't sell something that you don't own, can they? No. Good. So send them the bill for the upkeep. Just like if you put a horse on somebody's property, for the upkeep of the horse, they got to feed him, they got to groom, they got to shoe him. You know, you need a farrier down there. You need a veterinarian down there every now and then. Send him the bill for leaving that horse on your land. So send him a bill for leaving that house on your land. And then see if they're willing to work with you. Then see if they're willing to take $300 a month. And I bet you they'll be a lot more receptive when you say, fine, you own this place, fine, and you're going to pay for me to do the upkeep. You know, then now I'll just be your steward. Now I'll just be your maid. Now I'll just be your butler. Now I'll just be the house's, property manager. Now I'll just be the house's, electrician and plumber. But I want people to work with the banks, and I want the banks to work with the people and stop being slick. The banks are being slick by trying to say, well, sorry about that, like they took all this information. You know, he made like $50,000 last year. I mean, that's plenty of money that they should have said, well, that's enough money. You know, we'll work with him somehow. He sent him his tax returns. His tax returns show that he made $52,000. So, I mean, he did the, tax thing, and they should have definitely worked with him. The house would be lucky if that house is worth $50,000-$60,000. Lucky. It's a mobile home. It's like 20 years old. On 2 acres of land, even if the acres were $5,000 an acre, it's not worth anything. So for them to say, no, we can't work with you, what do you mean you can't work with him? This is ridiculous. Of course you work with him. Nobody who lives around here is going to spend $75,000 for that. Maybe you people live in Beverly Hills, but I'm telling you, man, where we live over here, nobody's got $75,000 cash to buy this thing. It ain't going to happen. So, like I said, we'll just work a new proposal with the bank. Now we're going to offer them. See, now we have absolute proof that you were trying to sell the house. You can only sell something which you own. Okay, so now if you own it, you're going to have to pay maintenance fees. Here's the bill. And send them a bill. And say, now, you're going to either pay the bill, we're going to drag your ass in court to pay the bill, or you're going to work with us honorably work with us on a loan modification now. You're not going to play this silly, they did a loan modification review, and I think they did the loan modification review in like 4 or 5 hours. They called him back and they said he didn't qualify. I said, man, that's about the quickest rejection thing I've ever heard in my life. And they're like, no, we're going on with the sale, at the end of the week. I was like, okay. So like I said, I went down there to try to help bid on a house if there was a legitimate number that they were throwing out there. But when the auctioneer said $75,000, I just laughed. I said, Jimmy, you ain't going nowhere no time soon. There ain't nobody in their right mind that's ever going to pay $75,000 for that place. So he felt a lot better. And I said, good. Now the bank didn't want to work with us. They acted dishonorably. Well, I'm not saying we're going to act dishonorably, but now we're going to play a different game too. We're going to play you're the owner and I'm the slave, and you're the owner and, you know, I'm just a squatter. Fine. Well, I'll play that I'm the security guard. So that's the kind of game that I think would be pretty cool. And then one of them answered received a phone call from a man identified as Jesus Garcia, claiming he speaks for you with a claim, not claiming, with a claim, or he claimed something he did in the past. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
You know, he claimed he speaks to you. Jesus stated he was responding to the letter I sent you. Yeah, you know, in his response, or he responded to a letter. You guys got to be careful with this ing. It's present and something that's going to happen in the future. It's like presently, it's going to happen in the future. You know, it's not something that happened in the past.
Okay.
So just be careful with the ing. Man. Anytime you see ing or ed, try to get away from it.
Okay.
You respond to the letter I sent you. I sent to you. I made a delivery upon you. You know, that's what I'd rather say. I made a delivery upon you. It's sort of do stuff like that. He responded on your behalf. Well, not responded. He answers for you. Not response. A response could be you threw a rock at the guy's head and he blinked. So that's a response. It's not an answer.
Okay, all right.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Uh-huh, I do. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. All right. It's an answer, not a response. It's my letter. Is this date. What's the date? You put the date down as of this date, April, whatever. You know, well, it's not April 23rd, 2014. Try to do 23 April 2014, comma. It's just a lot simpler to just make 23 April 2014, comma. Okay? Instead of April 23, comma, 2014.
Okay.
I still haven't received any response, an answer. I know you want a response. I wish you did give you a response by not answering. That is a response. Yeah, like you threw a rock at his head and he's like, you know, he doesn't want to play with you. So he walked away. That's a response. Also, I do not understand how one man can answer for another woman. Yeah, how they can. No, say, I believe you say Jesus or Jesus. You know, you write it to Jesus and say, you know, is Jesus liable for your acts? You know, and is Jesus to testify for you in open court? And I require you to explain. So, like I said, you got to make it a lot simpler than that.
I do, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but you got to get it about half that size. He said he thought he was doing pretty good in his trial, and the judge, he asked him, what does he wish for? And he says, I wish for the case to be dismissed. And the judge said, that's for another day. And I said, Gus, now what did you say? He said, I didn't say nothing. And then the judge started talking to the wife's side. I said, why didn't you just say to him, it's a game. It's a word game with these people. It's a like a ping pong or a tennis match. The judge throws something at you. He gives you 3 seconds for that ball to come back on his side of the net. If it doesn't come back on his side of the net, he figures you're done. Well, you missed the ball. You dropped it. Yeah. So he said to Gus again, I said, now Gus, say that to me. I said, I'm going to be Gus and you be the judge and say exactly what the judge said. He said, okay. See, that's why I got to do DVDs and do make-believe. It's called moot court or mock trial. Right. I said, I got to do this with people like him. So I said to him, okay, I'll be Gus, you be the judge. Say exactly what the judge said. And I said, so I played Gus. The judge says, what do you wish for today? You know, Gus. And I said, I wish for this case to be dismissed. And the judge said, well, that's for another day. And then Gus, what you were supposed to say, well, I wish for another day to be now, to be today. And then the judge would have tried to trick you again, or maybe not. Or he might have said, you know, I don't have anything to throw back over the net. You win. Okay, it's dismissed. You see what I'm saying? Because he gave you a loophole. He says, no, that'll be for another day. So when you say, well, I wish for this to be another day. I wish for now to be another day. Why didn't you just say that? He's like, I didn't even think of that. I said, this is what I'm telling you. These people are word nerds. These people love crossword puzzles and word games. They don't like working with their hands, these judges. They don't like, working on automobiles or steam fitting pipes or oilers. No. They like playing with words. That's what they really love doing. You better learn how to love to play with words. That's the bottom line. That's all it is. You have to learn to love playing with these words if you want to go into their world. If you want to love playing tennis and you want to go against some of the best tennis players in the world, you better know how to play tennis.
Yep.
So if the best you can do is shoot the ball back once and like you shot it back twice, it's like, that's not the end of the game. Well, I hit it back twice. There's a lot more to it than twice. They're not going to let you win that easy. It took them hundreds of years to get to this point. They're not going to let you walk in and out that quick. Gus said the man in Quebec had his birds taken away. I don't know what Gus said. It was like 120 whatever birds taken away. And all the man said was, the judge said, well, you got to pay all these fines, penalties, fees, all this other stuff for not having birds, exotic birds, whatever, in captivity, not, no paperwork, no license, inoculations, whatever. And the guy said, okay, fine, I accept all that. Yeah, but I order and require the immediate restoration of my property. And the judge said to the Crown, immediately return his property. And it was over. And then when the man was leaving the courtroom, he said he heard everybody yelling at each other in French. Who's going to be held liable for this? This man could come back now and sue us for stealing his property. Who is going to be ultimately liable for taking this man's property? See, that's because this man who did what he did in Quebec barely knows anything that I do. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody who knows the simple stuff, and I could get to them and talk very simple. Or somebody, like I said, the man in Toronto talked to him. The man in Toronto talked to him. The man in Toronto talked to the man in Quebec for me because I couldn't get in touch with the guys in Quebec. So because this guy's one bird owner, he's another bird owner, one zoo owner, another zoo owner. And he said, hey, try this stuff that some man in the United States is teaching me. And the guy said, what is he teaching you? So he got it from a secondhand source. And he did fine. So this stuff ain't complicated. You guys got to stop making this stuff so ridiculously long. Oh, because that was the big thing that Gus played on his clip, was the man in Toronto said to the man in Quebec, and when you say this, keep your mouth shut and don't say anything else. And that's what he said. He said when there was a little quiet pause on the court, the judge was saying all these fines and penalties and fees. The guy said, okay, yeah, fine. Penalties, fines, fees, yeah, great, lovely. And then the court went silent and says, oh, yeah, and I require and order the immediate restoration of property. And he kept his mouth shut. See, complicated people can't keep your mouth shut. People who got A+, B+ in school can't keep your mouth shut. Can't do it. Can't be done. You guys want to show everybody how freaking smart you are. And you're only going to mess up your own case. But you can't just keep it simple.
So if I show up there and they're going to read up a bunch of charges, and all I say is, I require the restoration of my property.
No, you accept all the charges. You plead guilty. You say, you're great, everything I did was illegal. Wonderful. Like I did with Polly. Fine, everything he did he was guilty of. Great, everything he did was illegal. I don't give a rat's ass. All my property. I require and order it now. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm saying you accept all their fines and penalties. What are they going to do? What's all the fines and penalties going to add up to? Digits, zeros and ones on a piece of paper, money, right?
Right.
$10 billion, right? Take it. Accept it. Do you know how to pay off a debt? Look, dude, if they said to me tomorrow, Take on the whole entire world's debt. I said, that's great, fine. All the creditors of every debtor on planet Earth give call Lance all the burden, bear the burden. Bear all the burden for all the debt for every human being on planet Earth. Great. Get all the creditors like in a bankruptcy all together and write up how much they owe. Great. I'll pay them off. They might not like the rate or the speed I do it, but they have to accept it. It's that simple. I created them. They didn't create me. But I want to keep them alive, and I want to keep them happy, and I want to keep them going again because they're my creation. They're my baby. But they might not like that I give them one scoop of ice cream and I don't give them 10 billion scoops. Oh, well. They'll learn to live with it. Stuff is simple, man. And simple people are doing great in court. We do my stuff. People are complicated. They just mess up themselves over and over and over.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it worked out nice. Because we'll be able to get them for the very first letter that you write to the IRS. Like, hi, Susie. How are you? You know, like, my name is Bob. How can I help you? Just something nice.
That's tight. That's nice. That's crazy. That's
yeah,
pretty tight, yeah.
Oh, how can you help me? Oh, you give me all your money. Oh, that's special. Why would I want to give you all my money, Susie? Well, that's because you owe money. Oh, are you saying I owe money? And then the next letter, oh, how much do you believe I owe, Susie? Well, I don't believe you owe anything. Then why are we having this conversation, Susie? You see I'm saying stuff like that back and forth. Well, I'm not saying you owe any money. Well, who is? Well, IRS is. Oh, really? When am I going to get to meet Mr. IRS? Or maybe it's Mrs., you know, apologize for me if I'm, if I'm there. Oh, that's funny, man. It's already making noise on this thing. I got nobody on this call, and there's already noise, background noise. So let me just mute everything out. Oh no, I think it was Learning Law guy. He's the only one making noise other than you.
Oh yeah.
Learning Law, but I thought Learning Law was the guy from Pennsylvania. I thought that was Dennis.
Oh, is that you, Dennis?
No, Learning Law is the guy from Ontario.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Learning Law, he's got his microphone open, so that's what I'm saying. It's the only one else could be making noise right now.
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. But, yeah, like I said with Larry, it's just, all we can do is,
I know I've been noticing lately. I've been getting calls from all over the place lately, especially from Texas. Man, more people been calling me from Texas. I think I told you earlier I had this couple come down from Texas trying to learn. So I had to take them all the way back to the beginning of 187 on Angela's call.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's what I like about this. Like I said, it's a brand new couple. You know, they haven't done any crazy stuff, in the past, and it's a nice clean slate. So I could actually start them from, it's just like the way I always try to tell people to do it. But by the time they get a hold of me, they're already so deep into problems, it's not even funny, and they already pissed so many people off in the government or the IRS, it's not even funny.
Mm.
So it's nice to get a couple that has never had a letter from the IRS, and they're in their 70s. I guess the government not the government. The government and the IRS is two different things. Sorry about that. That the IRS is just flat out saying to them, look, we know you've been successful your whole lives. You've acquired quite a bit of wealth, and you got something that we're going to try to take for nothing, for not doing anything. We're going to try to take your blood, sweat, and tears. And we'll see if we get away with it.
That blood, sweat, and that's sweat and tears, equity, and your sweat and tears. That's a pretty darn effective weapon for people that's losing their homes and everything.
Oh yeah, like I said, it's a lot of fun, man. That like I said, some sort of agency that I can't really see, and nobody, and even that agency itself, there's really, I'd like to see where they say how they perform a benefit to a man who's worked his whole life, and a man who hasn't asked anything of, that agency. I'm not saying hasn't asked anything in the United States, but I'm saying who hasn't asked of anything of that agency. Why do I owe you a debt? What have I ever done for you? I mean, the electric company, I can understand. They provided electricity. But you show me what, who this agency represents. Because it's funny, when I got the letter that they wrote, they said send your check to the U.S. Treasury. I said, what U.S. Treasury? I said, there's no, as far as I know, the United States government has something called the Department of Treasury, or the United States Department of Treasury. That might exist, but what's U.S. Treasury? I'm sure I could start up a company tomorrow called U.S. Treasury.
Right.
Obviously, it's not the same thing as the United States Department of Treasury. Obviously, it's not the same as U.S. Treasury. Maybe tomorrow I can make something called UC Treasury or UP Treasury or UB Treasury. Make your checks payable to UT Treasury. When I read the lady's letter, it says make your checks payable to U.S. Treasury. U.S. Treasury. What the F is the U.S. Treasury?
Right.
You're taking on a lot of presumption and thinking that the U.S. must mean the United States. It can't mean, it couldn't possibly mean anything else other than the United States. Well, really, what else could it mean? I was like, I don't know. How many hours do we got to kill and putting the string together of U and S together and coming up with all kinds of unicorn and silly stuff, together, and just come up with all kinds of nonsense. We say, okay, it's a unicorn and a serpent. It's the unicorn serpent treasury, U.S. Treasury. What makes me think it's the United States Department of Treasury? It did not say, the IRS letter did not say, make your checks payable to the United States Department of Treasury. It didn't say that. It said, make your check payable to U.S. Treasury. It said, U.S. Treasury what? That's the most ridiculous thing I ever was looking at. It said, make your checks payable to U.S. Treasury. U.S. Treasury, what's the U.S. Treasury?
So why they hide it like that?
Because I guarantee the United States Department of Treasury doesn't want to be liable for anything. I guarantee they take your checks and they just throw them in the trash. They just burn them. They just destroy them. They couldn't care less. They print the money. They print out truckloads of this stuff, mountains of this stuff. They don't give a damn. They want more credit. All they do is add some more zeros. And it's a ledger sheet. They don't care.
So
they're just taking wealth and destroying it. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to slow down the economy. That's all they're doing. That's all to me. Okay, this is my opinion. This is also that the United States. This is all that the IRS does. Is they just try to create like a world balance. They're trying to make it so our economy doesn't become too great or too powerful or too strong. And the reason why I believe is because people from India, China, Africa, they all come trying to flock over here to the United States because of great opportunity and great wealth. Well, if they could slow down the United States down a little bit, they'll say, oh, look, if you make too much money over the United States, they'll throw you in jail. You got to pay taxes. And the people think twice from leaving China. They'll think twice about leaving India. They say, oh, you know what? Look at all these doctors and look at all these people who are going to jail in the United States for not paying taxes. You know what? Maybe we just better stay here. If there was taxes in the United States, every single, doctor or scientist or, architect or anybody who had any real skills would leave their homeland in a heartbeat and come here. Right. So they're like, well, no, we're going to tax like crazy, we got to pay taxes. Oh, forget it. It's not worth us moving there. We might as well stay here. We're going to basically, in the long run, make the same amount of money. We might as well stay here in India or China or Japan. We might as well just stay here. Slows down the economy. I bet you they just take your checks and just throw them in the toilet. I guarantee they couldn't care less. They just want to destroy, take some wealth down and not take you down a notch or two. Just keep you in your place. That's all they're doing.
Well, you know what, and you might be right, because this young lady got this IRS woman coming up to her for a debt that she had already paid, and she got all her documents, and she still, another IRS agent come up there for the same exact thing that she paid 5-6 years ago. The same debt, the same number, the same. I mean, do they automatically get screwed up like that? Will they just really come after people like that on the same debt again?
That's what I'm saying is that could just be a clerical error. What I'm trying to say is they probably, what I'm presuming, is they're just taking whatever money you send them and throw it away. They don't even bother. Why bother? They print the damn money. What do they need? I mean, who's going to recheck their numbers anyway? Who's going to call them out? Who's going to say, hey, I want to see every damn check, every damn dime that you ever collected from any U.S. citizen in the past 2-3 years? Who's ever going to do that? Who's actually going to go run through those numbers? When I tell people, here's my, and you guys are really hardcore on this, when I tell people, hey, here's my letter K, now here's the letter G, tell me what you think and send me back what you got done. Nobody sent me back any damn thing. Nobody's even responded to the letter K. So if these people who listen to these shows like real hardcore, who's really going to care what the IRS is really doing with the money? Does anybody just ever ask, hey, where did our check go? Where did the money go that I paid you last year? Where did it go? No, nobody asked a simple question. Where did it go?
Right.
Show me proof of where it went. Went to pay off the national debt. What national debt? What are you talking about? Where did it actually go? What account number did it go into? Where's the national debt? Who do we borrow the money from? And show us how we paid it. And like they always say all the time, like Alan Greenspan, that's why he got kicked out. He said we could get rid of the national debt overnight.
Yeah.
So it was hyperinflate the currency, make it so a loaf of bread cost $1 trillion, then be done within about 10 seconds, and you guys wouldn't even realize that the loaf of bread cost $1 trillion there for about 10 seconds, like New Year's Eve at 2 o'clock in the morning. We could hyperinflate the currency, balance the books, and go back to normal the next day, and you guys wouldn't even know what happened. And obviously, that when that hit C-SPAN or whatever, obviously they kicked them out. They said, that's it. Like you just told the people that this is all a joke. This is all fraud. This is all based on faith. I was like, here it is. And he got busted for doing that. And they put the Bernanke guy in. Like, next time, keep your mouth shut. Don't tell these people this is all based on fraud. Or you won't have anybody paying any of this stuff. If you tell me we just wiped the debt out in 20 seconds, yeah, it's just a computer. We push the button and it's done. Then why are we paying you guys?
And that's why you say it's a hard thing to prove to fraud.
Right, but like I said, it's not right. But like I said, it's all everything. Okay, when my mom worked for the IRS, my uncle worked for the bank. Tell them people a million times. I've been taught this since I was a little kid. It's all based on fraud. Only God knows what's true. We're just guessing. If man created it, it's based on fraud. We're just guessing. We don't know what's true. Only God knows what's true. It's all fraud. Unless God made it, it's fraud. You have no freaking idea what's true. It's all based on faith. We all believe what we made was good, or what we make is, just like when that Frankenstein guy made that Frankenstein, he believed he made something that was good and it was a great benefit to man. But even though he tried to play God, it didn't work out so well for him, did he?
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't work out very well. Not for him or that little girl that the monster killed. Work out too well. But he didn't set out to kill a little girl. His creation might have, but he didn't know. The creation didn't have a right frame of thought, right mind. Yeah. So what man put into his creation. And man can only do so much, man. Man's going to make mistakes. So, like I said, when Bernanke said that, man, not Bernanke, when Greenspan said that, you know what? If we could clear this all down, balance the books of the United States government in 10 seconds, you guys wouldn't even know the loaf of bread costs $1 trillion. We'd do it so quick, you guys would never even feel it.
He told too much and got rid of his ass real quick.
Yeah, I guarantee you guys could find it on YouTube, and you can see when Greenspan says hyperinflate the currency will eliminate the national debt instantly. So then why are you hurting all these people by pulling their money from them? If you're saying that the IRS taxes go to pay off the national debt, then why are you trying to say, well, look, people, if you don't pay your share, we can't balance the national debt. And then you got people like Glenn Beck and Alex Jones screaming, "Oh, the national debt is going to destroy the U.S. economy," and I just laugh. What do you mean destroy the U.S. economy? Greenspan said, "You guys wouldn't even feel it. We do it to you in 20 minutes. It's done. You wouldn't even realize what happened." Well, like I said to people, look what happened not this January 1st, the January 1st before then, when the United States tried to pay off China with a $1 trillion platinum coin. And said, well, there you go. We owe you $1 trillion in debt here. Here's a platinum coin. It's worth $1 trillion. Why? Because the United States government says so. And China said, you stick that fucking coin, someplace. You try to,
and they've been pissed ever since.
Oh, they said, you try to pass that off, and we just had 1 billion Chinese give their life, blood, heart, and soul for 10 years so every American could have a $2 TV and a $2 cell phone and a $20 computer. And you're trying to tell us that we've been eating rice for the last 10 years because we want to, become a world economy, and you're going to give us a coin? You think that's going to make it fair and balanced? You're out of your effing mind. But they tried to get away with it. They tried to say, oh, let's get rid of the national debt by making $1 trillion coin. And all the countries you owe trillions of dollars to, I'll just give them this little coin. Like, yeah, they were going to be cool with that. No, they weren't like, we want 10 trillion metric tons of gold. We don't want your little platinum coin. Well, look, it's got a pretty picture on it. It says 1 trillion on it. It took us about 20 minutes to come up with the design.
Carl, that's crazy, but you sure telling the truth. Man, I can see what you're saying is true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but they're still going after the United States. Well, I'm not saying the United States people. They're still going after a man. They're still going after a woman for the supposed help us pay off the national debt. Well, not the national debt, sorry about that, the United States government's debt. The government, the United States government, and the national debt is two different things. One is the people's debt, and one is the government employees' debt. Two different things.
Right. I know one thing. I never heard anybody put it the way you did about the U.S. Treasury and then the United States Treasury. I mean,
the Department of the United States Treasury, right. The United States Department of Treasury. I'm sure by me saying the Department of the United States Treasury, the United States Department of Treasury, and the U.S. Treasury, I guarantee all three are three different things. I love it, man. When you watch these presidents speak, and you could go back and watch any president you wanted at modern TV times, they'll say, in the nation's interest, the country's interest, in the United States' interest, the people's interest, the U.S. citizens' interest. He said like 5 different things, and they mean 5 totally separate things that have absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand. It's hysterical because there is no synonyms in good law. There is no synonyms. It's either the U.S. Treasury or it's the Department of the United States Treasury or it's the United States Department of Treasury. Like if you wrote a check out to call Rudolph Lentz, you're writing it out to me. If you drop off one of the names and go Rudolph Lentz, you're writing it out to my dad because my dad has no middle name. So obviously you're not making a payment to the same person that you owe a debt to. You try to pay Rudolph Lentz, and by dropping off Carl off the first name, you didn't pay me an effing dime. Well, yes, I did. Look, I got a check right here to Rudolph Lentz. Hey, that's my dad. I didn't feel like telling you that's my dad. I don't have to tell you. It's like, look, dude, all I know is my name is called Rudolph Lentz. You send it to Rudolph Lentz. Well, it's the same thing. Dude, how can you be that freaking stupid? Where's the word call? Is a call missing in that check that you wrote? Yeah, good. Well, it was cashed. By who? How the hell do I know? All I know it wasn't cashed by me, dude. Write me out a freaking check. Oh, I did. Oh, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. Look, it's been cashed. Cashed by who? Rudolph Lentz. It's not the same. It's like saying, well, I did write a check to U.S. Treasury. Well, how about writing out one now to the Department of the United States Treasury? Well, I did. It says U.S. Treasury. The Department of U.S. Treasury say, no, you didn't. You never gave us a freaking dime. We're here to benefit you. Why would you want to give us the money? We're here to benefit. We're here to benefit you, your man. We're here to serve and for your benefit. Why would we take something from you? Why would we take your property? Why would we cause you harm? Why would we stress you out? When we know we could pay off the national debt in 10 seconds.
Man, that's crazy. Now you know.
No, it's just because you guys are just saying they're too lazy. That's all it is. Everybody's just too lazy. When I look at a piece of paper and it says IRS, it says, what do you mean IRS? You mean the Internal Revenue Service, or the Department of the IRS, or the Department of Revenue, or the Department of Internal Revenue? And then it says U.S. Treasury. You mean U.S. Treasury? What, USA Treasury? Like if they have a U.S. Treasury, can I start a company tomorrow called USA Treasury? If nobody took it? Then yeah, sure. Make your checks payable to USA Treasury. Am I saying I'm a department of the United States government known as the Treasury? No, I'm not. I'm just saying, hey, I'm going to make a corporation called USA Treasury. To me, how lazy and stupid can people really be? Now, did you really just write out a check to U.S. Treasury? Did you really do that? Did you really write out a check to you? What happens the next day? They get a letter say, oh, please make your checks payable to USA Treasury. Oh, you people didn't actually just fill out and just send something called USA Treasury. You do know who you're sending your money to, right? You do know who's on the other end, right? You do know who's going to be receiving it, who's going to be endorsing it. You do know that, right? You did care to take the time out. You took enough time to earn that money. You think you took enough time out to figure out where it's going and who's receiving it and what they're going to do with it. Like if you gave a kid, I mean, if you had a kid, wouldn't you make sure that you knew who the kid was? You know, you're leaving a kid with. It's your property.
Right.
When you say, hey, man, that's my baby. I worked for it. I earned it. I labored over it. I produced it. Are my services, you know, I created that thing. Wouldn't you have a little bit of care and concern? Well, unless it becomes that easy to you, you don't give a damn. So then go ahead. Why don't you tell me, oh, it's unfair. Here you go. It's like, look, they created by numbers by pushing a number on a keypad. It doesn't make any sense to me. So like I said, and I can't believe other people are just like, oh yeah, it makes lots of sense to me. Oh really? Then you explain to me. Where does this money go? Say, well, it goes to pay the national debt. Wait a second. Greenspan said all he had to do was push a button. And 10 seconds later, it's all gone. Maybe. So why does he just push the damn button?
Right.
And don't take things from a man and then take things from a woman. They got plenty of sales tax, gas tax, property tax, fuel tax, electric tax, cell phone taxes. They got plenty of taxes. What's this thing that we do for what every now and then? What are you talking about?
So, Carl, in other words, all this shit ain't nothing but a game.
It's all based on fraud. It's all based on God. If you don't believe in God, then you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As simple as that. People who have no concept of God, they're totally clueless, and that's what they want. The government wants you to keep church, or keep religion, or keep God so far out of your life it's not even funny. So that way it's easy for them to control you, so you can't see what I see so easy. That's right. But what's funny is she played it their way.
Right.
Because she did everything they told her to do, and I did everything opposite.
Right.
Just to see which way would work. She's like, no, my way will work. I said, great, because I think my way will work.
Right.
And so she did everything they told her to do, and it went absolutely nowhere. Until we could prove that there wasn't a contract there, that the contract had nothing to do with me and my wife. That's the only way the Dutch kids came back.
Right.
When we could prove that what they did was illegal and unlawful. But they couldn't care less. They couldn't care less if the woman does everything. If they, it was great when I went to. It was in Birmingham, Alabama that happened, and it was great. And I actually went to family class or something like that. I don't even know what it's called. With the women with it all there. It was like there was no men. It was all women. But I just went there anyway with the mother of my kids. It was funny. She was the only white woman in there.
Right.
There was all black women down there in Birmingham. And it was so funny. This really good-looking black girl stood up, like 27, 28 years old. She says, she says, I just have to tell everybody this is all bullshit. And she was wearing a nice dress and everything. She was a real respectable, secretary-looking lady. And she says, I have 3 kids. And back in 1997, Bill Clinton passed a bill, and women are only allowed to have child support, welfare for 24 months. And after 24 months of the youngest child being born, the woman has to have a place of her own, and she has to be able to prove that she can afford the child, or the state takes the kid away.
Right.
So it's like I said. So what happened was, she starts talking. She said, "Well, they don't give you the 24 months; they give you 23 months." And on the 23rd month, on the first day, they come knocking on your Section 8 housing, and they say, "Ma'am, do you have a job yet? No. Do you have any money? No. Do you got a place for these kids next month? No." Then they will take her with kids away immediately. So she said to the whole, like 100 women in this class, she said that she went to college, she got an associate's degree, she's now does like medical coding, and she was making like $800 a week, and she got a 3-bedroom apartment for the current kids, and she did everything they told her to do, and she went to court and told the judge, I did everything you told me to do. I got a career. I got a job. I got a minivan. I got the apartment. I got everything. And the judge said, what hours do you work? And she said, I work from 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. And the judge said, well, if children get out at 3 o'clock, if you can't figure out a way to spend quality time with your children, I guess you really don't want your children. So you better be home and be available for them when they get home at 3 o'clock. And she said, well, she tried to get daycare for the kids, and she said it's a year-long waiting list to get the kids on after-school, whatever, daycare for an hour. And she said, well, then quit your job. She said, but if I quit my job, I won't have the money. She said, well, find another job. She said she did. She said she found another job. And she said now she only makes $600 a week instead of $800 a week, because now she has to work like an hour less. And she said that when she went back to court, she told the judge, and the judge crunched the numbers, and she said, that's not enough money to support 3 kids on your own. You know? So the lady said to the other women in this room, she said, it's all bullshit. No matter what they tell you to do, you're never going to get your kids back. You're never going to be good enough for these bastards. It doesn't matter. She says, I didn't drink. I didn't do drugs. I didn't do anything wrong. I just had 3 kids, and I wasn't married, and I went to the government for help, for welfare, and the next thing I know, she's like, I'm going through all this nonsense, and like the worst thing I ever did was ask the government for help.
Right.
So it's great to hear that, like, this really good-looking, clean, respectful woman who wasn't a crackhead, didn't do anything bizarre, was like, wow, you know what? She could have my kids. This lady's a good lady. You know, she asks me, hey, buddy, I'm like, hell yeah, lady, not a problem.
Right.
And she showed the world, she showed everyone in that room, man, they're up to something, man. And it ain't to help the women get back their children. And it ain't about the man abusing the woman. It ain't none of that nonsense. These people are up to something.
Right.
And it ain't helping women and children get back together. Something about money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all it's
office lost something like 8 people quit or something from the defects office that my kids are involved with. We're like, that's easy. We'll get rid of some of your caseload. Give back the kids that are really not in any kind of freaking danger at all, like mine, and who knows, probably 80 or 90% of the rest of them.
Well, like I said, it's a hell of a lot easier when husband and wives join together and say, look, we're going to settle this on a private side. We're going to get the state out of our lives. We're going to go into there and we're going to say, give us back our property, and we mean now. Right. And then you guys can go slug it out on your own in the private. But when you take it out into the public and you go into a court setting and you let the government be your judge and jury and executioner, you guys are in a world of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You guys got to go in and say, I require the immediate restoration of my property. Thank you, folks, for helping us, but we got this settled. We got it settled on the private. We don't need any advice. Thank you. We got this done. But then you guys, then that'd be me as telling you guys to act like adults.
They told you to appear at 9 o'clock?
8:30 you were saying.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You got like a little invoice pad?
No, but I could probably print one up.
Yeah, and how about you give them a bill when you walk into the courtroom at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you charge them $100 for every hour that you had to sit there and wait for them because you were there. And they weren't.
Okay.
They were late for their appointment, and your time is valuable.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, yeah.
They want you there at 8:30. You can be there at 8:30. And they're not ready to go. I mean, I even did that on one of my earlier shows. I said, walk into the courtroom at 8:30. I said, I'm here. I've been summoned to appear at 8:30. Is there a claim? Is there any matter before this court? You know, that somebody summons me to appear here at 8:30. And they say, well, we'll sit down. I say, okay, at 8:31 I'll say it again, 8:32 I'll say it again, and then I'm going to leave. I say, since nobody's come forth, it's 8:32 now. I've been here, and I've called out 3 times, and nobody is, it seems to be present. I'll call me back some other day. That's what they do to you in court. If you're late, they'll call out in the hallway 3 times. If you don't answer, it's over.
Okay, so where would you say that in the hallway, would you?
No, I'd go right in the courtroom.
In the court.
They'll have cases that they're hearing at that time.
That's what I'm saying. And say, if somebody summons me to appear here in this court at 8:30, I am here at 8:30. I'm ready to conduct business. Is anybody here who has any business with me today before this court? Say 3 times. Just like if you're told to be there at 9 o'clock, the bailiff is going to walk around the hallway at 9 o'clock and call out your name. He might do it 2-3 times, and then after that they're going to get a default judgment against you. And they don't care if you show up at 9:15, 9:20. It's over. You were late.
Oh, okay.
So we're waiting. 9 o'clock. We have other people to do. We got other cases to hear. You were told to be here at 9 o'clock. You weren't here. Maybe we'll schedule you another day. Maybe not.
Okay. So
you got to start looking at life that your time is valuable. So somebody told me not too long ago. Somebody said to me they didn't get to me at they didn't get to all the cases at 5 o'clock. I think that was done in the big city of Atlanta. So they told us to come back tomorrow. What have they told you to come back for the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years? Every day at 8:30, and you do nothing but sit there. And how long would you guys tolerate it?
Yeah, that's and that's their bail form as well. It's exactly.
They're not going to sit more than 3 minutes waiting for you. They're going to move on with court business. They're going to move on with their business. Say, look, I'm here at 8:30. You got 3 minutes to move your business against me. If you have business conduct, if you want to end the course with me, if you got something to commerce with me, you let me know. You told me to be here at 8:30. I'm here at 8:30. And then all you have to do is, like, if nobody shows up, you go to the court clerk and say, look, I was here at 8:30. It's 8:35. Just stamp it. Just put the court, the clock that they have there, the timestamp, just timestamp it, 8:35.
Okay.
And then you got proof that you were there, and they weren't.
Okay. Because it's just it's sort of a bit overwhelming because the potential outcomes that they're threatening with is imprisonment.
You were there. You were there, and they weren't. You were there, and they weren't.
Okay.
It doesn't anywhere on a citation that you have to sit there for an hour, 5 hours, 5 days, 5 months, 5 years. It says for you to be there at 8:30 so we can conduct business. Okay, it's 8:30. Nobody's here. The parking lot's empty. The courtroom's empty. Nobody's here. I'm going home. I'll stay here 5 more minutes, and I'm going home. And just let the court clerk stamp. Put a timestamp on it. Say, I was here at 8:30. It's 8:35. Nobody's here. I just need you to witness this, court clerk. Can you put the court's timestamp on it? This machine, you can just click it in there for me and put it into the record. Give a copy to whenever the judge feels like waking up and doing his job today. Let him know I was here. Or give him a freaking bill when you get there. Say, oh, here, Judge. What's this? Oh, this is a bill. What for? Well, you told me to be here, right? Well, the other guy told me to be here. The guy on the other side of that table right there, the prosecutor, who's ever moving this case. Yeah, he told me you're here at 8:30. Yeah, it's now 3:30. Yeah, I charge $100 an hour. My time is very valuable. I'm sure you're getting paid to be here. He's getting paid to be here by the hour. I'm going to get paid to be here. Next time, when you summons me to appear at 8:30, you better make sure I get to the front of the line. Maybe this will be a little reminder.
I see where you're going with that, yeah.
Yeah. What your time's not valuable? Once your time is spent and lost, can you recover it? Can you get time back? Well, then that's them. Maybe they'll start understanding and appreciating people's time. Maybe they'll start appreciating, hey, all these people on the hallway, yeah, you know what, they got a life. Maybe if everybody starts handing them a freaking bill, then maybe they'll start scheduling a little bit better. Maybe one guy will be appointed at 8:30, one guy will be 8:35, one guy will be 8:40, one guy will be 8:45. Maybe they'll start scheduling a little bit more precisely. But right now, they're getting away with it. So why should they enough?
Okay. So
it's not being hateful. It's being practical.
Yeah, and I guess you're looking at from a business sort of, like that's what you're there for, business. And if you were working, if that was a job, like if you were.
Yeah, they want your money. They want my money. You folks want my money. You want something that I produced, right? You want something that I created, money, right? You want something from me, right? Well, I want something from you, a little courtesy, a little respect.
Okay. So, say I've got to that stage, and there is no claim because I haven't been able to put in a claim at that time, or before the time, I should say.
And the nature of the case is the claim.
Okay, so the nature of the case is a claim. The claim is the trespass being a harm. Is that?
The characteristics of the characteristic of the case would be the claim would be a trespass.
Okay, all right.
That's how you characterize the claim as that of a trespass.
Now, are we using property or right, Barley? Because you mentioned right to travel and such.
But then the trespass would be the characteristic, and then the definition of the trespass would be interfering with the right to be let alone, or the right to go from point A to point B, or the right to whatever. That'd be the definition of the characteristic of the trespass. The trespass would be nature would be a claim. The characteristic would be a trespass, and the definition would be what the trespass was.
Would you put in the claim as well that I say that I have done no wrong to any man? Anything like that?
I have no idea. I just got here. I have no idea what you're going on about 20 men.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He's talking about a police stop that went wrong, basically. So it was a infringement on his right to go from A to B, basically.
Yeah, he interfered with his right to go from point A to point B.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And they kindly given him some sort of documentation to prove that point as well, that they did do that.
You got to make a claim.
Yeah, they sent us.
You got to have a claim. I'd have a claim before the court when they go to hear their case. You say, oh, well, we're doing this and everybody's here. Let's do my case.
Okay. Oh, but is that, because I heard you mention before that that's ambushing or something like that. Is there any way to sort of say, hey, look, maybe...
That's why you're supposed to put it in way before the day of the trial.
Yeah, and look, that was my mistake.
You just thought,
Well, it's not a mistake. I mean, they can't hear the case immediately if they wish to. If the other, they say, I wish for my case to be heard right now as well. They're like, what case? This case. And you make sure you hand it to the other side. And the other side doesn't object and say, well, this wasn't timely filed, and we have 21 days to respond, and this is an ambush. Maybe. The guy forgot to do it at Bali's trial. I laughed when I said to Bali, I said, you know what, this guy could just say, you know what, we are going to wait. You know, your trial was because you just give him enough time. You gave him 10 seconds. I had to meet this man real quick, and he had I presumed it was a tax hearing because it was very difficult to understand what was going on until I got into the open court. And even the judge had a hard time understanding. The judge even said, what in the world is the IRS doing in my court?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, tell him a little bit about that, Mr. Ewing.
Well, what was interesting is I got into the court, and when we got there, the judge had not even opened the folder to look and see what he was looking at. You could tell. And he asked the prosecution, how much are you indicting this man for, accusing him that he owes? And the prosecutor said, I don't know. Well, don't you have the summary in front of you? No, I'll get it to you on Monday. And because I'm a novice at this, I didn't object to it, but they seemed to be as confused as they could be.
Yeah, because the man brought me out there for a tax issue, and what I was looking at is like the paperwork he was sending me made no sense because he wasn't in the United States tax court. He was in the United States district court. And I said, I figured he wasn't telling me everything. I figured, you know, like even the judge said, oh, what is the IRS doing in a district court? Is this a criminal matter? And that's what I thought it was, a criminal matter. What are we doing here for a civil matter, the judge said. And that's what I said to the man as well. What are we doing here? You're saying this is civil. Why are we here? The IRS would bring you in here if this was criminal. What are we doing in a district court? We're not in the United States tax court. We're in the United States district court. What's going on? So even the judge said that to the IRS, the attorney. And he said, well, we have a judgment that we got administratively to the IRS, but the IRS does not have enforcement powers. They don't have guns. They can't come throw the man out of the house. They have to go get an order from a court that has the authority to place the order in the hands of the U.S. Marshals and throw this man out of his house. So that was interesting.
You know, what makes it even more interesting is they've opened it up where I can do interrogatories, inquests, disposition, call witnesses, and do everything that's necessary to validate their complaint. But the judge said that they had a claim within the complaint, but he was BSing because he wasn't correct. And so it was just a masquerade, charade of.
They can have a claim within a complaint. They could have a banana inside of the complaint. They could have a polar bear. They could have anything they wish to call it, but it's not a proper claim that's recognized in common law.
Okay.
Okay, they could have anything they want. They could define it any way they want. They could have Jesus Christ in their complaint, but it doesn't mean that that's the Jesus Christ.
Right.
They could put anything they want in it and call it anything they want. It's their creation. It's their baby. They could call it whatever they want. They could say there's a claim inside of this complaint, which sounds ridiculous. Why would you put a claim inside of a complaint? Why do you put a complaint inside of a complaint? It doesn't make any sense. In common law, they're completely opposite.
Well, what's so fascinating is they gave us a year to play with it.
Yeah, that's what's funny. The prosecutor wanted to move in 1 month against this man and kick him out of his house and get the U.S. Marshals to They just want to punish this man because he did a lot of patriot stuff. And they're just going to try to teach him a lesson. So I'd like to see how the IRS took other people's houses, if they took other people's houses. Because the way that this IRS attorney was describing it in open court, he was saying that we can't do it. Not without a court order from the United States District Court, we can't do it. We don't have the enforcement power here at the IRS. All we have is administrative. We don't have enforcement. So that kind of made sense. I mean, that totally makes sense to me. I knew that forever. They're just administrative. They're just a collection agency. And just because a collection agency gets a judgment against you doesn't mean that they have the right to come in with a gun and kick you out of your house. They're going to have to get a court order. And then they'll either have to get the marshals, the sheriff, to come in with the guns and throw you out. So it's funny, when I went into court with him, the judge said something funny when this man, Mr. Ewing, said the other side was trying to make Mr. Ewing look like a tax protester, like a crazy guy. And the judge said, everybody has to pay taxes. Everybody has to pay their taxes. And
in the Americas, in America.
Yeah, but what's funny is that you said, yeah, but if you take my house, you're going to harm a man. And then the judge said, well, you still have a tax liability that you failed to pay. To me, that's apples and horseshoes. It has nothing to do with each other. There's not even a comparison. It's like, look, make it simple. If you execute this final judgment that IRS got from their tax court upon me, I'm a man, and you're going to cause me harm. And the judge is like, well, there's a tax, there's a tax ruling against you, and you failed to pay it. Sir, that's not what I just said. What I said is you're going to cause me harm. He says, well, you owe a debt. And one more time, sir. You're going to cause me harm. Well, you owe a debt. What does one have to do with the other? Nothing. You're going to hurt me. You're going to harm me because I owe a debt. No, not in this country. You got to forgive me my trespass. You got to forgive me my debt. You can't cause me harm. That's not your job. Your job wasn't to be placed on a bench and cause harm to man. Your job was placed on a bench to be a benefit to man, not to harm man. So how is the United States of America or the IRS going to be harmed if they don't take my house away from me?
Well, if they don't even know the amount that's owed, they
take my widget. They take my no cent, no dollar, whatever widget. They take anything from me. They take a breath from me. They take a heartbeat from me. How is it going to benefit them? It ain't. There's no benefit for them. It's a fictional entity. It's 3 letters. It's IRS or USA. How is it going to benefit from taking anything from a man? It's not. It's never going to change it. It's still going to be IRS. It's still going to be the United States of America. It's not going to benefit the United States of America or IRS to take something from me. It doesn't have hands. It doesn't have arms. It doesn't have legs. It can't hold it. It can't possess it.
Well, of course, the IRS operates on fear and intimidation.
There is no, okay. The IRS employees or the workers try to enforce fear and intimidation. The IRS is just 3 letters on a piece of paper.
Okay.
There is no IRS. It's a piece of paper with letters on it. Tomorrow they could change it to IRB. For some reason, they want to use the letter B from now on instead of the letter S. It's like, oh, the poor IRS died. Oh, I guess we better give it a funeral. Who's gonna give the eulogy?
Yeah, nobody's gonna show up at the wake. That's for sure.
It's gonna be an IRB tomorrow, or an IRT, or an IRC instead of IRS. It's still gonna function the way it always does, with a man or woman controlling it. IRS is never going to feel that it no longer exists. And now it's IRC. It's never going to feel anything. It's never going to be consciously aware that it is no longer called IRS. It's not going to have any feelings that say, "Oh, now you're calling me IRC. I'm so embarrassed. You stripped me of my name. Oh, I'm so sad." It's ridiculous. So, yeah, the judge said something funny, too. He said to the man, this man didn't know how to say it as fast as I could say stuff. The judge said to the man, he says, well, all Americans pay their taxes. And I was going to say, that's how dumb these judges are. He said all Americans pay their taxes. I was like, wait a second, you mean like American Indians, who live on reservations? Or you mean like Eskimos who live in the Arctic Circle? Or America means from the North Pole to the South Pole, Atlantic to Pacific. You mean Hawaiians? You mean Hondurans? They're Central America, so we're North American. I mean, the judge said, well, all Americans pay taxes. Really? All American. You mean from the North Pole to South Pole, Atlantic to Pacific, the Americas. The Americas, to go from North Pole to South Pole. Everybody pays. All Americans pay. Really? So you're saying Cubans are also from North America. People from Cuba are from North America. Are you telling me they pay taxes, Your Honor? And the judge would say, well, you know what I mean. No, well then, no, Judge. You're implying things, and good law has to be expressed, not applied. So if you're going to open your mouth in this court, Judge, you better be dead on. You're going to judge me, and you don't even know where the Americans lie. It's like, holy cow, man! You're like, you better get somebody else in here before everybody gets hurt, especially me. But yeah, he flew me on down there, and like I said, I had no freaking idea. It was so funny when we were going into the courthouse. I told him, man, leave your window open in your car just in case you get held in contempt of court, so I could grab my bags, call a taxi, and get to the airport tomorrow morning. I had no idea who he was and why in the world were we in the United States District Court. It made no sense. He kept telling me it's IRS. So why are we not in an IRS tax court? I don't understand. So basically,
he made me roll down the window so he had a way out in case I said something wrong.
Oh yeah, in case he went crazy, and because the prosecutor was trying to egg him on, trying to say he was a tax protester, and he was trying to make this man get mad. He was trying to get the man upset. But the man hung out with me for like 2 days, and I kept trying to show him that forget about all this tax protester nonsense. Forget about all this. She said somebody named Meredith or somebody. Like something vulture. Some nonsense about that. So I was really deep into the whole tax
protester stuff.
Right. So it's like, uh-oh. I said, you better leave your car door open so I can get my luggage when they take you away to jail. He really did say that, though. I think he was trying to figure out what's this guy going on about? What do you mean we get arrested? I was like, dude, you have no idea how easy it is to get held in contempt of court or to be taken away for a psychological evaluation. I have no idea how he was all of a sudden going to start saying, I'm a free man on the land and I don't have to pay taxes. Like, oh, geez. Just say, oh, no. Oh, well. But it worked out. We had a good time in court. And he has a whole year before the trial even begins. And we got a lot of time. And the whole line of what I'm going after is the judgment that the IRS has against him. I'm going to go after the judgment, and I'm going to say, wait a second. Like if we get a trial by jury, I'm going to say to the jury, wait a second. The IRS gets a judgment in an IRS tax court with an IRS judge and an IRS prosecutor and an IRS public defender. So how is this judgment not biased? This man has, they said that he hadn't paid an honest debt. Why didn't they take him to the local county court like everybody else does? Everybody goes, if you owe me a debt, I'm going to take it to the local county court. Why didn't the IRS take this man to the local county court like everybody else? Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, say it's the Carl Lentz court. And Carl Lentz hires the attorneys, Carl Lentz hires the defenders, the public defenders, Carl Lentz hires the prosecutors. Carl Lentz has so much freaking money, he's got more money than the United States of America. So Carl sets up his own courtroom with his own judges, and he calls it the Carl Lentz District Court. What's the odds of anybody, including the United States, getting a fair trial in Carl Lentz court, especially when it's against Carl Lentz? So that's what I'm going to basically do for this man, is like basically saying, how could this man got a fair trial in the United States tax court when the United States is the prosecutor? The United States is the judge is appointed by, members of the United States. The public defenders, work for the United States. The building is called the United States Tax Court. How is this man going to get a fair trial in the United States Tax Court? Why didn't the IRS take him into a local county court if he actually owed a debt? Because if they got the judgment from the local county court, the IRS could go right to the county sheriff's department the very next day and say, enforce this judgment. Take that man's house. Why didn't they just do that? It would take them 21, 22 days to make the whole debt and collecting on this man's house magic happen. Why aren't they doing it like everybody else? Why are they special? Why do they have the right to take people into their own courts, under their own rules, and under their own attorneys? And this man can't. He has to act under the United States tax rules. And the United States tax agency and tax agents are coming after him and in the United States tax court, and he can only move under the rules of the United States tax court, which certainly aren't designed to help him. So how was that judgment that they have against him fair? It was fair and just. How did that happen? It isn't fair. It wasn't just. It was an unfair and unjust trial, and it's a mockery of justice. It's a sham. That was a whole sham court. They just went through the motions. They just went through the make-believe that we're giving this man a fair trial. Like I told him before, when we were out in the parking lot, I said to him, look, I said, see the clock? It's 7:43, okay? Guess what? The IRS is like Mommy. Mommy will say it's 9 o'clock, go to bed. And you could say to Mom, look, Mom, the clock says 7:43. Mom says, no, it's 9 o'clock, go to bed. But Mom, it's 7:43. Mom will say, you say it again, and you won't come out of your room for 2 days. I'll hold you in contempt. And you say, no, Mom, it's 7:43. Look, Mom, it's 7:43. It doesn't matter. It's Mom's rules. It's Mom's house. It's Mom's way, and it's going to go. Same thing with the tax court. You're like, wait a second, don't I have the right to cross-examine my accuser? No. But wait a second, everybody else does. Well, not in our court, you don't. Oh, so you got a special court? Yes. Because if we let you cross-examine the accuser, you'd win. Well, that sounds fair. Well, no, then we'd lose all the time. When we don't set up the tax court for the United States to lose, we set up the United States tax court for the United States to win. But in every other courthouse in the country, we could cross-examine our accusers. Well, that's in every other court. But this court is a special court. This court, we have to win. And you have to lose. We have to show the whole world, give you an example. You lose, so we could put you in jail. So nobody even thinks about challenging us as authority and control over them. Because he said there's some famous lady named Meredith who wrote some books. What was her name? Do you remember?
Lynn Meredith. She wrote Vultures in Eagles' Clothing, How to Cook a Vulture, and Vultures for Dessert. And
you said she's sitting in jail.
She is sitting in jail.
And she had lots of money?
I don't know much about her other than the fact that she was an author who tried to help people with the tax system. And so the system came after her and cooked her for dessert.
And what court did they hold her trial in?
I do not know.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if it was a local county court. Because like I said, if anybody wanted to drag me into the United States tax court, so whoa. The highest court where I live is the county court. We're going to take this to the county court. This is the highest law. This is the highest court of this land, is the county court. We're going into the county court. You think if I've done wrong, if you said I've done wrong in the county that I live in, you bring me into the county court where I live in. You don't bring me over to your county. You don't bring me over to your state. You don't bring me over to your country. Or if anything, anybody should have just asked the United States. It's like, wait a second, why are we holding in the United States of America versus Bob in the United States court? Why aren't we holding the United States of America versus Bob in a Cuban court or a Switzerland court or a Belgium court? Why are we having the United States of America versus Bob in the United States court? How would you like the United States of America if it was United States of America versus Bob in Bob's court? How would you like to be sentenced to a Pam Bob's court? What do you think would happen to the United States of America? You'd lose. You see what I'm trying to say? So this is my whole logic in trying to get people to understand this, and like a jury to understand something so simple. How are you going to win when it's USA, United States of America, versus any man or any woman in the United States court? That's ridiculous. Why don't people ask for a change of venue and say, wait a second, are you taking me into the United States tax court, and you're the United States tax agent, and the United States tax agency is taking me to the United States tax court? No, we're going to need to change of venue. Take me over to Belgium. Take me over to Switzerland. Take me over to France. Take me over to Cuba. Hold your trial over there. Hold me in an impartial country, a neutral country. Hold me in a country that doesn't really like America, doesn't really like the United States of America. I want a trial there. Why do people just say, okay, I could get a fair trial here in the United States tax court against the United States tax agents and against the United States tax agencies? Oh, I could definitely get a fair trial here. I don't know why they just don't ask for a change of venue. They take me to my local county court where my neighbors, who are my peers, will judge me. Just like everybody else has to do. Just like if I was going to sue Mr. Ewing, I'd have to go down to Denton County, and I'd have to go to Denton County Court, and I'd have to sue him in Denton County. You got to take the suit to the defendant. The defendant doesn't have to travel to me in Virginia or Alaska or wherever I happen to be. I have to go to him. And his peers are going to determine whether or not he's done wrong. And his peers are going to say, no, he's doing fine. This is how we played in Texas. Like, oh, really? I didn't know. Well, then don't come to Texas unless you know the rules. He didn't do anything wrong. What he did was legitimate and proper and just and fair. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Texas got some strange rules. Well, that's what happens when you step into another world, when you step into another jurisdiction. You better know the rules of the game.
Well, they don't tell you the rules of the game, that's for sure.
Well, the rules of the game are their rules, and they're designed for those rules. Their rules are designed that you can't speak, you can't talk back, you can't ask questions, you can't ask for exhibits, you can't ask. It's like asking mommy. Saying, Mommy, the clock says 7:43. Why do you keep saying it's 9 o'clock, Mommy? Well, that's because I make the rules, and if you don't like what I make the rules, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. I'm going to take everything away from you. I'm going to take your bicycle. I'm going to take everything from you. I'm going to take all the money from your piggy bank. I'm going to take everything from you. You just agree with me that it's 9 o'clock or else. Or you're going to wish you agreed with me. And then you're going to wish that you agreed to play by Mommy's rules. So, yeah, like I said, this is the man who brought me to Texas. So it was just one of those, like an emergency kind of things, and I always really wanted to go into a tax court, and I didn't go into a tax court. I went into a district court. But it was still interesting. It's just a little bit different, because when I was sitting there, I had already wrote out something for him, and I already rehearsed stuff for him to say in open court. And then when I was sitting in the open court, and it was somebody else's case, I was like, wait a second, this isn't tax court. This is a district court. And then I came out of the courtroom and I asked him, do you have a judgment against you? And he's like, yes. From a tax court? Yes. Now it makes sense to me. Why would sitting in the United States District Court? Now I get it. Here, let me rewrite all this stuff for you real quick. And then he put the notice into the court like that. He gave the judge a very simple letter. Just what do you remember what the letter basically said there, Christopher?
Right. Basically, it said, I am a man, and I want to know if there's a claim before the court by another man. I've said that if the complaint is executed, it will cause harm to a man. The judgment. Right.
If the IRS tax judgment, if the judgment is executed. If the judgment from the IRS court is granted by this court, and this court executes the judgment, grants them their order, their wish, to, seize my house, a man will be harmed. Does that kind of make sense, what we wrote?
Right.
And then the man said to you, it's like, well, that's nice that you're a man and you're going to be harmed, but you owe a debt. And you didn't have the wherewithal to say, sir, that's obscene. You can't tell me that I owe you a dime or a dollar, so you have the right to break my arms or break my legs. That's Gestapo. That's mafia talking. That's mafia logic. Because I owe them a dollar, they could break my legs and arms. Well, yes, they can harm you because you owe a debt. I couldn't believe the judge said that. And like I said, maybe you'll understand a little bit better, Mr. Ewing, how I would have went bananas in court and said, what did you just say? Did you just say that it's okay for that man to cause me harm because I owe a debt? Is that what you said? Yes. Is that what happens with the Gambinos when you owe a debt to the Gambinos? It's okay for the Gambinos to cause you harm because you owe them a debt. I couldn't imagine what the judge would have said. He said, well, that's different. How is it different? Tell me how that's different. If I owe a debt to the Gambinos and they break my legs or they take my house or drive me out of my house or bring their gunmen down there and force me out of my house and take over my house, how is that any effing different than you telling that man it's okay for us to bring our guns into my house and kick me out of my house, kick my children out of my house, and that's okay because I owe them $5, because I owe them 50 cents, because I owe them some pieces of paper that's not backed by silver or gold.
Right.
How is that fair and just? How is that proper? How is that okay that they could cause me harm? Again, Judge, how is that okay? See, like I said, you didn't jump them like I would have jumped them. But maybe after talking to me for a year, next year you'll be ready for something like that.
Right.
That it's not okay to harm any man at any time for any reason. Especially on a debt. That's insane. That's obscene.
Well, we don't have any debtors' prisons in Texas. I don't know about.
Well, like I said, if you owe a debt to the IRS, they're going to come in there with gunmen and they're going to cause you harm. And it's okie dokie with the judges. They're like, hey, that's fine. Well, the Gambinos do the same thing. Oh, well, no, that's not okay for them to do it. But it's okay for us to do it. That's obscene.
Gotcha.
The government wasn't created to cause harm to man, period. No harm. Not a little harm. Not $1 worth of harm. Not 1 penny's harm. No harm. No harm means no harm. You're my creation. I created you. You caused me no harm. Zero harm. Zilch. Nada. None. Not one hair, not one breath, not one drop of blood. Zero. None. I created you. But like I said, you got a whole year to listen to my shows, and I say this kind of stuff a billion times. And I'm just trying to get this through common sense to common people to understand. Harm is harm. Injury is injury. Wrong is wrong. And just because you did something wrong, because you didn't file a piece of paper a proper way, or you left a digit off, or a number 0 was there instead of there, and whatever reason, I don't give a damn. There's still no reason to hurt you for an accounting error. It's an accounting error. Nobody got harmed. The United States can never show any damages because you failed to pay $3, $300, $3 million, $3 billion. They're never going to show any harm. And they have to show harm. They have a legitimate case before the court. You have to show the wrong and you have to prove the damage. There is no damage because you didn't pay something to a fictional entity. The fictional entity is functioning just fine. It still exists on a 2-piece of paper dimensional world. It's okay. It's not bleeding. It didn't go without a meal. It's doing fine.
Well, the entire charade is that he did not do his fair share.
Okay.
Everybody else pays taxes. Why not him? What makes him think he's exempt?
Harm is harm. You still can't harm somebody. No excuse. It's like they always tell people, guys with women. When the wife says stop, it means stop. When the girlfriend says stop, it means stop. It doesn't mean like, a little bit more. No, it means stop. Or you're going to jail because you caused the harm. You caused their injury. You're going to jail. Stop means stop. Not a little stop. Not maybe stop. Stop means stop. Same thing with the government. You're causing man harm. I don't care if it's one breath. I don't care if it's one hair. I don't care if it's one drop. If you're a man and you're saying that you're cloaked under a shield or a badge or a robe, and it's okay to cause harm to men, that's obscene. That's not why we put you on the bench. That's not why we put a badge on your shoulder. That's not why we cloak you under the authority of the law. That's not why we put you on to function within a society, is to cause a man harm. It better be for a damn good reason other than a debt. It better be for a damn good reason other than zeros and ones on a digit, on a slide scale, and on a ledger sheet. It better be for a damn good reason you harmed that man. It better be because you saw him harming another man and you had to protect that other man. You better have a damn good reason why you touched another man or why you trespassed another man's property. You better have a damn good reason why. And it better not be because of a debt. It's like if I'm stupid enough to let somebody borrow money, if I'm stupid enough to let somebody borrow money and I don't get paid, that's my problem. But that doesn't give me the right to go break his legs. It just means, look, don't let the guy borrow any money again. Or why don't you just let him borrow $1 or $2 and see if he was good for $1 or $2? Why did you give him that much money if you couldn't afford to lose it? But you certainly don't go over there and say, you know what, you didn't pay me my money, I'm going to break your legs. I'm going to take your house. I'm going to come in here with gunmen, force you out of the house, and I'm going to take over your house. That's basically what happened in Texas with some Mexican bad guys going down to the Texas border and driving farmers out of the house and say, well, we got guns. We're going to take over your house. You come back here and try to get it back and we'll kill you. It's baloney. It doesn't make it right. It's not proper. It's not just because you owe a debt. I don't care what everybody else is doing. Oh, everybody else is paying their fair share. Okay, so break your legs? No. That's ridiculous. So now we'll just turn our backs on you. Society will shun you. If you won't pitch in and give you a fair share, then society will turn its back on you. But we're not going to break your legs. When you come asking for the United States for help, when you need Social Security in the future, or you need or you want to open, or you want to, file a 1099 as a corporation, no, we're just going to ignore you. We'll just say, no, you're not part of our society. You're not going to be part of the club. We're not going to give you welfare. We're not going to support you monetarily. You go figure it out on your own. You don't want to be part of our society? Fine. We don't do the litigation to you. But so, like I said, you got a whole year. I mean, you got a whole year. You're going to do fine. It's funny. Somebody said, "Let's squat in a mansion." Squat in a mansion. No. How are you going? No, that's okay. I'm just reading the chat board. But how you doing, Bali? Are you still awake? It looks like Bali went off the air. Yeah, I think Bali went off the air.
Well, one of the things that's really exciting is that we have an opportunity to reverse a course of the IRS and get some clear answers to some questions that many people have wanted to know for years.
Right. That's what one good thing that we heard in court was that the judge said that he was trying to intimidate Mr. Ewing and saying you have to give disclosure to the IRS. You have to, what was it that he was saying exactly?
No, what he was doing was he was saying we can have court in 1 month. I'm scheduled for that.
No. Mr. Ewing, he said, you have some paperwork that was delivered to you. You were supposed to fully fill it out.
Oh, he was talking about me making a disposition in regard to the complaint so that I could provide my contentions to their complaint.
Right. And the reason why you didn't fill it out, you told him, is why?
I said, sir, it's very simple. I provided a very cogent, very simple violation of the rules of civil procedure that the opposition failed to file the process in a timely manner. They missed it by 30 days, and if a rule is a rule, it's a rule, and you should dismiss this. And he said, well, I've been too busy. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I haven't filed an answer.
Yeah, what Mr. Ewing did is Mr. Ewing filed a few motions. And one of the motions was the case against me in this court should be dismissed because they had a certain allotted amount of time in which to proceed. and they allowed that time to lapse. So if they have to be bound, well, if I have to be bound by the rules, the IRS and the federal prosecutor should also be bound by the rules. So the judge is like, well, I'm very busy, and I didn't have time to read your motions, and I'll have somebody write up a brief, and, I'll take a look at it when I got some time. So he just totally blew Mr. Ewing off. He was just like, yeah, that's right. You did write something. You know what? But you're not Barack Obama. You're not anybody important. So you know what? You're not Eric Holder. So you know what? I really don't care. So you know what? I'm going to have somebody write up a nice little brief here. I'm going to get one of these little girls over here, the interns, write up a little cut, copy, and paste something for me, and I'm going to sign it and deny it. So there you go, sir. That's basically what he was saying. That go ahead, follow all your freaking motions you want. You know what? I'm going to basically just cut, copy, and paste something as an answer, and I'm going to deny you anyway. So let's move ahead with the trial. And then they want to basically try to set the trial in a month or two. So good thing for you that you talked to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor agreed with you that you were going to have that final trial. The trial was going to start on May 1st, 2015, and he was trying to weasel out of it.
What you found out in the interim is that this judge is going to be retiring before the court case. Remember? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He tried to pretend that he didn't remember talking to you about a schedule that was going to be somewhere in 2015. He was like, "What? No, I don't recall." And then the judge said, "Oh, I got the scheduling conference that you had with this man, right here in front of me, and it clearly says that you agreed on May 1st, 2015." And the guy's like, damn, I wanted to get this over in a month. He's like, oh my God, now I got to listen to this guy, Mr. Ewing, for a whole freaking year. Now I got to listen to interrogatories and dispositional hearings, and now he's going to have the right to request examine my witnesses and examine all the evidence that we're going to present in the trial. Oh my God, this guy's got a whole freaking year now to mess with the United States or America's prosecutor's office. He's like, oh my God. The prosecutor's like, I can't believe this. And like I said to Mr. Ewing, I said, you know what? They're probably going to just say, you know what? Keep your house. It's worth $2 to us anyway. We print the money. We don't care. You know what? Just keep your house. And, we'll just stop asking these silly questions and let's just let bygones be bygones and let's just let it drop. And I guarantee Mr. Ewing would be like, oh, cool, let's just let this drop. Let's just, great, I keep my house, hooray, tremendous victory, I win. The only problem is, just like the judge pointed out to the prosecutor, he says, why aren't you pursuing Mr. Ewing for 2003 to 2008 yet? Why did you stop at 1995 to 2000? Why aren't you pursuing him? And what did they say?
I think they said they would get around to it afterwards.
Yeah, maybe sometime, depending on what happens with this case. So if they let you win this case, they're going to come after you for 2003 and 2008. I mean, they're really going to come after the house. So the only option you have is to fully expose them for what they are. It's funny. You can't make a deal with the devil. You can't. You're going to get burned. There's no way you can make a deal with the devil. He's got every trick up the sleeve. There's no way. So, like I said, they asked me that so many times about my child and my children in the state of Alabama. The judge looked at me on the 30th trial. The new judge looked at me and he says to the state of Alabama, what do you want Carl to do to get back his kids? What do you want him to do? Like, well, we just want him to do a psychological evaluation, and he could have his mom do the psychological evaluation. He'd have his best friend, his brother do it. We don't care. We just want him to have a piece of paper in his court that says that Carl did a psychological evaluation. I evaluated Carl. My name is Bob Smith, and Carl is a fit man to be a fit parent. That's all we want him to do, is have somebody put a piece of paper in his court saying that he was psychologically evaluated in Virginia, Connecticut, New York, Canada, wherever he wants to get psychologically evaluated, any place. And we'll give him back his kids immediately. And the judge said, why won't you do that? I said, sir, if you told me to blink my eyes and I'll get my kids back, I'll staple my eyes so I can never blink. If you tell me to breathe one time and you'll give me back my kids, I will not blink. I will not breathe. I will pass out. I will not do anything you order me to do. I said, I'm a man. You're the public servant. You work for me, and I'm never going to submit to your jurisdiction or authority. He says, are you telling me that this has been going on all these years, and that's all you have to do? I said, absolutely. It'll go on to the day I die. I will never submit to your jurisdiction. I will never take any of your orders. I will never do it. I don't care if you just order me to blink one time and you'll give me back my kids. I don't care if you order me to blink one time and you'll give me $1 million and my kids. I won't do it. I will never take an order from you. You work for me. And I will never show to the world that I obeyed you, a public servant. I'm never going to show joinder. I'm never going to show submission. I'm never going to show that I petitioned you. I petition God for relief. I don't petition a man in a black robe. I petition God for my relief. I don't petition a black robe one. I don't pray to you. I don't beg you. So he's like, you've got to be kidding me. This would have all been over years ago. Yes. They said, yes, years ago. But he won't do it. That's right. I won't submit to your jurisdiction or your authority. I won't do it. You can throw me. You can do whatever you want. Take my kids from me forever. I don't care. You could send me you could send my children's fingers back one at a time in a box. I'm not going to do it. I will not do anything that you order me to do. I will not do it. It will never happen. So then that judge realized, holy crap, this guy is intense. So that's the who helped me. That's the guy who said to me, approach the bench, and then he gave me his business card. And he said, let me pass final judgment today so you can file an appeal and get a copy of that contract that we can't get from the state. So he realized, he might as well join me because I'm not going to stop. So it worked out great, and that's why I'm on the radio now, and I'm teaching people all I do. So if I submitted to their jurisdiction or authority 2, 3, 4 years into it, I wouldn't be on the show right now. I wouldn't have a show. I would have never met Mr. Ewing. I would have had my kids, and I'd be playing soccer with them. Or I would have got my kids, and then they would have thrown a bag of weed in my car or a bag of crack or a bag of crystal meth, and I'd be sitting in jail for 20 years. So, no, you can't work a deal with the devil. You can't. They'll always figure out a way to burn you. As soon as
I actually had a friend who went to work for the Dallas Police Department. When he went to work for the Dallas Police Department, he was really excited to be on the team. And when he graduated, they gave him 3 joints, 3 bags of cocaine, and an empty gun. And he said, "What's this for?" And they said, "This is for the cases where you know the guy is guilty, but you don't have any evidence, so you can plant it."
Yeah. And that's what I tried to tell him. That's what I said to the judge. I said, what makes you think I'd be crazy enough? Because when the kids came back to me from Alabama, I said, what makes you think I'd be crazy enough to take possession of the children in Alabama? You're going to fly them to Virginia. I'm not going to touch them in the state of Alabama. I'm not going to be seen with them. I'm not going to hold them. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to allow you to accuse me of doing anything wrong. You're going to put them on a plane. You're going to fly them home. And that's what they did. So, yeah, I'm not going to get planted. I'm not going to let them say, like, oh, tremendous victory, and the kids run into me in the courthouse, yay, and I load them all up in a nice little minivan, yay. I roll 2 feet out of the courthouse, and then I get stopped, and there's 10,000 pounds of crystal meth in the trunk of my car or the minivan. I was like, how did that get there? It's like, yeah, well, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. I'm glad you enjoyed seeing your children for 2 seconds, because I'm never going to see you again. Say goodbye to Daddy, kids. He's going to jail. I don't trust them. Like I said, when anybody doesn't believe me and thinks that this is fantasy, the Attorney General for the state of Alabama's name is Troy King, Jr., okay? He had this big campaign against, believe it or not, sex toys in the state of Alabama. He closed up every kind of sex shop that you can know, any kind of party who was trying to do things on the Internet. He would prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law. Well, this Troy King Jr., and you could Google his name, got busted by his wife on a Sunday on a Sunday, like he was supposed to be in church, with the homecoming king of Troy University. Not the homecoming queen he got busted with in his wife's bed. No, he got busted with the homecoming king of Troy University. Did he get arrested? No. Did he get kicked out of office? No. I mean, everybody in the state of Alabama laughed their ass off. It's like, oh, this good godly Christian who prosecutes little old ladies for taking state welfare. Well, after the husband died, he actually put some little old lady in jail for 2 years because when her husband died, she was supposed to report immediately his death so the checks would stop. Well, she didn't. She didn't do it for like 3 or 4 months. She just kept collecting his checks. Well, he said, well, we got to put her in jail to teach everybody in the state of Alabama that you can't do, criminal acts, you can't do wrong in the state of Alabama on my watch. And he put her in jail for 2 years, a little old lady. So he thought he was like tough on crime. So like I said, God got him back by getting him busted by his wife on a Sunday in her bed because he thought she was visiting her family someplace else with the homecoming king of Troy University. So if people don't believe me, Google it. Google his name. And then you can understand the kind of sordid, twisted, demented people that are running the government of the state of Alabama. Let's put it this way. 3 of the last 4 state of Alabama governors are sitting in federal prison.
Say again?
3 of the last 4 state of Alabama governors are in federal prison.
George Wall's got it, so he's gone.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's just beyond evil, the people who work for the government down there, the people who control the government in Alabama. It's just totally insane. I mean, they're worldwide known. They're worldwide renowned that Alabama is just twisted. You say to somebody in England or Germany, it's like, oh, Alabama, like, all those people that hate black people, all those crazy governors, all those crazy politicians from Alabama. It's like, yeah, like 80% of the people in Alabama want to be a politician because that's where the money's at. They all know if they could become a state legislator or a governor or an attorney general, they all know that they could steer contracts to their friends and families, like for $200 toilet seats or a light bulb in the office. They could sell them for $10 each. They could get the state contract. It's always been a scam like that in the state of Alabama and Mississippi. But Alabama's got a worldwide reputation of just being corrupt. So like I said, I was not going to get into any kind of an agreement or any kind of contract or any kind of deal with the state of Alabama. They are masters of spitting it around and just destroying you, and destroying your life and destroying your world. They're masters at it. They're master manipulators. They know every trick in a book. It's like making a deal with the devil. You're going to lose. No matter how smart you think you are, you're going to lose. They're going to figure out a way to burn you.
Well, that's the reason I haven't made a deal with the IRS.
That's right. I mean, but like I said, if they tried to make a deal, I'm just trying to say to you and anybody else, you better be careful who you make a deal with, who you intercourse with. You better be real careful because I explained to you what intercourse was.
Right.
It meant a meeting.
Commerce or exchange.
Right. It's a mutual meeting. It's a meeting. It's a business transaction. It's intercourse. So if you intercourse with the devil, you're going to get burned. You intercourse with the IRS, you're going to walk away with something you can't wipe off. So there's no sense making a deal with these IRSs or these governments of Alabama. There's no sense making a deal with them. You're going to get burned. They're not honorable. They're not decent. They'll throw each other under the bus. And thank God that guy, Troy King's wife, I guarantee you when Troy King got busted by his wife in bed with that boy, I guarantee he begged his wife, oh, please don't take this to the press. Please don't tell anybody. Please, honey, don't do this to me. You'll destroy our careers. Oh, I'm lined up to be the next governor of the state of Alabama. Please, honey, don't do this to me. Thank God she said, F you, buddy. F you. I want to expose you to the whole damn world. Because at that time, only she knew that he was sleeping with the boy, and she didn't have to say anything to anybody. Thank God she came out to the whole world and said, hey, my husband, he's a creep. He's a pervert. Thank God that she did that. He could have said, look, honey, I'll give you $1 million diamond ring. I'll buy you a limousine. I'll buy you a jet plane. You're going to be the next governor, wife of the state of Alabama. Don't throw this all away, honey. Don't do this to us. Thank God she said, F you. Or people wouldn't believe what I have to say about the guy. They'd say, oh, Carl, you're just sour grapes because you must have done something wrong, and he's a good, godly man. And see, he's the new governor of Alabama, see? See, Carl, he's the good man, and you're the bad man. I mean, you can't write this stuff. I mean, this stuff is like I said, you couldn't write this story. You couldn't write these people that I've had to deal with in a novel. Nobody would believe it. Nobody would believe it, that's who I am and that's who they are. They wouldn't believe it. They'd say, oh, that's fairy tales. That's ridiculous. The Attorney General of the state would never be caught sleeping with a college boy. That's insane. He's the number one prosecutor of any kind of sexual deviance in the state of Alabama. He puts them all in jail. He was the number one against, I'm going to get all these gay people and I'm going to bash them. Then I'm going to do this sodomy in my state while I'm the Attorney General. And then he gets busted with a college boy in his wife's bed on a Sunday.
Well, there's a higher law that says you reap what you sow.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. And if I made a crazy story like this, nobody'd believe it. They say, come on, Carl. What do you mean the Attorney General, he's kind of, it's like, oh, now you're just making this stuff, Carl, because you don't like him or he gave a ruling against you. They're like, no, man, it's public knowledge, man. Just Google it. And you say, holy crap. So like I said, when people listen to this show, they're going to say, hey, you know what, I'm by the computer right now. Let me Google that. Man, let me say Troy King Jr. busted with the University of Troy homecoming king. Not the queen, homecoming some college boy. And he was the number one guy who's like, oh, we're going to get all these sodomites. We're going to get all these people who buy sex toys, and we're going to put them in jail. Yeah, he's going to take everybody's sex toys so he could use them. But let me see if there's anybody else who wants to say anything. But yeah, so did it go a little different than you thought it was going to go, Mr. Ewing, when I was down there in Texas? I mean, did it kind of go the way you wanted it to go, or did it make any sense what I was doing, or are you happy, you're mad, you're sad?
Well, what I wanted it to be said, done, and over with. Yeah. However, the law doesn't work like that. The process doesn't work like that. But I was happy that you were there because you knew what you were doing, and I knew that I didn't. And I'm happy that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and it's not a freight train.
I think everything's going to work out just fine. I can't believe we got a whole year, and you got all this time to study and try to figure out what's going on. And you got the right for discovery now because the judge said to you, you have to give the IRS disclosure. And then he actually read the rule out in open court. And then he said the plaintiff has also got to give full disclosure. So when I heard that, it's like, holy cow, because you can see he was stuttering on plaintiff also has to provide full disclosure. You can see he was stuttering. He's like, and the plaintiff,
Well, what was interesting was that the Mr. Fisher with the prosecution said, listen, we don't think we're going to have any discovery questions, any issues. And the judge looked at me and said, you think you'll have any issues, Mr. Ewing? I said, well, hell's bells. I've been waiting all my life to get answers to my questions. I knew I was going to finally get my day in court, and this is it.
Yep.
And so I think that my discovery will take at least 6 months.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have a lot of questions to answer.
Right. So like I said to the people who were listening on this call, when I said this to Mr. Ewing in open court, he listening to this, and I was laughing. saying this is a tax protestor's dream come true because he can't get discovery in the United States tax court because that's not according to their rules. He can't do it, and they don't have to provide it. But they're now in the United States District Court under the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. And they have to participate because if they don't participate, what happens, Mr. Ewing?
Well, if they don't participate, they're going to get sanctioned by the judge, and all their testimony is going to become incompetent and irrelevant. That's
right. There you go. First of all, they're going to get sanctioned, which means they could also be monetarily sanctioned. And you could say because they're delaying to answer your interrogatories or they're failing to move discovery, it's costing you $1,000 a day.
Say again?
What part did you not hear?
Oh, my phone was breaking up. I didn't hear what you asked me.
Well, remember what I was explaining to you about interrogatories. That the court can sanction them, okay, and they can also sanction them monetarily. That if they don't answer, they're holding up your ability to create a defense, which you can require them to pay $1,000 a day in fines or penalties until they do answer, because it's delaying your right to a fair and speedy trial. Or let me put it this way. If Mr. Ewing, if you don't give the IRS full disclosure, the IRS could go to the U.S. Marshals, and they could go to a court, and they could get an order to come into your house, seize your computer, seize your files, and seize all your documents, right?
Right.
You could do that to them. You could go and say, look, they're not cooperating in discovery. I want to seize the IRS computers, the IRS case file. I want to see if they're doing this to anybody else other than me. I want to do this for the greater good. I want to help all of these other people that are being maliciously prosecuted like I have been. So I want to do this for the greater good. I want all their records. I want all of the people that they've done the same situation in court, the same procedure, the same taking people's houses. I want every single person that they've ever taken their house, and I want their case files as well. I want to see if this is systemic. I want to see if this is a pattern. I want to see if this is like racketeering. So, I mean, you could write a hell of a book. I mean, you could be a hell of a superstar.
We got to get paid somewhere or other.
No, well, like I said, God put you in that situation for some reason. And he brought me down to Texas for some reason because, like I said, the odds of you and I meeting is like 1,000,000,000 to 1. I mean, I think you called me up on a Monday or a Tuesday, and I was down there on Thursday. I've never done it.
That's basically the way it works.
And I've never done that. Bali was begging me for months to come to England. He started in July, and I finally said in November, okay, fine. He's like, oh, it's England. You know, everybody loves to come to England. I'll pay everything for you. And da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, yeah, you know what? No, I got better things to do, like sleep, take care of my house, take care of my animals. I got things to do. I got to clean laundry. I got things to do. I can't come to England. I'm too busy. Oh, I'm still super busy. I still got a house to clean, animals to tend to, cars and trucks and everything else that I got to take care of. But I don't know. For some reason, I just said, you know what? I'm going down. I'm going to go to Texas. You know what? I think this is a tax case, court case. Oh, boy, I'm going to go to the United States tax court. Oh, boy. Let's see if I can do something in the United States tax court because a lot of people seem to be having problems with taxes. Maybe I could figure something out. And even though it wasn't a tax court, it's even a little more fun. Because now you have the judge read into the rules, the judge read into the court the rules of discovery that the plaintiff also has to participate. So it's like, oh boy, this is going to be fun. So the plaintiff is the United States of America. So you get to ask the United States of America all kinds of questions. And the United States judge said it's true that the United States of America has to answer your discovery questions. That's going to be a lot of fun because we're going to find out who talks to the United States of America. Does Eric Holder talk to the United States of America? You send your questions to Barack Obama. Who answers to the United States of America?
Not a man.
Somebody answers wrong. Somebody's in charge. Some man is in charge of Coca-Cola. Some man is in charge of the United States of America. Who is it?
Right.
We're going to find out. The judge gave you the green light to ask those questions. And then if the United States of America doesn't answer, you could have the judge sanction the United States of America. Dude, fine. So this is like a golden opportunity for stuff I could only imagine in my dreams.
I started writing down 10 questions.
Yeah.
I've already got 10 down.
To the United States of America, you have the right. He said you have the right to discovery from the plaintiff. So the plaintiff has got to now cooperate fully in discovery. Because the United States of America wants your house. I mean, I don't think you understand how massive this is. How amazing this is. But for some reason, I got my butt on a plane, flew to Texas, never met you in my life. And I said, you know what? I just got to go. I got so much stuff I have to do. It's not even funny. How much like dirty dishes I walked home to, cars that don't run, animals I need tending to, property, the fields. I got so much work, but thank God I was gone for 2-3 days. So I'm not that far behind, but it was worth it. I mean, this is massive. I never had anybody who was told by the United States judge, you have the right to get discovery from the plaintiff. Because if you don't cooperate, they're going to come after you.
Well, the most important thing that I got from this, from you, Carl, was the fact that the issue before the court is not whether or not the IRS is constitutional, but whether or not they are going to harm a man and whether or not my constitutional rights were violated.
Well, whether the big thing is right. Does the United States of America have the right to cause harm to a man? That's the big thing. Constitutional rights? I don't have any constitutional rights. You don't have constitutional rights. There's a contract. There's a contract that somebody wrote 200 years ago, and I'm not bound by it. It's not expressed. Your name's not in it. My name's not in it. So it's implied that I'm a United States citizen. It's implied that I'm an American. It's implied. It's not expressed. It's not written anywhere. I certainly didn't write it. So no, the United States of America have the right to harm a man. Period. Yes or no?
No.
That's all I want to know. Can the Gambinos hurt a man because the Gambino said that this man owes him a debt? No. The United States of America harm a man because the United States of America says this man owes it a debt? No. That simple of a question. That simple of a case. That's how I do things. So effing simple. Just that simple. That's all I want to know. When we go in court in front of a jury, that's all I want to know. It's the only thing I want to work on. Can the United States of America harm a man? Can the United States of America harm its creator? The United States of America has duties, obligations, responsibilities, and it's charted. It has a constitution. It's bound by a piece of paper. A man is not. So where does the creation have the right to hurt its creator, cause harm to its creator, and still think that it's allowed to exist? Just like Frankenstein. Frankenstein harmed one of its creators. Frankenstein had no trial, no jury. It went straight to an execution. The land rose up, the people rose up and killed the creature. And that's it. The creature has no rights to complain. It harmed man. It's that simple.
That will be a precedent in court that I don't think the IRS, the OJ, or the United States.
Like I said, the United States of America, Canada, Mexico, Russia, China, they're all lovely, wonderful central governments. But when they get out of hand, when they cross over into the land of man, they're trespassing. They're guests. They have to act accordingly. They can't cause harm. If they want to intercourse with me, that's fine. But they better get my permission and my consent. And even if I give them my consent and my permission, like my wife, if I say stop, they have to stop. immediately because they're causing me harm. They have to stop because I said stop. They can't keep doing it just because they have a license. Oh, the husband says to the wife, oh, I got a marriage license. I could keep causing you harm. No, you can't. I said stop. Stop, buddy. Stop. That means stop. That don't mean 2 more minutes, 2 more seconds. That means now. Well, I got a license. I own you. You got my last name. I got you by your name. The United States is going to say, well, I got you by your name. I got you by your Social Security number. I got you by your birth certificate. You still have to stop. You're causing a man harm. You have to stop. And if you don't stop, you're obscene. You're just fucking evil. Because you know what the word stop means. And even though you're wearing like a big wig or a big robe, or you went to Yale or Harvard, stop means stop. Every freaking moron knows what stop means. So, yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm glad I went to Texas. It was very interesting. It's taken a whole nother path. And it's just a great opportunity to see where this goes.
Well, it's going to open a lot of doors.
Yep, because like I said, half of my show is listened to by employees of central governments, like Canada, the United States, England. So half of my audience that listens to me are government employees, and the other half are just normal people like you and me. I mean, so what's funny is when I went to Canada, the Canadian couple said to me, you know, the sheriff that the Crown made listen to my shows wants to quit being a sheriff because he says, Cole's right. What am I doing to these people? Why am I causing harm to man? Why am I driving people out of their homes over a debt, over money? Why am I doing this? It's just paper. The bankers didn't get hurt. The bankers all got recouped their losses. They're all insured. They're all indemnified. Nobody went home without a meal. None of the insurance companies, the kids didn't get Christmas presents. Everybody's fine. Why are we hurting these little old ladies now out of their houses? Why are we hurting this old guy? Why are we hurting these people for? Why? Why are we causing harm? Why? Because of a debt? This is ridiculous. That's not what I became a sheriff for. That's not what I became a U.S. Marshal for. That's actually what a U.S. Marshal told me when I went down there in Roanoke, Virginia. He says, can you try to figure out a way to, help little old ladies stay in their homes? Because I did not become a U.S. Marshal to harm little old ladies. But the courts are forcing me to do this. The judges are ordering me to do this. The banks are ordering the courts to give me orders to go harm this little old lady. I know it's harming her. I did not want to become a U.S. Marshal to harm little old ladies. Can you please figure out a way to help these little old ladies? I said, sorry, I got a lot on my plate. All I want to do is take care of children or disabled children. I don't know if I've got it in me to try to figure out how to stop the federal courts, the United States courts, the United States attorneys, the United States, banks from causing harm to man. I don't know if I got it in me. I don't know if I could do it. I'll give it a shot, but I don't know. I'm just one guy. He's like, well, I'd appreciate it if you could figure something out. I said, I'll try. I'm just one guy. I could only do so much. So like I said, this kind of recording, this kind of show gets the message out. And maybe there's somebody smarter than me. That'd be even better. That could take what I do and go even further than I can. Hopefully somebody who's even smarter than me could put it together and say, wow, I got it now. I know how to do it. Call stop here. I could keep going forward. So hopefully I'll just, drop, that little seed into somebody's brain and they'll come up with something great. Or maybe that seed will go into 100 people's brain and they'll get together. And they'll have 100 brains working on this instead of just me trying to figure it out. So,
the fact is, Carl, is that one of the biggest challenges in our nations is the fact that united we stand and divided we fall, and everybody is an island sinking in his own quicksand.
There's a lot of good people out there. I don't think it's that gloom and doom. Like I said, remember we were talking when the United States government closed up for business for 2, 3, 4 weeks. Nobody cared.
Right.
And the United States government realized, holy smokes, we better open up a business, because if we let this go on for 3, 4, 5 months, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and nobody cares, they're going to laugh at us when we open the doors again. They're going to say, we don't need you. We got this covered. We're fine. We don't need you. The United States government, you can keep your doors closed. We don't need you. We got this covered. We figured out how to provide for our relatives and our soldiers and our Vietnam vets. We figured this out. We got it. We don't need you. Thank you anyway. You keep the doors closed.
That's what we would really enjoy. If they would just go away and leave us alone.
Oh, yeah, they realized that. They realized, the only people that I saw in England complaining on CNN was German and Japanese tourists that Yosemite State Park was closed. Or 80-year-old World War II vets that some park was closed. It's the only people that CNN or anybody could find that was complaining that the United States wasn't open for business. Nobody else cared. It was funny as hell. I was like, wow, gloom and doom. The sky fell, like the Alex Jones kind of guy saying, the United States government's going to close. There's going to be riots in the streets. The black people are going to burn down L.A. again. They're not going to get their food stamps and welfare. Oh, my God, here comes the end of the world as we know it. And nothing happened. A couple of Walmarts got a run on in some of those poor neighborhoods. A couple of Walmarts got all the food taken out of the store. Big deal. Walmart's insured. They got trillions. They're okay. So some free food got passed out to people. Oh, wow, whoopee-doo. I could live with that. That's why they held you back, not because of a hat, because you yelled or something?
Yeah, on the ticket, the remarks were I yelled at the judge while the court was in session.
Right. So what was tell Barley he didn't know, Barley hasn't talked to me about this. Tell him what the strategy was for this time that you and I have talked about.
Write on a piece of paper that I wish not to speak in court for fear of harm to my body, and if I speak last time I was here, I got contempt of court, and I wish not to speak, or if I speak too loudly or softly, I wish no harm on my body. I wish everything to be in writing, or I require everything to be in writing from here forward. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Well, you should remember.
It was the only one I had, and I didn't make a copy. I didn't photograph it, because I was basically writing it while I was sitting in court.
All right, yeah, that's right. You called me up, and what were you going to put into the court? You called me. It's all about you wanted your property back.
Yes. I have done no wrong. That was when they asked me to flee, and then he who acts on my behalf bears liability, bears all liability.
Right, so then when you called me up, I said, let's change this up a little bit.
Right.
I said to you, the biggest thing is that you should be afraid that you're going to be held in contempt of court. Yeah. Because no matter what you voice, the judge could hold you in contempt because you had a certain inflection. He didn't like your dialect. He didn't like your cadence, your rhythm, your volume, your tone. He could make any reason why that you're in contempt of court. Any reason. There's absolutely nothing you can do to protect yourself if you open your mouth. So like I say to people all the time, and it's funny, because when they've had a little hearing trial for me in Canada that had me extradited, the number one thing that the prosecutor and judge asks the investigators about me, what's the number one thing that this man tells people to do? What's the number one, most disruptive thing that he tells people to do? And the investigator said, he tells everybody in shows a million times, don't ever speak in court. It's their court. If you go in their court and you say something too loud or too soft, they're going to hold you in contempt of court. The worst thing you can do is speak in their court. It's not your court. Hold your tongue. Put everything in writing. Require leave of court for paper, pen, and ink. Address them always in paper, because that's how they're coming. They're attacking you with a piece of paper. Attack them back with a piece of paper. That's the only way you can do it. They're not coming at you with anybody testifying, so why should you testify? Nobody's testifying in court but you. Nobody's doing anything on or for the record. Everybody's doing everything in writing. The state prosecutor, the crown, everybody's doing everything in writing. Nobody's testifying in court but you. So why testify? Why convict yourself? Why show your belief? Confession. Because if you got a conviction, it's your belief. It's your confession. So why would I convict myself in court? That's ridiculous. Why would I confess? Why would I testify to anything? Why would I tell people what my beliefs are? If I'm having a belief, that's my conviction. Why would I convict myself in court? That's ridiculous. Why would I want to do that? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it in writing. You're coming at me in paper, I'm coming at you in paper. So that's what I was trying to explain to Mark this time. I said, instead of going to the court and, yelling out, is that an order, Judge? Or, whatever he ordered, yelled. What did you yell out exactly? F you, Judge, or what did you yell at him?
Is that your order?
Yeah. And that was enough. Okay. You didn't say, was that your order, you fucking judge? I mean, you said that was just your order?
That's all I said. Is that your order? That's the second time I said it, but the first time it was to the bailiff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's pretty simple. So
So they gave me a continuance, and I signed it NA and then my initials, and then I spoke with some of my counsel on the phone after I left the court and realized that I got to go back and put in a notice of rescission and that I see no benefit in continuing this matter. I require immediate restoration of my property. And I drove back to the courthouse, and the court was over. Everybody was leaving. There were a few people left, and the lady that I last spoke with was there. And I walked up to her and gave her the piece of paper, and she said, Gary's in the room, and I said, oh, great. So she gave it back to me. And I walked in the room, sat down on a chair, looked at Gary, and we kind of nodded that I could come up to speak with him. And I walked up and handed him the piece of paper, and he said something that's, do you believe all this letter writing or all this writing is doing you any good? And I didn't answer him, and he filed the piece of paper I gave him, and then I said, can we speak man-to-man? And he said no. And then he advised me that I need a lawyer, and then he said that that's not legal advice.
Yeah, like I said, the number one thing I would have done, as soon as the man asked me, do you believe that all this paperwork is doing anything? I said, absolutely. That's called Exhibit A. Hey, Bali, just block everybody, but me, Mark, and you.
Yeah, okay.
We're getting a bad echo over here. Is that better? Yeah, sounds better. But what I'm saying is like I said, this just takes years of knowledge or just years of understanding what these people are doing to you. But like I said, it's just because it's going to come with practice. When somebody said Bali's having a lot of fun over in England, I mean, I could tell, man. He was talking to me a little while ago, and it's just funny. And even the people he's battling wits with are laughing, saying, "Oh, this is funny." And like I said, the same thing I would have done. I would have made that guy laugh his ass off. He says, oh, do I believe this paper that I'm generating is working? Oh, absolutely. It's going to work in my case. In your case, you're going to totally ignore it. The judge is going to ignore it. Everybody's going to totally ignore it. In your case, you guys think my paperwork's a total joke. Wait until I open up my case. Wait until I start my case. Wait until I convene my court. Wait until I move a claim against you folks. And then you'll see how effective it is. In your courts, it's not effective at all. It's a total waste of time. It's a total waste of paper, pen, and ink. But it's Exhibit A in my court, and it's going to be dynamite in my court. Your court is a total laugher. I know in your court it has absolutely no effect. It's a total waste of time. I can't use any of this stuff in your court, but you better believe I can use it in mine. If your court won't recognize that common law has precedent, that common law is the supreme law of the land and not your silly codes, you're going to find out. You're going to get a learning. You're going to get a lesson when you step into my court. So, like I said, Bali had a good time, though. He was telling me some lady, what was that he was saying? That the lady was saying
Is that you, or is that we?
Oh, the national insurance lady, the tax lady.
Start that story again, because that's pretty funny, man.
So basically the lady rang up on the phone, and she just said, oh, by the way, you owe some money from last year in June, and we just wanted to clear the matter up. I believe you wrote some letters.
Tell them what it was for, though. Just go right into it. Tell them that it was for insurance or something like that. You see what I'm saying? You missed everything, you know. I know what you're talking about because we just talked about it, but, you know, try to tell other people what it was.
Yeah, so like in the UK, you have like your tax system, and then we have this additional amount called national insurance, which technically pays for, I don't know, like the hospitals and a few other things and pensions and things. So it's another form of tax. So you got your normal income tax, and then you got this little national insurance tax that comes out of your income as well. And this is the tax department, but the national insurance department, another department within a department for another tax to bleed the average Joe. But yeah, she rang up and was saying, I basically wrote them a letter in June of last year saying, oh, by the way, I finished this business, but I've got a couple of questions for you to answer. And they never answered them. And it was just using really simple logic, but I couldn't remember too much about the letter when she rang me up, and she just said, and she went down her processed way of thinking, and she said to me, can you tell me when was it, what date did you stop working? And I said, well, I've already written it to you in a letter, and I said, I can't remember right now, because I'm just walking around, you've just rang me on my phone. And she said, oh, okay. So what we'll do is, if you're not sure of the date, we'll make it the 30th of June. And I said, oh, that's amazing, lady. I goes, with all due respect, I goes, do you normally shortchange people? And she said, shortchange people? And I said, yeah, because I told you I wrote the date down, but you think automatically you interpreted that it came out of my mouth that it was the 30th of June. I didn't say that. And she said, oh, no, but okay, well, I'll ask you again, do you know the date? And I said, well, I'm not a liar. I wrote it down in the letter on purpose so that you knew exactly the date, and I handed it to you. I posted it to you. So you definitely got the letter. I said, have you got the letter in front of you? And she said, no, we don't have all the letters on electronic file. So I said, oh, how convenient. And she said, well, didn't you write it down? And I said, yes, I wrote it down in your letter. And then I sent it to you. She said, well, you know, our protocol is if you're not sure of the date, then it goes to the end of that month. I said, oh, okay, so that's brilliant. So what I'll do is, if you think that you really have to do this, you write it down in my file, and when I find my letter, and it finds out that it turns out to be, say, the 15th of June, which is half a month out from what you wrote, I go, guess who I'm going to sue? And she said, oh, sue? I don't know, the tax office? And I said, oh, right, okay, so do you think Mr. Tax Office typed in the 30th of June on the other side of the computer, on your side of the phone today? And she said, no. And I said, that's right. Who do you think I'm going to sue? And she said, me. And I said, that's right. It'll be the one who typed it in, because I told you and I wrote to you, and what you keep interpreting and doing your own rubbish, that's up to you. And I said, while I'm on the question, I said, I've just remembered what the two questions I asked. Right at the beginning, which you can't find these letters that you seem to have vanished or gone in the dustbin, I said, while you're on the phone, I'm going to get you to answer them. And she said, oh, okay, dare I ask? And I said, well, I'm going to tell you either way. I'm going to ask you the question because you're on the phone anyway. And I asked her, this national insurance contribution, I said, is a contribution. I said, I looked up the word contribution, it says voluntary. So I said, so do I have to even pay this last month of payment? And she said, well, everybody has to pay tax. And I said, that's really nice. Who's everybody? That's not my name. And she said, oh, no, you have to pay. And I said, all right, so who's you? And then it went through that scenario, and then she started laughing, and she was like, oh, I see what you're doing with the words. And I said, oh, okay. Right, and that goes to my next question. What law or statute do you think I have to pay? And she said, oh, I've got it here, and I'll read it out to you. And I goes, oh, if you don't mind. So she started reading out the first couple of lines, and I said, I'm going to have to be really rude and stop you right there. I goes, you keep talking about a person. So who's this person? And she said, you know, we, all of us have to pay tax. And I said, I don't know what these Japanese names we and you are. I goes, I don't know who they are. I goes, every time I look at my birth certificate, it has my name on it, Ballyman. So who is this other person that you keep going on about, and who are these other people, and what have they got to do with me? And she started laughing her head off, and I really wish I recorded it. I was telling Carl earlier, because she was having so much fun herself. She was learning quite a lot just what I was saying, and I said, right, so let me get this right. So it's voluntary, and she said, no, it's a contribution to your main taxation. And I said, oh, right. And I said, really? So you think the word contribution in there is a voluntary contribution to my taxation, and not for me. It's mandatory for me to pay in, but you to voluntarily take it away. And I said, oh, that's quite interesting. Okay. So when I go to a McDonald's and I ask for a beef burger, you think it's okay to get a horse burger? And she said, no. And I said, oh, okay. So don't you have some sort of description, something act, or when you're buying stuff that it is what it is what it says on the tin, that it is what it is on the inside? And she started laughing and she said, oh, right, I see what you mean. You're saying voluntary and then, it being a contribution, but then I'm bringing up today saying you have to pay. So she started laughing her head off, and I said, you see what I mean? I goes, well, you keep talking, and I goes, the more you talk, the more nonsense I hear from you, and I goes, it just makes more and more little and little sense, and now it's just making a lot of nonsense. I can't understand anything you're saying now because none of it makes sense, and yet you keep saying that I have to pay this. And then she started laughing and joking, and we had a bit of fun. We were just joking for a while, and then she said, you know what? She goes, this conversation is not going to go anywhere. She goes, I'm just going to do this. You know what? I'm just going to put 0. And she goes, I don't really care anymore. And she goes, I hope you don't have to pay anything. I just started laughing my head off, and she started laughing her head off. And then we said, oh, okay. Then I said, I've only got one more thing to say to you. And she said, oh God, please, what could you say now? And I said, I just wanted to make sure you had a nice weekend. And that's all I want to say. And she started laughing her head off, and I said, thank you. But it was just so hilarious when this lady had been doing her job for a few years. When you actually ask really, really basic questions, it all falls to pieces. And they've clearly been given a script to a short change, just man and woman, on doing some random stuff. And I keep thinking, well, how many people have been screwed by that same process, and people have just not asked the basic question? I mean, short changes is a great example of because it's not a massive criminal act, but average Joe on the other side of the phone can understand that, oh, right, yeah, so I might work for this great big shop, but when I do the short changing, who's liable? I'm liable. And it's just a simple, easy way for people to understand. So I'm sorry, guys, I didn't get a chance to record that, but she just rang off this random number, so I didn't realise who I was talking to. Otherwise, I would have hoped he had a bit of good material there. But yeah, that was just one of the things that we had fun this week with. Went down to UK column. Just a queue of different problems, really. But yeah, we resolved all of them. So just waiting for some sort of response coming back from those letters and stuff that I wrote out. And should be doing I'll find out the dates and stuff, but there should be some sort of Tuesday night talk that I'll be doing on the UK column. But yeah, we've got to I've got to speak to Mike Robinson, the editor, to figure out what kind of format and stuff, because some of the stuff he was explaining to me, I thought, well, you know what, I'm just no good at this kind of TV stuff and editing in this kind of way and making it more logical. But it's going to be once a month anyway, so it gives me a chance to prepare. So the first one might be reasonable, but I will promise to try and my best to make it a bit more entertaining for some guys. What else happened? We went to I missed a court hearing for a property matter, foreclosure, and the lady filed a Queen's Bench case, but the county court has put these amazing obstacles in the way, and I couldn't believe it. I thought it was quite funny, but also a bit irritating, that they don't have an admin desk. They only have a post box. So whenever you want to file or do anything, you have to put it through this post box, and you have to leave like your phone number. So if somebody wants to ring up and take a card payment, or you put a check with it, and then you just cross your fingers and hope to God that somebody's actually filing this stuff. And so basically, she turned up for her own mortgage case in the UK, in London, and the judge railroaded her good and proper. And I wrote down a few questions for her, and I said, well, if you can ask a few of these, this will help hugely. So she did the I a woman, and then she asked a few basic questions. And she also asked the judge's name, who said, well, my name is Judge Hussein, and that's all you're getting. And she said, no, I have the right to know what your full name is. And if this is a public hearing, I should know what your full name is. And she refused, out and out refused. And I think she asked her a couple of times, but she refused. So when she came out of the case, she rang me in the toilet as well, halfway through the case, to say I need the toilet, and she rang me and said, I've given an offer, and I paid the offer, and I told them that I can only afford this offer at the moment. So I'm going to pay this for now until I've got some money, and then I'll be more than happy to play over the odds to compensate. But at the moment, this is all I can afford. And the judge just railroaded her and said, you know what, I don't want to hear this. And so general railroading. But I think part of the problem was a couple of little things, because just the way it's kind of presented at the time, just little small things. And also the judge, when she filed the paperwork saying, there's another case that's related to this, the judge kind of laughed and said, you're not going to get this case heard anyway. And I thought, really, that's quite interesting. So does she have some foreknowledge, or she's going to force this through? But yeah, I told her afterwards, I said, that's fine. You know what? There was an article I was telling Carl earlier where there was a reporter who went to a county court case in the UK in September of 2013, and what the reporter went to check out this case, and asked the usher at the end and said, I just want to, for a reporter, rule 101 is always to ask the full names of everybody that's there. So he said, can I ask the name of the judge, full name? And they said, no, just Judge Smith, that's it. And he said, I can't just write an article on Judge Smith because there's probably about 50 of them. Does it make any sense? He said, I need the full name. And they said, no. And he said, what do you mean? Why are you saying no for? You've got to give a full name. This is like a courthouse, right? And he said, no, we're not going to give it. We don't have to give it. In fact, I'm not giving you mine either. So this reporter got really pissed off, and he wrote to the Royal Courts of Justice, to the press office, and said, is that right? This is the power of one letter. That's all this guy did, to be honest. And it's just far-reaching, just the power of one letter. He asked the press office, is that right, for these county courts or any judge, they don't have to give their full name and they're not accountable by not giving a full name. So the Royal Court of Justice wrote back and said, no, we apologise, that judge has obviously made a mistake, but this is the full name of this judge, the one that you're asking about. And and he wrote back and said, right, okay, so what stops this from happening again and administratively, 50 times a day up and down the country? And they said, okay, what we'll do is we'll send an email out to every single judge. When a member of the public asks your full name, you will give it. So I said, that's quite interesting, the fact that, this was September of last year, and this judge is still refusing to give a name. Is it public? Is it a case? Well, I don't even know what the hell it is now. But either way, I got the lady to show the document of the article, to point it out to her, but, she just said, I don't want to read it. It's typical trying to file something in their case, they don't want to know. So I said, that's fine, so we'll do the powerfulest thing we can. We can write a letter, pen to paper, and write on it, please read the article on the other side of this paper, and I asked you in court today what your name was, and you refused 2-3 times or whatever it was. So I need to know your full name, and then we take on that. But on the meantime, her Queen's Bench case, she got a letter saying, it was, what was it? There was some, that was it. She received a letter saying they couldn't file it because they didn't have correct payment details in order to take. It was just some really sub-story of why they didn't file the Queen's Bench case in time, which I thought, well, okay, brilliant. So now somebody's going to be liable for this. And the fact that the judge knew, because she made a comment on record that there is a case outstanding, whether it was correctly filed at the time or not, administratively, that's not her problem. But she was made aware of it, but she still decided to make a decision based on information, and she thought she'd made a decision herself whether it was relevant or not. So, it's going to be interesting. This lady's really, she's done the worst thing to herself. She's set herself up on more than one way. So I'll keep you informed of that one, but it's going to be quite a funny one. And what else has happened? I can't think of much more. But that's been a jam-packed week.
Lots of thrills and spills, huh?
Say again?
I said jam-packed, lots of thrills and spills.
Yeah. I've got to tell you, it's just so much fun. In fact, I should tell them about the parking ticket as well.
What's that about? What did you say?
That parking ticket.
Oh, yeah. Do that one. That's a good one.
Okay. That'll give you a chance to make a cup of tea or something. So when I was down in London, I parked somewhere and I paid my little pay and display sticker. I put it in there, but obviously not long enough. Some people start to gather now and talk too much. So obviously I came back and it was 9 minutes over. And lo and behold, there's this giant big guy who's basically slapping a ticket on there. And my friend said, did you just put the ticket on there? And he said, look, man, I did, but this is my job. I don't mean to, but, that's what I'm told to do, so that's what I've got to do to make a living. And I said, that's okay, man, that's okay, I understand. Everybody's got to make a living, and, this is just your living. It's nothing personal. And I shook his hand, and he kind of looked at me and said, oh, man, nobody's ever shook my hand for giving them a ticket before. And then I said to him, that's because I know I'm not going to pay it. And then he started laughing and then said, but, seriously, I think you should pay it because, I'm only on this end giving the tickets out, but I hear a lot of people can get in trouble from that sort of stuff. I said, shall I show you how I'm going to do it? And he said, yeah, go for it. And then what I did was I took about 10 paces back from the car, and then I got my phone out, put the camera mode on, and then I took a picture of the parking ticket on the car. And he looked and said, what? He goes, why did you do that for? I've already done that. And I said, yeah, that's all right, but that's for your case. But I'm about to file the fact that you trespassed with your property on my property. And then he kind of looked at me and thought, oh, right, I see. And I goes, yes. Yeah, so your picture is being used by you for your case, and my picture will now be used in my case against you or against the council. Because let's face it, they're not going to throw you lot under the bus. You make good revenue. So the fact that one or two disappear, that's fine. We'll keep you going out there and generating revenue. And the guy started laughing his head off and said, "Oh right." He goes, "That's so funny." He goes, "I've never thought about it that way before." And then he walked off, and I said, "Brilliant. I'm gonna leave this car here now because it's already got a parking ticket, so I might as well stay for another hour." So I did. So I thought that's even funnier because that's actually worked out cheaper for me than what the ticket was. So that's
what I said. We were talking about that before. It's like, yeah, someone just a great big huge bumper sticker across your windshield, or they just put a big old swap sticker on the side of your door. That made you upset. So he has no right to make you upset. He has no right to touch your property. So, but somebody here better have a good reason why they touched my property. So, because it made me very upset to come out and see that.
You just like what happens if your kid was sitting someplace, They put a sticker across your kid's forehead, say this kid was sitting here illegally or for too long, or they pick your kid up and take him into custody because they say, oh, you weren't watching your kid for 10 seconds, and so now, that's neglect. You got to start teaching these people that they can't touch your property. Let my property, go deal with your own property, but let my property alone. It's not your property. Go find something else to do with your life. And certainly not monitoring my property, touching it, maintaining it. It's none of your business what I'm doing with my property.
When I got the ticket dismissed, I was not thinking properly and asked and to have it discharged, actually. So at that point, I've been told by several people that being as it was dismissed, the judge could rehash this thing out if he so chose to. So a couple of questions here. Is there any way that I could send a claim in to clarify that dismissal as a discharge?
Bali knows the answer to that one.
Pardon me?
Bali knows the answer to that one.
Do I?
Oh, yeah, you certainly do.
Oh, I don't know. I'm half asleep.
It's easy, man. You did it in your case and not in their case.
Okay, so something about a park trying to remove, I'll swap it over from a discharge.
Yeah. Okay. Let me do it real quick for you, Bali. I'll
go
break
it. You do it, man. I'm too sleepy.
Break that simple for you. No, but you're going to finish it for the man because you did one. Well, you did one, at least one. I know you did. What the man basically said was he went to court. The case was dismissed. He says that he realized when he left a little later on that he should have asked for a discharge. How does he go about saying that it should have been discharged and not dismissed? You did the same thing. You did the same thing. You wrote the same exact letter that he needs to write.
You mean that afterwards? Yeah, I just wrote a letter back and just clarified it, and then just got a letter back, and then that's what they did, discharged.
Yeah, what you did was that when the case was over, they said the defendants prevailed.
Yeah, that was it. Their wording was the case was in your favor, and then I wrote a letter back, because at the bottom of where, I'm not sure if it's the same in America, they say who the clerk was that actually wrote the document, who actually typed the document, and further up it normally says who's kind of signed it and stuff, but nobody really did. So I wrote a letter to one of the clerks, I think it was the listings officer or somebody, and I said, who's been typing this letter? Because I was in the case, and the case was supposed to be discharged. And I wrote, that's it, I wrote a letter to the judge, and I said, thank you very much for discharging my case. And I wrote a really nice letter to say that, my parents are really happy with the fact that we have nice, trusted people like yourself in positions where you can make a difference to the public. And then I said, look, I've got one slight little problem. Somebody seems to have misinterpreted your wise words. Instead of writing discharged, they've written in my favor. Please could you give a nudge to this man, whoever this man is, to amend it and send it back out as your original wise words said. And that was it, pretty much. She brought it back. And
there you go. Yeah. There you go. I had to wake you up a little bit, but there you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I remember your stuff better. I remember your stuff better than you do, man.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, but it is 2 in the morning, man. I can't even remember my own name.
Hey, man, I did a show until 5 o'clock in the morning 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but you're good at that sort of stuff, man. I'm not. I'm like a little baby. I need my sleep.
Okay, what was it in Bolly's case that he heard the judge?
Yeah, what it was. It was the Crown. The Crown had a case against Bolly.
Okay.
And he discharged the Crown's case. But for some reason, the Crown did not want to discharge because discharge is beyond powerful. So they did not want to put that down in writing ever, anywhere. Because I said to Bolly, I haven't seen a discharge in I don't know how many decades. So to see something that says discharge is going to be amazing. I said, if you can, I said, send me the ruling of the court. So then when he got a ruling of the court, it says the defendants prevailed or it was in favor of the defendants. I said, bull. I said, you know what you're going to have to do? I said, you're going to have to give them an opportunity to cure before you go after them and say, look, this man, or this, like Bolly said, some woman, reinterpreted the judge's wise words. And says, look, you know, you were supposed to say discharge, but for some reason they felt compelled to minimize your words or, you know, reduce the impact of your words by just saying prevailed or the example. It was ridiculous. Put down put down the correct word. The correct word is discharge. Use the correct word, and can you please send it back to me? And we do it really nice, and we do it really polite. And like Bolly said, he said his family was really happy. You know, it was a wonderful day. You know, we're glad we got to meet such an honorable judge. Thank you for all your your wise decision. Blah blah blah.
I was listening to John, and he was talking about the Feretta hearing and how the judge mentioned that he knew the prosecutor very well. That's something that's an absolute no-no. And the reason I believe he was doing that is he wanted to suck John into the jurisdiction of the court by trying to get John to file a motion to remove the judge because, you know, he was not qualified. He was biased because he knew the prosecutor. So I think that was an attempt to get John to put a motion into the court. The other thing is after that Feretta, there was an order that came out, and in that order, the judge referred to John as the defendant and didn't really. The order was there was nothing real significant about it except that he talked about John as the defendant. So there's a lot of these things that they do that we don't really notice on the surface because we're so used to seeing that kind of paperwork.
Right. And you had very astutely pointed out that Bolly, this is interesting too. I had asked the federal defender that they appointed to me to send me a letter, confirming what I said in the case. And Gus noticed that the letter didn't make the observation that I was not a defendant. She circumscribed that. In other words, she ignored it. That was the underlying issue. I mean, that is the underlying issue in all.
Something like that. What I normally do is in most interactions, especially when they're important to me, be that where I've turned up to a council, a court, or anything in that particular way, the first thing I do is, I think one of the ones that was going on for about half an hour, 40 minutes, but all I wanted to know was just 1, 2, 3 points. That was it. That's all I wanted to hear. The rest was showboating. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, boy, is your kid going on holiday? I don't know whether that was, inviting emotion to be thrown out or what. All I saw was it was a blatant attempt for intimidation, but in reality, they are all going to know themselves. They're all from the same society.
Don't you find it interesting that the same thing I experienced, a couple thousand miles away, if not more here, you did there? I mean, do these people go to the same evil school?
Yeah. I'm sure that it's from rule book, it's rule 1019 that says, in order to instill fear or something like that, these kind of tactics you use, and they just say, oh, great, okay, well, the first thing I do is I start saying, how's your wife, and da-da-da, and how's the kids? Yeah, I'll be going holiday. Oh, I'd love to take that case in June. However, I'm going to Switzerland, and I'm going, oh, brilliant, you're going skiing again. Yes, we are. And you listen to this conversation and think, what the hell's this got to do with the case? But they're all kind of little funny tactics. I mean, the other one I've seen once before was, it must have been about a year ago now. It was to do with a foreclosure, and the solicitor, the prosecutor, was getting very aggravated the fact that the defendant, so-called defendant, brought a friend with him. And she said, no, you can't go in. He said, why can't I go in? And they said, oh, okay. So there was a bit of an argument going on. And then she said, well, why didn't you introduce yourself and put your name into the court? She goes, well, you just asked me. Yeah, if you asked me a week ago, I would have put it in writing. But actually, you asked me the day before. So she probably thought, well, he's obviously just some guy who doesn't know anything and just wanted somebody to hold their hand. But what she did after that, when I was in there watching this, she went up to the usher, and she kept going up to her. And I was wondering, what are they talking about? So I got a bit closer and was listening to her, and all she was talking about was social stuff. But she was doing it in a low enough volume for us to see that she was very friendly with the usher. Why would you do that? And it was just a nonsense conversation, and half the time she didn't even want to hear what she wanted to say. So what was going on there? There was something going on there, and I can only presume that, there was some sort of thing to show that, we're all one and we're all against you. So you're not going to win today. I don't know, whichever way you want to look at it. But
there's some kind of training that goes on that inspires that for it to be happening in two countries. And this is my... Yeah.
I bet you, there's a level as well. So, the stupid one who just passed the degree and passed the bar exam and just knew and nobody likes, they'll say, don't teach him this stuff. And the one at the top of his game, he's taught all the stuff. Yeah, he's the expensive one in Washington D.C. He pays $150,000 per hour for turning up, and he knows everything. But actually, what it is he knows the little rules and how to piss people off. That's about it.
Right.
But you just keep sticking with basics, logic. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but you carry on doing what the hell you like. I'll lodge my claim, and there'll be a civil action waiting for you whenever you're ready, and you can turn up and you can answer over here. Oh, but that's nothing to do with this case. No, but you caused me harm, and wherever there's harm, see you in court.
Now I'm curious
don't care
on
what you do in your case.
That case that you're working on. With that gentleman, what's the prognosis? What do you think's going to evolve? Will they negotiate and try to drop the case? He
hasn't rang me for quite a long time, actually. I need to chase him up. I've been a bit snowed under, and I've been busy in my own little private life, to be honest. But yeah, his case is supposed to be heard, I think, August time. It's Queensbench case, his court record one, and I think they moved his Crown case back to February of next year.
I see. So they don't let go too easily.
No, but if you think about it, you think, well, August is the first hearing. You may have another hearing of trial before Christmas.
Yeah.
So by February, you would have got a bit of documentation saying guilty or not guilty in his own court.
Right.
Of which that's going to be printed and handed over into that case. Of which you're going to say, okay, now I'm not really stupid, or I'll make him guilty in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And so, just like a little tactic that they're playing. But like I say, it's funny, when you hear 40 minutes worth of chitter-chatter, hearing going on, well, actually, there's only one or 2 points in there which are actually interesting. Ignore everything they say, because it's just showboating, it's, how everything, uncle, yes, you're okay, yes, how many children did you bomb, just all sorts of crap that you don't really want to hear. So I just switch off to it all. Yeah, you want to talk about skiing? Great, talk about skiing, I don't give a shit. Let me, just wake me up, give me a nudge when you finished, messing around with each other's, penis, whatever you want to do, you just do that. Just wake me up when you're done. And it gets quite interesting. You just start to switch off to a lot of stuff, and then really narrow down to just what you say, if you do say anything, and just what their response is.
But what I'm curious about is something like that. That's a pretty serious thing that they charged him with. So when he put his claim in, his claim must have been pretty serious against them. It would just make sense. So I'm thinking if I was a spineless, gutless prosecutor, like most of these people are, they're real tough guys when they're on the offense, but when they're on the defense, I would think that they'd be more anxious to negotiate and try to.
Sometimes I don't think so, because from what I've seen so far, they'll always have a go. Yeah, because you can always say, you know what, now I'm prepared. Put my hand up. Okay, I'm prepared to settle. You can do that whenever, and in likelihood, most people say, oh, okay, brilliant. Okay, so get your checkbook out, my friend, and let's start talking about it. And so most people would say, yeah, that makes sense. We'll do that. So for them, the public is not prepared to go into their realm of their court cases and say, okay, you know what, I'll have a go at it anyway. But they are, because they say, well, we do this shit all day long. So you know what, I'll have a go. And when it all goes wrong, I'll say, you know what, stop, my client wants to settle.
Okay, that's a good. So they are willing to take a chance and go into the trial.
Yeah, what's it to them? They don't give a shit. If anything, they're just going to hand the bill to somebody else to pay for it.
I see.
I mean, if I think, oh, you know what, I really fancy going not just to Switzerland, that's only a few 100 miles, I fancy going a little bit further next year. Yeah, I fancy going to Russia, maybe some sort of mountain out the range out there and go Himalayas or something. Yeah, it's probably going to cost a lot more. I've got to get some more money in. How do I get overtime in? Okay, more court time. Okay, I'll drag this one out a little bit longer. This case number 13, yeah, I can drag that out a bit more. Yeah, and then before you know it, you've got 10-20% more money than what you had beginning.
Right. But
that's the
if
number
you're
one rule.
suing them in their capacity as a man, you still think they can hand the bill out? I don't think their bonds and their mechanisms for protecting them help them when they go outside the law. In other words, they go outside their role as a government officer. They're acting, because certainly they're not authorized to commit fraud and extortion and all these.
Come on, my friend, you know the score, right? If go stand in your court, right, most people get railroaded. They have no clue what they're doing, and when they do figure it out, they don't put anything in writing, and they never make a claim. So where the hell is that justice going to come? It ain't going to come from them.
Right.
And if you did that day in, day out, screwing people, or let's say, one of a better word, that was just your job, I didn't know what I was doing, I just had to prosecute these cases, that's my job, whatever the excuse is. But in reality, what was going on there? They were just waiting for a man to turn up.
Right.
A man to turn up and challenge them. And guess what? Day in and day out, there was nobody there. There was just people turning up saying, yeah, I'm a punching bag, punch me. Okay.
So that tells me that the letter writing phase is really important.
Oh, yeah. You put everything in writing. If you think about it, you go in a retail shop, so you have your Home Depot, right? You buy something, and you take it back, and you have a little moan about it at the desk, returns desk, and say, I bought this product, it was rubbish, as soon as I pressed the start button, it blew up in a million pieces. What the hell is this? And then the woman's just going to say, well, yeah, yawn, wait for you to stop talking and say, brilliant. Okay, well, all I can do is give you a refund. So you think, oh, okay, so in a week's time, if I did the same thing and I come back and just say, hi, I just want a full refund, yeah, okay, fine, here's your full refund. You think, well, did anything happen out there? No. Because nobody responds to just gassing and talking.
Right.
Yeah? Sometimes you do if you get a bit loud and a bit vocal, but that's just not me. Yeah? I don't really want to go in there and cause a scene. That's just not my way. But I can write letters all day long. And when I write letters, things happen because you just write it to a man. It's just simple rules. You write it to a man, you define who you are, you define who they are. This is the basis for every court case that I've ever seen. Yeah?
Right.
They define you as you, but as a fiction. I'll define myself as this, and also I'll define you as an end user, and as an end user, I have jurisdiction over you in this licensing capacity, and and before you drop to this Alice in Wonderland, and you forget to ask the most obvious question, shit, what did you say again? Who the hell was defending again?
Right.
Which Alice in Wonderland am I in? And who are you? And why am I? Okay, end all this bullshit acting. I'm just a man.
It's so true what you just said. It's so true. I remember the night Gus was on the phone with me, and Kyle and him were. Kyle was working on his car, and he was telling me what to put in my letter. And I remember it was like it was the weirdest feeling. It was like you felt like you got run over by a train without any pain. When he gave me these questions, he said to ask, "Am I the defendant?" You know, and all these I've been fighting them for 12 years, and all was statutory, complex, complicated. I mean, really difficult stuff. So my mind wasn't used to thinking so straightforward and simple. But man, I'll tell you, I appreciated it when I heard it. So he said, you just ask, am I the defendant? That's question one. Question two, am I the plaintiff? I think question three was, is this your case? And question four is this my case? That's it. I sent that letter off. Of course, they didn't answer it.
That's why I say, you see what I mean? When people say, well, there's got to be more and there has to be a lot more, and well, no, it's just the basic shit.
Right.
Don't come off the basic shit. You just go back there and just ask really simple stuff. Because I think there was one case I saw the week before, where it was to do with this internet UK column stuff, and this government department wrote to them and said, we define you as an editor, and we define you as a TV station, and we define you as it was almost a joke. The first page was just definitions. And then they got into the nitty-gritty, and you just think, well, hang on, this definitions is really important. Well, they've just called me, I don't know, the anchor. And for some reason, why have they mentioned the anchor? But they've not, they said, from now on, your name's Bob Smith, but you're also an anchor, and inverted commas, saying we've defined you as anchor from now on. So later on, they literally just start saying, well, as an anchor, you must do this, and you must do that, and da-da-da-da. So forget about the 50 pages that followed that. The first question you ask is, well, who the hell's an anchor? Isn't that something to do with shipping? Sorry, I've misunderstood what you're talking about. Well, come on, don't be stupid. You work in the media, you know what an anchor is. I went, yeah, but I just don't know what in context that you're coming from. Yeah? What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell are you again? Let's start all over again. Let me reintroduce myself. This is me, this is you. Well, oh, okay, so that's you. So where the hell are you coming from again?
Right.
Really, you just define the very basic things. Your answers are there.
I said, we just got to give you access to the court because I see what's going on here. I said, the other side is paying off the court, and they got big money and big pockets, and everybody's involved with this. I see exactly what's going on. I said, so you got to bring your own court into that Queen's Bench, into that municipal, that public courthouse. You're going to have to establish your own court. So what's kind of good with them is that they said that they could have a jury trial if they had for libel or slander or somebody broke their promise on a proposal for marriage. There's like 7 things that they could have a jury trial for, but not for what he was claiming. So where we're going after this is we're going to say, well, they're a special class of citizen. You say that's a special class of individual. Are you saying that you're discriminating against us because of prejudice? You're prejudicing against us, like prejudging us, because we don't fit one of those 7 classes of special people who have access to a jury? Really? So I said, this is going to be fun. I said, going after like a discrimination and prejudice, like a lawsuit against the court or the court personnel, that they're making these rules saying who can and cannot have a trial by jury. Oh, really? You mean if I'm willing to pay the same amount of money as that guy, you tell me I can't have a seat on a bus, the same seat he can have? Really? Are you saying that I can't have standing? Are you saying that I can't stand on the bus if he pays that much money, $400, I pay $400? Are you saying he gets special privileges that I don't get? Well, he's a special class of person? Oh, this is just lovely. I said, and this is going to be a fun one. I said, then we'll worry about going after the land that they seized from me. I said, right now we're going to go after access to the court, because that's my whole trick, is access to the court. There's a public courthouse. I'm going to bring my court into that courthouse. You know, it's a courthouse. I'm bringing my court. It's that simple. If that's a dance hall, I'm bringing my dance into that dance hall. Courthouse and court isn't the same word. It doesn't mean the same thing. I'm bringing my court into that courthouse. I'm bringing my dance into that dance hall. Dance and dance hall mean something different. Courthouse means something different. It's not a synonym. It doesn't mean the same damn thing. And that's why we say to people, look at any kind of, you don't believe me, look at the United States Supreme Court ruling to say like say Hale versus Hinkle 1902. They'll say in the Hinkle case, in the Hinkle court. That's what it says. It doesn't say in the United States Middle District Court of Michigan when Mr. Hinkle appeared. No. Well, it was in New York State. Sorry about that. Hale versus Hinkle was two people. It was an attorney general from the state of New York who wanted to have access to fruit and vegetable import-export company. And the import-export company said, no, you only want to know our bananas that we had shipped in. We're not going to turn over all our records because that's going to, logistics of that is going to take us a year. And New York State Attorney General said, tough. You're going to turn us the whole damn entire, every piece of paper you've got in this building. We want it now. They said, no, we'll turn over the bananas. Then you're wondering about the banana paperwork, but we're not doing apples, cherries, plums. We're not going to do it. So it went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. But if you read the case, it says in the Hinkle court. That's how it reads, in the Hinkle court. So it's the Hinkle court. Huh. So when I bring my case into court, it's going to be the Lentz court. Huh. Got it. Who appeared in the lower district federal court of New York in 1902? The Hinkle court. Oh. Who's going to appear in that court? The Lentz court. Oh. Got it. Got this. So my court's appearing in that courthouse. Just like the Hinkle court appeared in that courthouse. Just like the Hinkle court appeared in front of the Supreme Court. The Hinkle court. Holy crap. So like I said, it's just took me a long time. There's a lot of studying and research like this, man, just to make it all make sense, because they just want to give you a nice little blueprint map. Because like I said, I think it's all intercompartmentalized until you get way up there near the top, and then they tell you everything. But until then, it's just, and even still then, I still don't think they tell you everything. Like my uncle who works for Visa, he's a vice president in charge of collections. He just says, you know what? He says, all the stuff you told me about credit cards and all this other stuff, he says, I don't have a freaking clue. He says, I'm sure I studied all this stuff in college like 30 years ago. He says, but honestly, he says, I have no clue what the hell you're talking about. All I know is my secretary brings in a stack of paper. I make sure all the lines are filled in. Everything looks like it's filled in. I stamp it, and we send it off to the legal department. He says, nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, Paul. We all do our 8-hour job, and we all hell home. We don't care. So it's like an assembly line. We put the nuts and bolts together, and we couldn't care less what it's building. Like say you work at a gun plant or something, making rifles, machine guns. All you know is you stick the screw into the hole, and that's it. You don't give a damn what the hell the end result is. It's like, hey, look, they pay me to put this screw in this hole. I don't give a damn what they're building. Oh, well, don't you know that they're building weapons of mass destruction and machine? Look, I get paid $10 an hour. This is all I do. I do my 8 hours and go home. I don't give a shit what they're doing on the other end of the line. The hell do I care? I do my job and I go home. Yeah, you see what some crazy people do sometimes in their claims, man?
I noticed. I did something really crazy, huh?
Nah, not you. I mean other people.
I haven't seen, well, I was looking at it, and I had switched it so many times. I went back to, the $80,000 a day. I figured that's absolutely, absurd and obscene, and it's just it's way too much money when I look back, and are they really going to pay that?
Yeah, no, that's like I said, the $1 a second is for when something is called kidnapping or holding somebody in prison. That's what I base it on, something like that. You're holding somebody in prison.
Can I put that in my bill of particulars for the 12 hours I put in?
How much money you make an hour, that's basically what you want to be compensated. You can't say, no.
Thank you. All right.
If the judge is going to, the jury's going to say this was outrageous, it's called like the tort of outrage. You could Google the tort of outrage. It's when it shocks the conscience of the community. And believe me, you getting arrested and pulled over for having pot in your car, it's not going to be considered outrageous behavior that the police arrested you.
No.
That's when you can make a claim for like a massive compensation. When you get claimed outrage. That's actually
what about the fact that he did not get a, he didn't follow his procedure?
Okay. What I'm saying is the last case for outrage that I heard of that kind of went somewhere was that there was two cases. We both dealt with funeral homes. One, it was a funeral home. People took the dead people's bodies, and they were making they made like a slideshow presentation, and then somebody realized that was one of their relatives. So then they did say, hey, that's like my uncle, that's my brother. What's he doing up here? What's he on? That was one of them, and then the other one was the funeral home was telling people down in Georgia, in Carrollton, Georgia, right out there by you, man. Come back a little bit from Carrollton, a little bit towards Atlanta.
Are you talking about they were throwing them out on the concrete?
No. This guy was taking them out and just burying them in the backyard like in a swamp.
Oh, there was a guy there was one of those in North Georgia. They took them out and they put the bodies outside. They were throwing them in the backyard, and they had what used to be an old driveway back there, and I guess they just laid them on the concrete, and they ended up looking like frogs on the road.
Yeah, no, that's what's funny. Is that's the only two torts of outrage that I remember reading about lately. Was
this isn't even close to that.
Right, he was given the what was funny is how the one guy got caught. It was funny as hell. How the one black guy got caught in Georgia from doing that was that he was just taking up people's bodies, and there was like this marshland swamp next to the funeral home, and what he was doing was just taking a backhoe and just burying them in the swamp, which is real easy to dig in. So he was just, making some quick bucks, just dumping them in the mud, basically. So what he was doing was, and this ain't no shit, somebody, he gave an urn full of ashes to, it had like a bone in it. So what happened was, is the person who had the urn, obviously they opened up the urn and dumped the ashes out, whatever, and a chicken bone popped out.
Oh no!
So they had the bone analyzed, and they found it was a chicken bone. That's when it all fucking came to an end for that guy. He was actually grabbing ashes out of his barbecue. That's giving people barbecue ashes, man.
He doesn't give a shit.
No, he's in jail for a really long time. I'm trying to remember where that was. It was just outside of Carrollton. I'm trying to remember that little town. Carrollton is south of I-20. He was just north of I-20. And but that part of Georgia, the western part of Georgia out there, it was hysterical, man. Chicken bone. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. But yeah, like I said, man, I wasn't. That's why I didn't say your name. But yeah, you guys gotta use a little bit of common sense. You got to put on the old lens sense thinking cap there, and just say, what would you do? Let's be reasonable about this. like I said, when you see me put $1 for every second, it's because that resulted in a kidnapping. I mean, when kidnapping was considered a capital crime. I mean, you kidnap somebody's kid, that was a death penalty. You know what I'm saying? That was a major crime, kidnapping.
Somebody said Noble. Somebody on the chat put Noble, Georgia.
Oh, is that where it was? That's funny.
I don't know. They just typed the name in, so I'm just reading it.
Somebody. So, like I said, that's the sort of outrage. The people came and made a claim against a funeral home and funeral director because that shocks the consciousness of the community. That's outrageous.
It was in Noble, and they put a gag order. No comment on the search.
Okay. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that's outrageous. So when something happens to you that's outrageous, then maybe think about $1 a minute or $1 a second. But not just because some cop stopped you, he didn't get the search warrant and took the pot out of your car. You know what? Because that happens every day. In this country, that's not outrageous. That's basically what's to be expected.
To get divorced is very expensive, and I was just wondering what Cole's opinion on, instead of asking permission to get divorced, is to just put in an affidavit or a notice that, basically that we declare in good faith that we are sound mind, and we just want to give them notice that, that our marriage is nullified. And I wanted to see what Cole's opinion is of that kind of approach.
Did they have, you said, how much is it to get divorced, you're saying?
Well, if you use lawyers, it can go into the thousands, but just the court fee is $450. But they have all these hoops you have to jump through and papers you have to fill in. I've been battling just to find out if I did want to just notice. They've given me a runaround. I can't even find where I can just put this into a file, So it's been difficult.
Okay. Yeah, so they said that they, and what is the purpose of getting divorced? What are you trying to accomplish by making it known? You see what I'm saying? It's known to the world that you're divorced.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a question of, doing the right thing, just letting them, and it's basically that legal, we are separated. My ex has a lot of debt. I have no debt, but we have no property. We have no children. It's really just, a very easy, we really just want to let the state know that we're separated so that, because a lot of people keep on advising me that half of his debt could become mine. And, so I just wanted to basically, give notice that it's done. Or I don't know. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it. I just wanted to see how you approach.
Yeah, because like I said, if there's no marital assets, nobody's arguing about who gets what. Nobody's arguing about who gets what, right?
No.
You just want to go separate ways.
Exactly. We both want it. It's friendly. It's just cut it, and we just want to let them know. But my friends are saying, you're living in California, you're liable for half of his debt, and he runs up credit cards day and night.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And you just don't want to be held liable for his debt.
Yeah, so whatever, back then we asked permission and we got the license, and so whatever that is, I just thought it would be a good idea to let them know, well, it's no longer like that. But I don't want to go ask them, permission, please, can we get divorced? And they want to, you must see the forms you have to fill in. You have to tell them how much money you have, what's your bank account. They want to know everything about you, and I just don't feel why I should do this. And unless you give that, they won't grant you the divorce.
So what you're saying is, in the state of California, it's $450, even if both parties show up in court and they just say, we just want, just a default divorce. They don't have much money.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. First of all, if you go to the courts and you start talking to these people, it's literally what you've been saying on your calls. Each person is only trained for that one thing that they do all day. If you ask them any question outside of that little box, they don't know what you're doing. They send me from court to court. Eventually, I wrote the affidavit, and I was driving to the different courts where you registered, where you go get the licenses, and they don't even know. They just say, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. So I have been trying just to find out from the courts themselves where I can go, nobody knows anything. So I don't know. I found an address on the marriage certificate, and I eventually felt like I'm just going to send them the notice. Because they are the ones that registered it.
Well, one of the best things that's funny is if you had a secretary, is supposed to find this information out for you, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I tell people all the time is, Canada or the United States, I tell them all the time, just make a very simple question to the Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State will say, you know what, honestly, I don't have a clue, but you know what, I'll send it over to the Department of Justice, or I'll send it over to the Court Division, or I'll send it over to the Homeland Security, or I'll send it over to the Department of Motor Vehicles. And the man who works there, his name is Bob. He's in charge, and I'll direct all your further questions to him.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so the Secretary of State, because the governor is supposed to represent the people. And then the Secretary of State is supposed to be like the Secretary of the Governor who represents the people, so the Secretary is supposed to represent the people. Mm-hmm. So usually it's very simple. I just write a nice little simple letter to the Secretary of State that says, hey, I believe you're the Secretary of State, hi Susie, hi Bob, I believe you're the Secretary of State. I have a very simple question. I am trying to find the correct agency here in the state of California in which could just handle a simple divorce. Both parties, wish to have the state take notice that we are no longer obligated for each other's debts, and what would be the proper agency to communicate with to, move this action forward. Something just simple like that.
Yes, brilliant. And then I can just send it to them.
Yeah, just say kind regards, and they'll say, honestly, that's not. They'll say, hi Susie, whatever your name is. I'm Bob, and honestly, I do not know that answer, but I know there's an agency here in the state of California known as whatever, the judiciary, or known as, the Office of the Interior, or known as whatever, and
right.
This is what they specialize in. The man's name who runs that as commissioner, his name is Joe, and so if you wish to communicate any further with, the state of California, go through the Office of the Interior, and ask for Joe, and Joe will direct you from there.
Okay.
They write back really quick. They write back in 2-3 days. They don't drag it on and on.
Okay. Yeah, because the certificate of vital record is the active registrar county clerk. Registered recorder county clerk.
The Secretary of State's office is massive, so believe me, they'll have somebody in there who will be able to answer that question for you really quickly.
Thank you. And what was your thinking when you said, why do you want to put that in the public notice? I was just trying to understand your thinking. It's just like you don't feel like you don't need to give them any notice?
Was anybody's business? Was anybody's business who I sleep with and what I sleep with and when I sleep with them? Well, when I don't live or do live with them, what's it anybody's business to the world? Okay. I honestly can't less if you're divorced. What does it have to do with anybody out in the public other than you and your husband?
Right, exactly. That's how I feel. But, if they ever had to come to you for your wife's death, what would you do?
I'd say, who are you looking for? It's like, I'm looking for Linda. I'm looking for Mary. I'm looking for Lori. I was like, yeah, and? What does that have to do with me? It's like, you married these women. Yeah. Well, you never divorced them. That's right. Well, you got to pay their debt. Who's talking to me again? It's like, the Bank of America. You don't look like Bank of America. You don't look like Wells Fargo. You don't look like Visa. You look like a guy named Joe I know. Nobody's ever come forth and tell me I owe a debt. Who's going to say it?
You're right.
I never get divorced. Waste my time. What's the point?
Yeah, that's how I feel. But, always these benefits that you get, and then my friends would say, You got to do that, because if you meet a nice guy and you marry him and you can't get his benefits.
Well, like I said, what's the point? If they want to go get a piece of paper and go get married, let them do it. I don't.
Yeah, I will never again. I mean, this is it. I mean, I understand now what it's all about, but
paper,
I did it back in the day.
Right, paper doesn't make the person love, honor, and obey you in debt to your part. A piece of paper isn't going to guarantee that. And you try to wave that at a cop and say, "Look, he said debt to his part, and he's gone, so I want you to arrest him." They'll just laugh at you.
Yeah.
It's like he breached the contract. It says the debt to his part. Make him come back to me. They'll just laugh at you.
Wonderful.
But if somebody took your car, if you had a license for your car and registered your car, and you registered your marriage, and you have a license for marriage, and somebody steals your car, a cop will run right out there and go get your car and bring it back for you. Right. But he ain't going to get the husband to bring him back for you. And say, well, wait a second, I registered and I'm licensed. Why don't you go get him and bring him back? So it's like they do when they feel like it and they don't when they don't feel like it. So what's the point?
Yeah. We just need to get your confidence. You really have that don't mess with me attitude, and that's what we need. To say you have equal right and standing, and when a person speaks to you, they just know you do not. We have that inferior, scared of authority thing going on, and that's a mind control thing that's gone for years.
Well, Gus will tell you that I got that certain je ne sais quoi.
Okay, thank you so much, Carl. Can I just ask you one more question that's a different subject?
Oh, no, Gus speaks French. That's why I'm messing with him.
Okay. I had a court case against an ex-employer that owes me $28,000 for commission and stuff. And I got a judgment from the court where they've given it to me. But I have to now go and collect it. My lawyer will no longer go and try and collect it from him.
Oh, what? So you're trying to collect $28,000 from somebody from past sales commissions, and they haven't paid you yet?
Yes, but I got the judgment. I won the case in the court. I've got the judgment against him. But now my lawyer called me and said, we're no longer interested in collecting. You must get another collection company or another lawyer to collect for you. So I just wanted to know if that is, can I do it myself, or should I just go with another legal man?
That's when you get to warrant in debt, where you could have a police officer, the sheriff's department will go to his house and actually take that much money out of his house, or you could do a lien on his property.
Yeah, and the thing was, the guy...
you could garnish his salary, right.
He covered himself like neck deep into corporations, so he's never used his own name. It was always that fiction. So can I still go after the man?
But like here in Virginia, I'm telling you, I don't care if I'm incorporated, I'm telling you, the sheriff's department's going to come into my house and they're going to take everything out of my house. And they're going to auction it off until it comes out to $28,000. And when they take everything out of my house and they auction it off for 15 cents, I still owe the $27,999.85. So no, you get a warrant in debt. Why don't you just go study what a warrant in debt is?
The first thing is to, in my opinion, is the linchpin for them to bother you in a court is the assessment. Okay, that's real important. Like think of you got a locomotive train, and it's pulling a chain of other boxcars. Well, between the locomotive and the boxcars, there's a hitch and there's a linchpin. You pull that linchpin out, and all the boxcars get left behind. So the linchpin with a case with the IRS is the assessment. If they don't have an assessment, they can't move against you civilly or criminally, with only one exception that I know about, and that's obstruction. So if if they wanted to come into your business or your home and take your records, and you block the door, they could charge you with obstruction. But I've never heard of them doing that as a standalone charge. That's something they usually just add in. So the point is, if you're in trouble with the IRS, the first thing you want to do is find out who did the assessment against you and send them a letter. So that's the first thing. So you do that by a Freedom of Information Act request. So it's a one-sentence question.
who is the agent that did the assessment between years whatever, 2010 to 2013. And so that now, if you can attack that, you're attacking that linchpin. And you get the letter out to that agent, and you ask the usual questions that we ask that expose that they didn't have any authority to do what they did. They can't verify the debt, and you do your letters, and now you're set up to do your claim. So people have asked me this many times, and I always try to, I hope I'm getting better at articulating it. That assessment is crucial. Knowing who signed that assessment is crucial. So let me approach it from another angle to make it clear. If you've got a levy on your paycheck, or you've got a lien on your house or your business, the levy or the lien came from an assessment. It can't be a levy or a lien without an assessment.
Well, it can't be a lien or a levy without a judgment either.
Well, that's true if we were dealing with honest people. I've got a $565,000 lien on me filed in 4 counties, and they never got any kind of judgment from anybody.
But like I said, if you hear what's going on in Texas, the state of Texas isn't putting up with that baloney anymore.
Right. See, that's great. And I think there's another state. I think it's Oklahoma. Hopefully,
well, what I'm saying, if Texas knows how to do it, this is what I'm trying to say, and Joe Average should be able to do it the same exact way. So,
right.
All you have to do is take it into it. And if somebody tries to put a lien or levy on you, I don't care who it is. All you have to do is say, you know what, I'll meet you up. Like, say they're putting a lien on you in, say, Douglas County. I don't even know if there is a Douglas County. You say Douglas County. All you got to do is to go to the Douglas County district court and say, somebody's got a lien on me through the county recorder's office here, I heard. Yeah. I require a hearing, or, it's like a trial. I require a hearing on this matter. I want this lien lifted off my property immediately.
Right.
And you have a right to a trial.
See, I agree with that, but let me just give you a different angle on it. And it's okay, so what you just did is you solved the civil side of them being able to enforce that, but what you didn't solve, and as we now know, in my case, is you didn't get rid of the underlying assessment. So what they'll do, even more likely, is retaliate and come after you criminally because you didn't get the assessment out.
They can't come after you. They can come after I, and all I have to do is separate the man from the person. And they say, right. Who are you coming after again? You're coming after you? No, you're not coming after you. You're coming after I. You're coming after a man. Wait a second. You can't do that.
Okay. No,
and I'm not going to give you guys the Supreme Court case in which you get cited from. If you guys don't believe me, go F off.
No,
I'm so tired of, no, but I'm telling you, man, there is a Supreme Court case that says that. So what I'm trying to say is because people say, well, okay, give me the citation. It's like, no, because you guys are going to go run down, get the citation, you're going to write exactly word for word what the United States Supreme Court said in this case. And that's an opinion. Right. So what? Right. And I got to get you guys to stop saying that. Just running. Say, well, Bob said so, or Carl said so. So since Carl said it's got to be true, since the Supreme Court said it's got to be true, since Jesus Christ said it's got to be true. No, what do you believe is true?
Right.
And that's how you got to stand in court. Not because, well, Carl said so, that's why I did this. Oh, Jesus Christ said so this is why I'm doing it. It's like, oh, yeah, is Jesus here today? No. Well, then who gives a F? Is Carl here today? No. Then who gives an F?
Well, if you were going to go down that road and do it that way, then I would suggest augmenting it with doing a Freedom of Information Act request for what's called a proof of claim, the official IRS.
No,
so that way it's a one-page answer. I've done it several times. So what happens is you get back a single-page answer, and it says, and it will always say this, by the way. I've done quite a few of them. There is no proof of claim. That's what it says. So now when you walk into court with your case, like you just suggested, you've got something signed by the director in the IRS in blue ink because they sign all the FOIAs in blue ink. And so the judge is in a box of the magistrate.
Right. Well, it's not right. It's not even so much the judge or the magistrate's in the box. It doesn't matter because it's your court.
Right.
You're not surrendering it to them. You're just saying to them, look, this is I'm having a hearing on this matter. So, like I said, it's still your court, and you're the one who informs the judge. or the magistrate says, this is what I want you to bear witness to.
Right.
I don't want you to judge anything. I just want you to bear witness that this was true, and nobody came forth to rebut it. I don't need your opinion. I just need you to bear witness that and then because that's what, like, Gus told me that you forgot to do when you created your own little court there. You forgot to create the order of the court.
Right.
You know, so when you guys make the claim, you guys got to make the claim, and you got to bring forth an order at the same time, not just a claim.
Well, the other huge.
If you don't bring forth the order, what are you ordering from them to do? Nothing. They just say, okay, you got a wonderful claim. Now what?
Well, we did put an order in.
What I'm trying to say, he told me he put it in the last second, but I'm trying to say to people got to understand they got to do both, right. And then not to do it in 2 seconds while they're standing outside of the courtroom.
Yeah.
I'm trying to speak to you. There's two things. It's like you said, you say the county recorder, you discovered gold. I was like, okay, I made a claim that I discovered gold, so I don't want nobody to jump my claim. So you're creating an order at the same time. So you create the order, so then I wish for nobody to trespass upon this claim.
Right.
You just make a simple claim. Yes, I found gold. Okay, great. Now, what do you want us to do with that? Well, I want you to file into the county recorder's office that I discovered gold and I don't wish anybody to trespass, and I'm going to work this field for 7 years, and after 7 years, anybody else can have at it.
Right. Yeah.
So you got to place a claim, and you got to place the order at the same time.
Honestly, I'm glad that things went the way they did, because if I won, I wouldn't have learned much. But because it went wrong, we did a forensic on it and figured out everything we did wrong or I did wrong, and I learned a lot from that. I mean, it was just a great education.
Yeah, it's like the one guy up there in Canada. I'm trying to remember the guy up there in, I think his name was Brian. Like, he won in a Canadian court. He said, like, when he was like 20 years old. It's like, yeah, but it's easy to win by default. It's easy to win when the other side didn't show up. So if the Chinaman didn't show up against you, you would have said, oh boy, I won.
Right.
How do you know? The guy didn't show up.
Right.
So I can't tell if it's truly a win unless you really had your day in court and everybody was there. And
Right.
Like I said, I want to see from beginning to end. Everybody was there. Everything went from beginning to end. That's what I want to see, and see how the results are then.
I'm trying to remember if that's what you wanted me to answer on that IRS thing, but those are my two best learning lessons from 14 years of fighting them is do the FOIA to get the assessment, or in the example that you gave where, maybe you're strained.
I remember you went on and on for about an hour explaining, like, I don't remember if it was the monetary or something. You were talking about something beyond. It was really interesting.
Now I remember. So let me go back to that. That's an administrative approach that if you didn't know the common law and you weren't going to go down this path of filing a claim and getting your own lawsuit, there is a very powerful administrative process in their world. And so I remember what you're talking about, so I'll explain that, and I'll do it more briefly. What happened was in the mid-'90s, congressmen across the country were just getting thousands and thousands of letters about abuse. I remember watching it on CNN late at night.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. So they were flying these people, these victims, let's call them, in and interviewing them on the floor in Congress. And, I mean, it was horrendous stories, like people getting pulled over at the traffic lights and IRS agents surrounding them and pulling them through the window of the car and taking their wallet like a robbery, going into old age homes and taking wedding rings off of old ladies. I mean, it was just awful what these people were doing. So long story short, they held all these hearings. Then they began to put together a new law, and it was called the Internal Revenue Reform and Restructuring Act of 1998. Very significant. Also known as the Taxpayer Bill of Rights 3. I've read the whole thing many times. And the bottom line, without going into all the detail, the outcome of it was there were certain remedies, and I've used these remedies for other people, and they worked very, very well. One guy got over a $500,000 lien that was on his personal account, his restaurant, and his wife's businesses, and got it removed in 10 days. So that was done by what's called a 911 form. You can Google that.
That's right. That's what we were talking about. Now I remember.
So a 911 form, now think about this law that they passed as a funnel, okay? And the output of that funnel is these remedies. So the 911 form is one remedy. The other remedy is they said no longer can an IRS agent or officer do things without the prior approval of the tax inspector general. So it was almost like the Congress said, okay, we're going to make the tax inspector general the internal police force of the IRS. And so without going into a long thing on that, it has to do with criminal prosecution, certain types of assessments. So you can do a Freedom of Information Act request and say, hey, I want to see the matching contract. That's what it's called. That gave this agent the authority from the tax inspector general to do this action. I've done numbers of them, and every single time it comes back, no authority was granted. Right. So that's remedy number two. Now, backing up a little bit with the 911 form, make sure you follow. It's actually pretty simple, but you can screw it up if you don't read the instructions. A key thing in there is that they have to be causing you some type of harm. It can be mental terror. It can be the possibility of loss of your job. It can be that it's got to be some kind of hardship. It can be strain in your marriage. It can be you're not going to, if their assessment or levy or lien or whatever they're going to do goes through, you're not going to be able to pay your bills. So you got to be sure when you fill that 911 form out that you articulate what the hardship is. Now, here's the interesting thing. You file that with the taxpayer advocate. Every state has one. And the taxpayer advocate has the authority to stop any and all functions of the IRS relative to that matter, even criminal prosecutions. Now, I haven't personally seen that happen on a criminal prosecution, but I definitely have seen levies come off. I've seen liens come off. I've seen the last guy that I helped when I showed him how to do it and we did it. They not only removed the liens off the property, which is, that's kind of a major exercise. They've got to go to the county and lift the lien. The guy was an aggressive, mean, nasty guy. I'm sure nobody's ever heard that before. All of a sudden, he was a lamb. He was nice and polite and trying to help this guy. So it is a powerful tool. Now, there's a third tool came out of all this. This is my personal favorite. It's called if you Google 1203B, 1203B, allegation referral form. So it's form number 12217. So I'm rusty on this. 12217. So 12217. That's the form number. But the title of the form is 1203B because it's named after the statute at large that's section 1203B. So if you Google 1203B allegation referral form, there's a number of items for reporting malicious or fraudulent conduct by IRS agents. And I was told by a certain person that I know that works there, I don't know if it's true or not, that when one of those is filed against them, they can't go any higher in their career. So it can be for violation of constitutional rights. It can be threats, false assessments. You'll see it. It's right on the form. So that's a pretty good form. What I learned to make it effective is you want to have your congressman mail it. What I told the last guy I helped with one is take it to your congressman and have him mail it on your behalf, and they will do that for you. And that seems to put a lot more teeth into it. But start with the 911 and then follow up with the 12217 allegation referral form. And there's information out on the internet about using those. My personal favorite is the lawsuit in a common law court. But
yeah,
anyway, those.
Yeah, but still, I try to show people that there are other. It's not just like this common law stuff that I'm doing isn't just some crazy concept of mine. I said, in statutes, you could also find this very similar style that I use in statutes.
Right.
It's like you're saying, you have to show that you're causing me harm, and I know the IRS would never want to ever cause anybody harm. I know you lovely IRS, all you want to do is help people.
Well, you just raised a really good point because you caught it right away, but I bet a lot of people listening didn't quite catch it. These are actually common law remedies. Yeah, they're precipitous of statutes, but think about what I just said. The 911 form is if they're causing you a hardship. Man cannot cause another man a hardship.
Right, and certainly his creation certainly cannot. The creation of another man can certainly not cause harm to another man.
So what you're saying is it reinforces what you've been talking about.
Right. I just keep it super simple. But like I said, you could say they also keep it very simple, but they want to do billable hours, so they're going to make it 10,000 pages long.
Right.
But in essence, it comes down to the same thing.
Right.
That's what we always tell people. You could go statutes and you could go around the world, or you could just take one step backwards and do common law and you're done.
Well, let me just add two things that are real important. On the 911 form, you have to file that with a taxpayer advocate. And believe me, if you send it to the wrong person, they will not tell you. They won't send it back to you and say, oh, geez, let me make sure you get this done right. No, they'll just stay silent on it. So you've got to put that through the taxpayer advocate. The 12-217 allegation referral form, that's a really touchy thing because you're reporting an agent who's doing something bordering on criminal, if not actually criminal. It's a very serious thing to file one of those. You got to file that with what's called the Commissioner's Complaint Department. It's a special office that was set up specifically for that form by statute. And you'll see that, when you get the form, but a lot of people, when they do them, like most people do things, kind of, they're frightened or they're desperate and they don't stop and think and take their time to do it right. They'll send it to the IRS commissioner or the chief counsel or somebody else. If it doesn't land in that department, I'm telling you right now, I've seen it over a dozen times, they will not come back to you and say, oh, no, you need to send it over here. So you got to make sure, you got to take responsibility that you're sending it to the right person.
Right.
And another great remedy, let me forget to say this, is when you do those forms, you should CC them to J. Russell George. He's the Inspector General, the Tax Inspector General, the Tax Administration. His job, what he's paid for, is to watch over improper actions of IRS employees. That's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So you're getting him on the hook, and he's going to be sensitive to that now because he's been called into congressional hearings. I'm sure everybody knows what's been going on in the news for over 2 years now with Lois Lerner and all that stuff. So he's not going to want to ignore your stuff. 2 years ago he probably would have, but I don't think he would now.
Well, we won't say that.
Yeah. That's just an opinion.
Yeah, that's just an opinion.
I believe.
I'm sure he can.
But probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 85% of the time, those remedies are going to work for you.
Yeah.
Every now and then you're going to... Go ahead.
All I'm just trying to tell people is, that's why I said I'm not going to give you guys the United States Supreme Court case where you got to separate the man from the person. I'm not going to bother. Because, like I said, then everybody starts studying all these ridiculous cases again. And then they're going to say, oh, no, and the IRS... The Supreme Court overturned it in 2011. They said, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, oh, no. I said, look, I'm just trying to show you people that, a lot of the stuff that I do, is they do it as well in statute. But it just, like I said, it's billable hours. I was underneath a car. It's just billable hours, and it's, they're going to make, a 20-volume series over this stuff, get thousands of people employed, and put a big, centralized government in place to, make sure all the, the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, just to make it seem like it's more plausible if you got this huge organization behind it, other than just one guy saying, look, just separate the man from the person. That's all you have to do.
Right.
And you'd be like, well, that's too easy. It's like, yeah, that's right. Well, there's got to be more to it, Carl. No, it's not. Because you look at all the Supreme Court decisions all the times, it's usually just a one-sentence conclusion, one-sentence answer why they either, in their opinion, ruled in favor or ruled against the moving party.
It's usually just one little simple thing, but then they go on and on and on and on with all their freaking opinions of why.
Right.
You know, it's because it's that thing. I'm trying to remember one of the most famous cases ever in the United States history was I'm trying to remember off the top of my head right now. It was a slave that was in a free state that was brought back to a slave state, but there was in the contract between him and the original owner. Oh man, somebody's got to know this case off the top of the head. You know, black civil rights folks know this case like the back of their hand. And then when he died, his sister didn't honor the contract. She was from Massachusetts, and the Supreme Court ruled against the man. Oh, I wish I could remember what the name of the case is. As soon as somebody says it, I'm going to say, that's the case. But like I said, I was just upside down under the dashboard of my car, man. So I'm a little lightheaded. It's pretty funny. But the opinion was the longest opinion. That's what anybody Googled. What was the longest opinion in the United States Supreme Court? And it was that case.
Oh, I'd like to do that.
Yeah, but what's funny is it said the very first sentence was all you had to read is that the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter. That was it. The court lacks jurisdiction to hear this case.
Wow.
And then they went on and on and on and on. It was with the longest opinion in history of the United States Supreme Court. And that's what I try to tell you guys. Is usually, if you want to know the opinion of the ruling is one sentence long. Now, if you want to hear every one of the 9 judges or however many judges they had back then, 13 judges, whatever they had, you could go on and on forever with listening to the opinions if you want to.
Right.
But it just clearly said that this court does not have jurisdiction over this matter. What it was is why they didn't have jurisdiction over the matter is because the man was considered property, and the court doesn't have this. The court doesn't have the capacity to tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property. So as far as the court was concerned, that black man was in a slave state, and the daughter, the sister, inherited the black man. So as far as they were concerned, it's property. But if you want to hear the most ridiculous, beat around the bush, go around the answer, go around the direct answer, they wouldn't just say property. They wouldn't use the word property. The courts have this huge aversion, this huge fear of using the word property in any of their rulings because they know if you guys figure out what the word property means, they basically don't have a job. There's basically nothing left for them to do.
Carl,
so let me discuss real quick, man, what was that Supreme Court case? Hey, Gus, what was that? Gus, what was that famous Supreme Court case? Very famous civil rights Supreme Court case back in 1863.
Supreme Court case?
Yeah, back in 1863.
About what?
It was just the most famous case, the most longest written opinion ever in United States history. It's the most famous.
Versus Georgia?
No, that's from 1802. No, so like I said, if you go civil rights, just Google civil rights, United States Supreme Court case 1863. It'll pop it up in 2 seconds for me. But that's funny. I was asking Gus to find that out for me. I figured, as soon as you tell me, man, as soon as somebody tells me, man, that's my buddy starting up this little motorcycle here. Hang on a second. I should mute myself out. I'll mute myself out for 2 seconds here.
You there, Bali?
Yeah, I'm still down. Just muted out.
There's one more thing. I actually saved the best for last, but I want to wait till Carl.
Yeah, just wait for him to come back.
Well, can I ask you a quick question while we're waiting?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got this other item I want that's going to answer his question that he asked me, but we'll save that for when he's back on. It's how you can get $1 million settlement from the IRS, or at the very least $100,000. But my question, which is unrelated, is, Carl says, like, if you're doing a return for property claim, like, if your child's taken, or your son or your daughter's taken away from you, and you put an exhibit with your claim that's just a picture.
Yep.
Well, how do you do that when the property that was taken from you is, say, your reputation? Let's say the state or the United States files a complaint against you, or in your case, the Queen's Bench, and then you go down in your county courthouse, you file a claim, and you say, see Exhibit A, which is their complaint, and then see Exhibit B, which is my property that was taken. How would you do that when it's a type of property that's intangible, like your reputation or your innocence?
I'd probably put that in writing in some form of affidavit.
In the form of an affidavit.
And if there's somebody else that can witness that as well, or somebody else who, to say, yeah, you know what, he was okay up until this, and then after this stink started to be around him, then some of his clients, some of his people left him.
Okay, that's good.
Like that. Or also, if it's a business, it may have a physical hallmark. So if you were doing, $1,000 a week, ever since these guys have been sniffing around, I've only been doing $200 a week.
Okay.
I look at the time spans. This is what happened. This is when they started, and it may have a hallmark somewhere. But the other thing is, like you say, is if you're just going for like reputation in I suppose, a very broad method, then you're going to struggle to find evidence for that. But affidavit or other supporting affidavits to be filed with it will probably be easier.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. So you take for example somebody who gets pulled over and he's got some marijuana in his glove compartment. He gets arrested, and that goes into the newspaper. So now this guy, his reputation is hurt. So yeah, they took maybe his dignity, maybe his marriage, maybe his wife moved out on him. He's not getting kisses anymore. Seems like you ought to be able to put that in. If you can put other things as an exhibit of your property, you should be able to put those intangibles as an exhibit of your property.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the Scott Sanford case. It was Dred Scott case.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
It was no master's property can be interfered with or ruled upon or made any decision on what a master could do with his property. It's very simple ruling. So it's funny. It's like that's why I call them my children my damn property. And that's it. There's no ruling. It's never been overturned. That a master can't be told what he can and cannot do with his property. I'm the master of that child. That is my property. It's not a child. It's property. Don't you worry what I define them. Don't worry what I call them. Well, we call them child. Well, I'm not we. I'm the master. I'm the creator. I call it property. Don't you worry what I call it. It's property. Believe me. Trust me. It's mine. Is it yours? No. Then back off. Well, we have a consensus here about our agency and our groups and our panels. It's that F your agency, F your consensus, F your learned studies and panels. It's not an effing child. It's my property. So see cases like that, man. Like I said, it's a two-sentence, like a ruling, but it's the longest ruling in United States history, the longest opinion. And it's ridiculous. All they have to say is, we got no right to tell a man what he can and cannot claim is his. If it's his property, there's nothing we can do about it. Next case. But no, they had to make it the longest opinion in the United States. That's the case that started the Civil War.
Right.
Some people were trying to be like these greeny-weeny tree huggers and say, oh, no, a man has no right to property, like Karl Marx people. Karl Marx was popping up right around that time, too, saying that the first thing that, the state has to abolish is man's rights to property. That way man can't own slaves. Well, that's a little extreme, saying that nobody can own property. Just say, hey, how about we just all agree that no man can own another man? How about we start with that? Because that kind of makes sense. That kind of sounds silly, that no God can own another God. That kind of makes sense, that one can't own one. It's got to be something subordinate, something lower. It can't be something that's equal. So that's what it was the Scott Sanford case, and I couldn't remember it. The Scott Sanford case or Dred Scott. Like I said, I couldn't remember. I'm upside down and under. He took photos of me, a video of me on May 13th.
Maybe?
May 3rd. If you call Lentz May 3rd, whatever, on YouTube, on May 13th, you'll see me working on a call, doing one of these shows. So right now I couldn't talk because I was upside down, so it's kind of hard to talk upside down. I'm a pretty big guy, so to talk while I'm upside down is almost impossible.
Kyle, I got one more mega remedy to talk about, but if you want me to.
Yeah, okay, Gus. Yeah, go ahead. Gus is here too. You're talking to me and Gus. I'm going to go back under, but Gus and I are right here. So.
Well, before I did that, I just want to ask you one quick question. I was asking Barley this while you were away. You know how you say, for example, when somebody wants return of their son or daughter in a claim, and you just put a picture of that person?
Yeah, no. I don't say son or daughter. I just say that's property.
Property. Okay.
I don't even say son or daughter. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I have no effing clue what a son is. I got no effing clue what a daughter is, but I know what my property is.
So how do you do that?
And that's what you have to do. You have to start learning to say, I have no effing clue what the word son means. I have no idea what daughter means. But what words, very limited words in my vocabulary is that's my property. Give it back. Back off my property. No trespass on property. That I know. That's my whole vocabulary. That's all I know.
Okay.
And you just keep repeating it over and over and over.
How do you do that for an intangible, like your reputation? Let's say, something.
You're going to have to prove it. You're going to have to prove it.
Okay.
You're going to have to bring some third-party impartial witness forward and say, I didn't give him a job because I was led to believe he was a crook because of what that man over there said.
Okay.
It's still going to have to be a third-party impartial witness. It's going to have to be flesh and blood. It ain't going to be some spreadsheet. That ain't going to prove anything. They ain't going to say, well, look how my business plummeted. Maybe. That's speculation. That's circumstantial. You still need the voice of man.
Okay.
For anything.
So you want me to mention that other remedy?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man. I'm back under the car again, man. I'm going to be upside down in about 2 seconds.
Okay, the other remedy is found under 20 U.S.C. 7433. Again, this is in the statutory world, in their world, but this was also came out of IRS abuse. Congress passed this law that said if you can show that they did it willfully, which you can easily establish, if you write them letters saying, hey, why'd you do this to me, and they don't answer you, that's it. You've got them for willful. The remedy, the amount they have to pay you is $1 million. If it was by negligence, so they levied your pay and you were the wrong person, which does happen. I have a friend right now who has a monstrous lien on her, and it's because her name is the same as another person's name, and her Social Security number is 1 digit off, and they won't remove it. So that's kind of in a gray area. But that's $100,000.
Oh no, that's not the lady with the 401k, is it?
I don't know what the type of account is, but
yeah, it's a 401k lady down there in Oklahoma, Texas area, whatever.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I told people you're all complete morons if you ever invested in a 401k because you know who controls it, right?
Well, even worse, they can pull it anytime they want.
Of course they can because it's theirs. It's not
right.
Yours. You voluntarily gave them the money to do whatever they wish to do with it.
Exactly.
You never put the terms and conditions on it.
Yeah.
You never said, hey, when I retire, I expect this all back. You do know that. No, you just assumed it, which means you bear all the liability when you assume something. Why don't you put it in writing? Like I said, this is what I always told one of my friends back in the 80s and 90s. Everybody's trying to say, oh, man, the investment 401k is such a great deal. Oh, I got a 401k. I got this 401k. I said, you're out of your effing minds. You understand the IRS is in total control of that. You do know that, right? You do know you're just basically investing your money with the IRS. You do know that. And they're like, no, it's going into some retirement fund. I said, okay, under what title section can I find the 401, subsection K? Where can I find that? What title section? What title section? What title section is the IRS under?
Yeah, no, it's true.
Well, no, what title section, so other people know.
Oh, what title section? You mean the creation of the IRS?
No, the title section. You know, like Section 5, Section 16, Section 26, what section?
That created the IRS?
Yeah, what title section can the people find in the United States, I'm asking you, because this is all you do.
Bro, nada. There isn't any.
Okay, but there is a title code section. What title code section is the IRS?
Well, the title where their codes are is Title 26.
Right, so this is what I'm trying to say. If people want to find out where you can find your 401k section, it's under Title 26.
Right.
So you go to Title 26, Section 401, subsection K. You'll find out where your 401ks are under the control of the Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah.
And I told people that. I said, are you people out of your mind? You're basically just giving the IRS your money and saying, look, I hope that you give it back to me when I'm 65, 70 years old. I was like, didn't you people even ask where your money goes and who's in control of this 401k? No, they never ask. People just don't care. It's because their friends tell them, oh, this is a great plan. Oh, this is a great deal. Oh, really? And then whatever the IRS says for any reason that you forgot to cross the T and dot the I back in 1993, so we're going to keep your 401k plan because of all the interest, taxes, and penalties that's accumulated since 1993, has come out to $1.7 million. And honestly, not only are we going to keep your 401k, we're going to leave your house and everything else until we get the rest of the remainder of the 1.7. It was such a scam, it wasn't even funny.
Well, to corroborate what you just said, last year in Spain, I read they dipped into every single person's retirement plan and savings accounts and took out 6%.
That's great.
Yeah, because it was early last year because they were having financial problems. Pretty much everything.
That's right. That's great. I love it.
If they can take 6%, they can take 60.
That's right. They can take 99.6. They can take it all. And they can come up with some crazy bullshit, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And everybody just laughs at you. And you run around, like you said, this lady, she's running around trying to say, but wait. And nobody cares, lady. As long as it ain't happening to them, they don't care what's happening to you.
Right.
And she's screaming, this is so unfair. It's like, okay, then why in all that's holy did you not and just stick the money under your pillow and just, and just be happy? It's like, well, they told me, I wasn't going to get any, interest on the money. It's like, look, okay, before you hand somebody your money, it's like, okay, why don't you just hand me all your money, and I'll tell you in 40 years I'll give it back to you. Would you do it? You'd say, F no. Yeah. That's like, okay, so then you put it into a 401k plan. Who's in control of that? It's like, well, I don't know. Well, but you're still just going to let a complete stranger hold all your money.
I think some companies mandate it, though, Kyle. Like, if you're working for a big corporation, I think...
No, it's all voluntary.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's always been voluntary. They can't order you to invest in 401k. They try to convince you that it's the best thing since sliced white bread. Like, we'll match your funds. We'll do fund for fund, dollar for dollar.
Right. Yeah. That's
right. Right. So the company would say, what do you got? Believe me, I've had tons of companies ask me to join your 401. And I told them they're the effing minds. And it's like, oh, but look, we'll match it dollar for dollar. I don't give a F. They were like, well, how could you possibly lose? I said, it's run by the IRS. What do you mean, how could I possibly lose? I'm sure when I was 12 years old, I forgot to cross the T or dot the I somewhere, and they're going to hold it in interest and penalties and fees. It's going to be a couple of $1 billion I'm going to owe by the time I'm 65. Then I'm never going to see that money. What are you, out of your mind?
I'm thinking back 20 years ago when they offered that. I've been out of corporate America for 25 years, but when they offered it, I can remember I used to tell people, they can take that anytime they want, and people would say, they're not going to do that.
Yeah,
I heard that phrase 100, they're not going to do that.
Well, they wouldn't do that to me. Maybe you, because you're dishonest.
Yeah.
But me, I'm a good person. They would never do that to me.
Yeah, right.
And he just laugh, he just smile. You go, okay, you'll see. So that's great that they did that to Spain, 6% across the board. The little old ladies, good, bad people, everybody. Oh, well.
Everybody.
All the good people they did it to. Oh, my goodness gracious, I can't believe they would do such a deed. Oh, that's so horrible. Yeah. What do you think they were going to do? Actually give it back to you with interest? Oh, you're too funny. And you believe them.
See, now I think this is an example of where I think her approach should be. I wonder what you think, is to get that assessment that served as the basis for that lien, and then go to claim, do her letters, and then do her claim.
Yeah. You mean the lady with the 401k?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, the only thing bad about it is what happens when you surrender something unconditionally.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read the wording, but I think the magic.
They own your ass. They own your ass. Ask Japan what happened after the war. Unconditional surrender. Ask them what that means. Read that treaty. That's a lot of fun. Where it basically says, well, not basically says it, like literally says, we own your dogs, your cows, your chickens, your sheep. I mean, it's so funny. There was nothing like the United States government left out. Like, don't think for a second that we're just taking over your government. No, we're taking over everything. Your cows, your chickens, your dogs, your cats. We're taking every effing thing.
Yeah.
So that was funny. That's unconditional. We mean everything. We're taking everything. Not just your tanks and your planes. We're taking every effing thing. The only reason why you're going to be allowed to exist is by our blessings and our good graces. That's the only reason why you're going to exist on planet Earth. So like I said, when you unconditionally surrender your property, you better make sure you know who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And everybody just goes nilly-willy and saying, I trust my company. They'll be there for 30, 40, 50 years. Oh, my company would never do that to me. They're good people that I work for. Like General Motors, They said, as goes General Motors, as goes the nation. That was the slogan when I was growing up. And then when all these little old ladies were getting ready to retire and start taking all their money out of General Motors stock, all of a sudden General Motors closed up, their stock collapsed. And then the little old ladies, stocks were worthless. Then they just issued new stocks like the following day. And all the ladies that invested trillions of dollars into GM stocks and all the union members who thought they were going to get, their union benefits from GM, they were all told, nope, GM restructured, sorry. It's like, wait a second, GM just closed the business for 13 seconds. What do you mean none of our benefits are going to be recognized? It's like, no, they restructured. They're sorry. And you just got to laugh. It's like, you mean you worked for them for 40 years and you expected something? Oh, yeah. Well, what did you wind up getting? Nothing. Well, how are you going to sue them? We can't, we were told. That's right, you can't. Oh, well, next time you better know you're dealing with the devil, you better get it in writing.
Yeah.
And you kind of feel bad for people. You kind of feel bad for people because, like I said, they always nail people after they, when they're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. They don't nail you when you're 20.
Right. That's what they're doing. Well, because the account's so much bigger when you're older.
That's right. They're not stupid. They're not going to come and get you when you're a kid. They're going to nail you when you're worth something. So you wasted not wasting. Well, you kind of did waste your whole life just building up this what you thought was a nest egg, so they could just come and take it in 10 seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it. And they all just laugh at you. They stand there and they laugh.
Do you think she'd have a remedy if she was to do a lawsuit and?
I don't know, man. I mean, how is she going to stylize it? What did they do wrong? What did the IRS do wrong?
Well, I realize I've never read a 401k contract, but who's going to come in and take the witness stand and say X, Y, Z is true? I know that you don't argue this, but the simple truth is that Internal Revenue Reform and Restructuring Act I mentioned earlier in 1998, it eliminated the office of district director. District director is the only person who can do an assessment. There is nobody else who can do an assessment.
Yeah.
The language
but who said they did an assessment?
Well, there has to be. They can't do a lien or a levy.
They just took the 401k from her and they made up whatever reason they wanted to. They don't even have to give a reason. Let's put it that way, man. If you totally unconditionally surrender something,
and you complain about it 2 or 3 days later, I don't have to give you a reason why I took it. You signed the paper when you got into this 401k 35 years ago. You go read it. You go figure out how this happens. That's what I say to people all the time, man. Most bosses are stupid if they give you a reason why they fired you. If I fired you, say, get the hell out of my building. Why? Because it's my building and it ain't yours. Get out of here. Well, why are you firing me? Get the hell out of my building. I don't know how to make it any simpler to you. Get the hell out of my building. Well, I want to know why I'm fired. Too bad. I give you 10 more seconds to get the hell out of my building. I'll have you escorted out of my building. I ain't telling you a reason. Because as soon as somebody gives a reason why they were fired by their boss, the next thing you know is a lawsuit is coming. So if anybody has employees and you don't want to be sued, just do what I just told you to do. Don't give them a damn reason. Just throw them out the damn building.
So she has to read that contract to see what she signed.
I don't. Like I said, I have no idea. Like I said, I could not care less about. When I was a kid, I knew it was a con job.
Yeah.
It's just investing in any kind of like mutual funds or anything like that. It's a con job. These guys are billionaires driving around in billion-dollar cars and not doing anything for a living. This money's coming from somewhere, and when the fund collapses, then what? Who's held liable? Nobody, because you know why? It's called gambling. You gamble that you were trusting this other party, this other person, to do the right thing, and gee, it didn't pay off like you thought it would. I guess it's called like a Ponzi scheme, and gee, I guess I got burned. I guess I should have got out earlier. Now the money's tightening up, and they're going to start burning everybody like crazy.
Right.
It's like, oh, well. It's like, you just totally trusted these retirement funds and these retirement agencies and these government agencies. You just totally trusted them. And how's that working out for you? And I try to keep from laughing at poor people who do that. It's like, look, you people didn't want to listen to me back in 1980. You didn't want to listen to me, Now that it's happening, now you're like, oh, my God, we were so stupid. It's like, no, you were just, bullshitted, and you were just bedazzled into believing that what they were saying was true because they had a three-piece suit and tie, they looked pretty, or they sounded smooth, or they were con artists. Don't worry about it. It's been going on since time began. Believe me, I'm sure con men existed during caveman time.
So what would be the most practical approach for her to take using the common law?
I guess you'd have to try to find the man or the woman who actually is in charge and say, what gave you the right to take my property? And start with that. But they're going to say, look at the form you filed in 1987. In 1986, when you first started with this 401, it says at any time we will, and anytime we wish. Like nobody ever reads these stupid terms and agreements of the contracts.
Right.
I mean, it's a shame. I mean, can you imagine all these little ladies who call me up and say, oh, General Motors collapsed overnight. Oh, the union people call me up. Oh, no, we're not getting any union benefits. What should we do? I guess go work for Ford. What can you do? You got conned. And they'll say everything was totally above the board. We always did everything in writing. We always gave you full disclosure. You did not have to put your money in here. Nobody put a gun to your head and told you. You had to do this. This is what you wish to do. It's like I always tell people all the time, man, you make a deal with the devil, you sign a contract with the devil, now it's payback time. Now it's time to pay your dues. The devil is dues. And you wind up in hell, and you're like, holy cow, how did I get here? Like, didn't you read the fine print? Oh, no. Well, how about you got the rest of eternity to read it? Why don't you read it now? Holy crap, did I sign that? Yeah, you did. I guess I was young and impetuous and stupid, but you know what I'm saying? That ain't his problem. Your mommy and daddy didn't teach you. You better read everything before you sign it. Like I said, my dad told me a million times, thank God he couldn't read or write English. He said an honest man would never be ever told to sign anything by another man. And an honest man could go his whole entire life without ever signing a document. If you sign a document once, okay. You sign it twice, you signed 2 times too many already. And everybody runs around planet Earth now signing their names away like it's a monopoly money. You guys are just throwing your names around, signing every damn thing they throw in front of you. And people aren't stopping and saying, look, all I got is my good name and my word. My word and my good name is all I own. It's all I possess. And you guys are throwing your name around like crazy. The cop always says, give me a name. They say, well, give me your name. They'll say, well, no. Well, then why should I give you mine? Are you going to give me yours? No. Why? Well, he's like, I don't know what you're going to do with it. Well, I don't know what you're going to do with mine.
Yeah, they got hurt good.
They're trained. They're taught better than to be willy-nilly with giving out their names. They're not stupid. They know their name is very important, very valuable, and somebody could take their name and use it to their disadvantage. So why should I just give my name willy-nilly to everybody? That wouldn't make any sense. If they're not doing it, somebody taught them correctly. Their supervisor taught them correctly. Their daddy taught them correctly.
Yeah, they got her good. I feel bad for her. That was her only asset in the world.
Oh, well, that's what she thought was her assets. But like I said, I mean, it might sound like, oh, cold, man, you're so cold. It's like, okay, you gambled and you lost. It's like people telling me they went to Las Vegas and they gambled everything. How could I sue the casino? It's like, what do you mean, how can you sue the casino? Well, it was very deceptive what they did. They put this funny carpeting on the floor. They put all these neon lights. They put half-naked women in front of me. They kept giving me booze all night. How do I sue the casinos? I say, you're kidding me, right? Well, no, it was very deceptive what they did. That was very unfair. They tricked me when I was very vulnerable. Okay. And? What would you like me to do? Show me how to sue the casino and get my money back. And sue for everybody who ever lost their money in these casinos. Because they're doing all these psychological profiles on us, and they're scanning us when we walk in, and the lights are very dim, and there's no clocks on the walls, and you can't see windows, and it's very confusing, and the next thing you know, we lose everything we got. Oh, really? And you're telling me this hasn't been done since caveman time? And somebody put a gun to your head and told you to do it? It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's a lot of fun dealing with human beings. Because nobody wants to take liability for their own actions. Nobody wants to do it.
Right.
And people say, Cole, man, you're so cold. Like, Cole, you're so cold. It's like, no, I'm just telling you as it is. I'm sure you could call up whatever, a Rush Limbaugh guy or a Michael Savage or something like that, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, those Jew bastards, man, they run Wall Street, and those bastards, man, they always trick us. Oh, they've been pulling these scams for 5,000 years. Oh yeah, those dirty bastards." No, if you want to play that game, you better be a master at it or stay away. You want to deal with the devil, you better be a master at it, or you better stay away. You guys jump in with both feet all the time, man, and you feel bad for people like that. You're like, holy jeez, you guys didn't fall for this again, did you? Not again. Well, it's a whole new generation. We got these people, too. Didn't you do that during the Great Depression? Yeah, didn't you con hold it? How did the people fall for this again? How did you guys do that during the Great Dust Bowl down there? How did you get the people all to mortgage everything up to the hilt and take their farms and homes? How did you do that? Well, 60 years passed, and we did it again. And we're going to do it again in 60 years. We're going to do it again. And we're going to keep on doing it. A new generation is going to come, and they're going to forget. There's going to be commercials on TV again in, 30, 40 years that's going to say, oh, I bought 3 houses, no money down. This is so easy. Anybody could do it. It's the same scam, man. They're just going to do it again to us. And our kids as kids. It's just a con game. It keeps they've been, I'm sure I could have been doing this radio show in 1670 and say, hey, how did they con us with all these tulip bulbs? How did we ever fall for this? It's like, oh, they do it to us all the time. Why? Because we're human beings, and they know the nature of the beast. Like monkeys, they know how we're going to react. They're not stupid. They have actuaries that actually just sit around and calculate and figure out the odds, the percentages. When can we pull us off again? You know, it's a lot of fun. So, like I said, what could that lady actually do to try to get her 401k back? Honestly, I can't see anything on the common law side. I mean, she's going to have to go through their, you know, through their way. I really can't see anything in common law when you're talking about surrendering something to the IRS. If you surrendered something, you know, like you made a deal with the devil, you know, how are you going to withdraw the contract?
But do you think they would actually show up in court with that contract and defend themselves with it?
Yeah, in their administrative court, they sure will.
But how about
if you go in front of a jury, they sure will. The jury will throw you under. The jury will hang you faster than anybody hang you. But you might be in front of a guy with a black robe, and if a guy with a black robe knows that corporations can't do anything that cause harm to man, that's fine.
That's what I was thinking. Is if she went in there and did a claim against let's say the agent that put the actual levy on her 401k. Now that's actually the actual man who's an agent. Right, the man.
They don't go to the agent; they go to the man who acted as the agent.
So she brings that man in who acted as the agent.
But that man basically, if I was that man, I'd just say, sir, look, I'd say to the court, I said, honestly, I'm just following policy. This is the policy in which she subscribed. This is the policy in which she put her blood-stained hand footprint oath upon. This is what she said that she was going to do, and this is what we said we were going to do. We are not in breach of contract. We are following it to the letter of the law. She signed a contract. And this is what I try to say. You guys try to find a billion freaking excuses. Did you sign a piece of paper more than once in your life? Yes, then it's all your fault. But you don't want to go kick your daddy in the ass for not teaching you. You better not sign more than one piece of paper in your lifetime, because one time was bad enough. So if your daddy didn't teach you that, you say, why am I signing this again? Really? Do I know how to get out of it? Okay, what is this going to control or not control me? How is it going to control me? Okay. It's like I tell people the whole time who get busted for transporting pot or something like that. I say to them all the time, it's like, how many times have you transported pot? And it's like, I don't know, thousands. And you've been lucky, for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? Yeah. What did you think was going to happen when you got caught? Well, I figured I was going to. And how did you figure you were going to get out of jail? And how did you figure how you're going to move the court? Well, that I never figured out. I figured that once I got caught, I guess I'd have to get a lawyer or I could just go to jail. Really, why didn't you figure out the game all the way to the end before you started playing? Why? Why did you just jump in and only know 3/4 of the game? I buy the pod, transport the pod, sell it to somebody else, I get my money, and I go home. Okay, that's 3/4 of the game. The next quarter is, okay, one time I get stopped by a cop, I get arrested, I get arraigned, and now what do I do during arraignment? What do I do for the trial? What do I do when I get in front of the judge? What do I do if I get in front of a jury? Now what do I do? How come you didn't figure the rest out? How old are you again? 12? How old are you again? 30, 40, 50, 60. How old are you? And you didn't figure the game out to the end. And where and since you had an IRA, when did you not have enough time to just sit down and read the damn contract? Why didn't you bother to read it? Why didn't you bother to put in stipulations and say, whoa, do you see what clause number G, do you see what G says on this thing? Do you see what this reads? Holy crap. Oh, no, I'm going to go back and modify this, or I'm going to take all my money out. I mean effing now. No. Nobody bothers reading the terms and conditions of the contract until it's too late.
Kyle, if the contract references the Internal Revenue Code to empower this man that acted as an agent to do a lien, and the Internal Revenue Code itself says that the person who's authorized to do that doesn't exist anymore under their own code, wouldn't that debunk their argument, their position?
It depends. If it's your court or their court, under their court, any rule goes, anything goes. They could just do it by, they could just, it's like, what do they call that? It's the nature of the, what do they call that when it's just a, when a judge just says, you know what, I'm going to allow that to be entered. I'm trying to remember what that says. I'm trying to think of it. I'm trying to think of the actual technical term.
Prima facie?
Yeah, basically, that it's basically, on its face, or this has been the custom, and this is the way it's been for so long, and this is the way everybody's known it to act and how to be. So we're just going to hold it, We're going to maintain the position that it's always held. We're not going to, create new, precedent. We're just going to maintain status quo here. That's the judge's main job. That's all the guy in the black robe's main job is to maintain status quo. He is not really supposed to get in there and interpret any damn thing. If this is the way the contract reads, and this is the way all the parties have been acting, and this is the way, 99% of the people who have the similar contract and similar agreements, if this is how they act, the number one job, you could probably Google that. The number one job of the judge is to maintain status quo. Leave everything right the hell the way it is. Not to make precedent, not to create new case law, to just maintain the position as the positions have been held for eternity.
But if she does her own lawsuit, what man is going to come in as an agent and say, there is a code that allowed me to do this when there isn't one?
Well, I'm saying whether there is a code, she's not going. If she has her own lawsuit, obviously she's not going to be able to rely on any code because she's not a code decipherer. She can't put code into her suit. It's not her property. It's all trademark, registered, copyrighted. She can't use code in her lawsuit.
I realize she can't, but would the man who comes in as the agent that took the money?
Well, what's her suit going to be? What all he's got to do is say to the court, read the contract that she signed. Did she make her person liable for her acts as the woman? Yes. Okay, see this is what I'm saying? You guys are always trying to figure out a loophole how to get out of your liability, your responsibility. You're always trying to figure out the cheat. You're always trying to figure out the way out. And this is going to be this is what I'm saying. Maybe this baby boom generation, maybe this is going to be the last stupid fucking generation on planet Earth, hopefully. Maybe people from now on, younger people, listen to people like me and say, you got to read every damn thing and don't sign any damn thing. And if you read it, modify it. Modify it to the terms and conditions which you wish to live under. Like I said, I started a satellite installation company with my buddy down in Georgia. And what was funny is I just decided to work out in the field. I can't stand working in an office, but he's got a nerve problem. He got hit in the head with a box, and he's got like a spinal problem. He fell off a couple of roofs. Well, this is another company before he worked. He's like, he tried an ice cream parlor. And I was like, come on, So he started a satellite company instead. And so I was the outside guy, and he was the inside guy. And after 3 or 4 years working together, he had an accountant who said, all the employees here have to sign contracts with the corporation, with the new corporation that they started together. And so I was explaining how wonderful it is to be a corporation, how the IRS will work with you, how you get credit cards, how you can lease everything, drive new vehicles, buy brand new homes, and use it as an office expense. I said he was loving it. He went from being like dirt poor, living with his mama, to living in a beautiful house, driving, palatial cars and trucks. I mean, best tools on planet Earth. He was loving life, dealing with the IRS. You can. It can be of a great benefit if you know how to play the game. So it was funny as he had me. I said, "You are not asking me to sign a contract, are you?" He's like, "Well, everybody." The attorney said, we got an attorney for the company now. He says everybody's got to, so nobody could sue the company. I said, "Oh, really?" So when I went home, I took the contract, and I said, "You really don't want me to do this?" He said, "Yes, you do." Well, I do. So I took the contract, brought it home, cut, copied, and pasted, changed all the modified everything. It says, if I no longer work here, no longer happy here, this company is to pay me $5 million, within 14 days, I changed it all. So I brought back this 7-page ridiculous contract, but it was mine. I brought back 2 copies. And I said, now you sign one and give it to me, and you keep one. He says, oh, boy. He says, never in my wildest dreams did I think I would ever see you sign a contract. And I said, well, I did. He says, well, I never thought that day would come. And he was laughing his ass off. He's like, after all you say about signing a name and contracts, I said, hey, don't worry about it, buddy. It makes you feel happy and your attorney happy now, right? He says, well, absolutely. He's going to be amazed. I said, that's right. He'll be amazed. And I said to myself, wait until the day you try to fire me or I decide to quit. I'll own this effing company because you have no idea what you just signed. So like I said, believe me, when somebody hands me a contract, I read every damn thing. If I know how to play the game, if somebody says, here's a driver's license, sign it, or here's a passport, sign it, I know how to play every damn angle, how to get in and out of that damn piece of paper. I'm not just going to sign it willy-nilly and just say, gee, I guess when I get stopped at the border,
and I got more than $10,000 of Canadian U.S. money, what do? Which I had a hell of a lot more than that at one time. And the Border Patrol guy asked me, he says, how much money you got there? I said, only God knows what's true. Me? I would just be taking a guess. I have no clue what the monetary value is that paper that's sitting in front of you. He said, well, how much money do you have? I said, whatever that paper value is, I have no clue. But I tell you, everything that's sitting in front of you is mine. It is not yours. That is my property. So how much Canadian or U.S. money do you have? I said, I have no Canadian money. I have no U.S. money. I don't have Bob's money, Bill's money, or Susie's money. All that money you see right there is mine. If I had Canada's money, Bill's money, or Bobby's money, wouldn't it be proper of me to give it back to Billy, Bobby, Canada, or the United States? Wouldn't it be kind of wrong of me to keep Canadian, U.S., Billy, or Bobby's money? All that money is mine. Carl Lentz's, my property. That's my property you're witnessing in front of you. So see, like I said, you better know how to play the whole entire game from one end to the other. You better not just come across the border with a wad full of money and say, well, that's more than $10,000. I got to file this form and claim, and if I don't, then they're going to give me all rations of hell, and I'm going to go to jail, and they're going to arrest me and seize my money, da-da-da-da. No, you better know how to talk. You better know how to get it from one end to the other. Because that was great. The man actually said to me, how much money do you believe is there? So I knew this man was trained really well. Oh, believe, because the only thing you could hold me for is my convictions. You're waiting for me to convict myself or due to my beliefs. Oh, lovely. What do I believe is there, sir? All I believe is there that's in front of you is my property. What the value is of that, God only knows. What's true, God only knows. But I'm telling you, what you're witnessing in front of me, in front of you, is my property. There's no one else that's going to claim that that's their property, but I. So it was a lot of fun dealing with people who actually know the words like will and belief and believe. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We had a great border stop. I mean, I always say how wonderful those guys were, because he could have said, you know what, I'm going to ignore that, this guy knows the words and I know the words and he's playing the game masterfully and I'm playing it masterfully. You know what, honestly, I'm just going to break his balls and take all the damn money and arrest him. He could have done that to me. That man certainly could, but he was honorable. And we played the game like two chess masters. It was a lot of fun. And like I said, just like when that sheriff showed up to my sister's house one day and we went around and around the driveway and he grabbed me by the shoulder and says, God love you. He says, God bless you. I said, I love people who know the law. It makes my job so much easier. I don't want to execute this warrant on your sister. He says, but do you think she could answer this warrant, sometime, because tomorrow if I'm not here and you're not here, what's going to happen? I said, my sister's going to be good. Handed this warrant, she's going to shit a brick, she's going to be tasered, she's going to cry, and it's going to get real ugly. They said, right, you better handle this for your sister while you still can. I said, oh, yeah, I will. I said, I'll get right on it. It's 3:30. I'll have this settled by 5. Trust me, before the sun goes down, it'll be settled. There will be no debt. So like I said, when you know the game, it's a lot of fun. And you don't know the game, your daddy didn't teach you. You didn't listen enough to my calls. It ain't my effing problem. I'm just grateful that folks are starting to understand just because they got a warrant, it's got to be bonded. And I think you understand really well about bonds now.
Yes, sir. If they don't have a bond, then the warrant itself is a fraud.
Right. It only has power over somebody's subordinate, somebody who's subscribed to be bound by that warrant. Like if you were a defendant or if you were a citizen, then they don't need a bond because it's all one big happy family. But you're saying you're not part of this happy family, you're not part of this nation. You're saying I got my own family, my own nation, I don't recognize your warrant. If you want to exercise your warrant on me, please also attach a bond because I'm not part of the family.
Yes, you're correct, sir. And the reason why African American in this country and all people of so-called color who say they're black are suffering is simply because they're in the wrong government.
Yeah, they're in the wrong family. They're a member of the wrong family. They're not part of the family that they belong to treats them like a dog.
Right, sir. And it has nothing to do with racism. It has to do with sheer law. And the reason why they struggle so much is because even the Dred Scott case, they were not meant to be even U.S. citizens. They're under a different flag. Our flag is the Moroccan flag, one of the oldest flags in the world, the red flag with a 1 star in it.
You know what? I usually don't worry about any kind of, what do they call it, symbols. I don't do any kind of idols or symbols.
So to me, you know, I try to get away from any kind of having people follow any kind of idolatry.
I understand where you're coming from, but my reason for mentioning the flag is I was going to say to you, African American cannot be a nation because every nation have a flag. I'm just talking law here. I can agree with you. This symbol bullshit too sometimes just get to my head, but according to the law, Black's Law Dictionary and that kind of stuff, every nation have a flag.
Right. If you want to operate through their courts, but I do not wish to operate under their courts. And I think if you go back to your nation and you explain to them, you know, more of you don't actually, you know, you just want to be your own nation. You couldn't care less if the other side even recognizes you as true. You know, they have to operate under the same rules, you know, throughout the world. If I'm not a member of your, you know, domestic under the domestic authority, if I'm not part of your nation, I don't care what your opinion is of me. I don't care. You have no jurisdiction, which means control over me. If you want to encroach upon, you're going to be committing a trespass, and I'm going to hold you liable as the man. What I say is you can just use their generalized forms just to get a case number.
Yeah.
And once you get the case number, then you say, "Oh, I've got to amend my claim."
Yeah.
And then you amended claim in the next day.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Now, the gentleman from Australia, I wish he could push *8 and maybe come up and lay out what his situation in shorthand terms is, and then maybe get some guidance as to how to go. But if he would go to the Google Docs, then he'll have all 48 items that you've put in so far. I mean, you may have put some more in after this, but...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you don't put all those notices in.
That's right. You don't do them all at once.
No, you don't. Sometimes you don't have to do them at all. If they just accept the claim and they roll with it, that's fine.
Okay. Right.
The claims are the only reason why you put notices in there is if somebody's trespassing.
All right. In other words,
just because somebody rolls past my driveway, I don't run out in the street and says, "Well, if you pull your car into here, this is what's going to happen to you." It's like, well, dude, what makes you think I'm even going to do anything wrong?
There you go.
You don't have to make down a whole list of rules. You don't got to go out in front of your driveway and write 40 different pieces of paper on the front of your driveway that if somebody pulls in, is thinking about driving into your driveway, this is what's going to happen to them. That's ridiculous. Everybody knows what's going to happen.
That's the pre-man thing, walking around with loads of paper.
Everybody knows what to do. So like I said, you wait for them to do something wrong. You don't go in there and give them a whole bunch of notices. Then you just look like a Nancy boy. If they know what's right from wrong, you do that. Can you imagine the neighbor just puts up 40 pill bullets and saying, "I'm giving everybody notice. You trespass on me. This is what this means. This is what this means. This is what a house is. What a sidewalk is. This is what a window is. This is what a house is." Oh, stop! You're going to look like a ridiculous neighbor.
Very good.
You just leave it alone. You just say, "Okay, this is my house." That's all you got to tell people.
Right.
They know it's your house. They know it's your case. They know it's your suit. They know what they're supposed to do and not do. So, like, I kind of heard you say something. The judge did this, or the clerk did this.
Yeah, that was what you. Well, there's 2 or 3 pieces of paper in here. One has got the judge and what he recommended, and it's got the prosecutor in here. It's been a while since I've looked at it. And then the prosecutor is coming back with a piece of paper. Meanwhile, you discuss with the clerk of the court what you want done and where he's to put it. And if the people look at your first piece of paper you put in, they'll see there's 2 dates on there. One is the date when you put it in, it was file stamped, and the clerk kind of ran with it under the United States District Court. And then you talked to the clerk of the court through your paperwork via notice, and the clerk refiled it into the proper court for that second date. That's what, as I understand, the first piece of paper. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, like I said, when it comes to when the United States, like say anybody, when a court personnel is getting paid by the United States government, their paycheck says United States government. They have to show where they've done work. They have to show where they should get their paycheck this week. So they're like, okay, this case came into our courthouse this week, so this is what we did. This is the work that we've done on this case this week. And I had to tell them, it's just say that that's fine, that this is what you had to do to satisfy you, to get your paycheck, whatever, from the United States government. That's lovely. But this has, in my case, has absolutely nothing to do with the U.S. government. Not yet.
Yep.
So this is just between me and DHR. This is just between me and the reason why people say, too, why do you do DHR? Because when I wrote to the DHR, when I wrote to the head of the DHR, when I wrote to their attorneys, they always answered back, the DHR believes it has done no wrong. So if it says the DHR believes it has done no wrong, that only a man could do right or wrong. An agency can't do right or wrong. An agency is just letters on the side of a building. It's a man or a woman. They could have said, we don't believe any of our agents work for the agency has done anything wrong. No, it says the DHR believes it has done no wrong.
Okay.
So that'd be like I believe I've done no wrong. Only a man could have a belief. They could have wrote the office of the attorneys for the DHR believes that the DHR has done no wrong. But no, it says the DHR believes it's done no wrong. Right. So if it wants to act like a man, I'm going to treat it like a man.
So before you put in the claim, you wrote to them, which creates the notice, and which is one of the 5 rules I think I've pulled out, is you sent them the notice, and then you sent them maybe in the same piece of paper the results of them not performing like they're supposed to.
No, like I said to the people, I was doing a show back then, and some clown called me up and says, they dismissed your case. I said, that's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense to me. It's like saying pineapples dismissed my case. Who in particular? What does this say? And he said, the magistrate. I said, okay, the only problem is the magistrate, if you look at the very first piece of paper the magistrate put in, he was asking in the very first paragraph, who has control over this case? He said he doesn't know. It's the United States government has control. He doesn't know if he has control. He doesn't know if I have control. He doesn't know who's got jurisdiction. So I wrote him a nice, lovely letter back saying, don't worry about it. Don't sweat over it. There's no doubt about it. I have control over this case. This is my case. So then from the United States government's point of view, he had to sign off and says, the United States government and we have absolutely no jurisdiction to hear this matter. This is not our case. He has not surrendered this case to us. We have no right to view it. We have no right to make a ruling. We have nothing. So we're going to dismiss this out of the United States court system. And that's fine, because I didn't deliver it to the United States court system. I delivered it to a public building in which federal rule. It's a federal court, not a federal government court. There's federal governments all over planet Earth. Mexico is a federal government. Call it the people in Canada. They'll tell you we got federal courts up here, too.
Yep.
So I was saying it's not part of the United States government's corporation, the corporation known as the United States. It has nothing to do with that corporation. I'm not one of its chartered members. I'm not one of its citizens. I'm not asking Mommy for help. Now, when you're a United States citizen, you file like a civil rights complaint. That's what they said. They said, I'm filing a civil rights complaint. I said, no, I'm not filing a civil rights complaint because I have no civil rights. To have civil rights, that'd be like saying an Australian or an English person comes over here to the United States and says, well, they're violating my civil rights. And they'll say, you've got no civil rights because you're not a United States citizen. So in this case, I am not a United States citizen. I am simply a man. Yep. I'm not anything other than a man. There's nothing to cloud. I have no titles. I'm not accepting any titles. I am just known as a man. That's it. And I'm making a claim against another man, and that's it. So then when I put my claim in, what happened was the attorney for DHR said the DHR is an agency. I was like, oh, lovely. That's great. Now I'm going to find out who's in control of the agency, and I'm going to go after that. But until I found out that the DHR does not exist as flesh and blood, I had nobody to go after. Because I was just getting letters from DHR. So if all I'm getting is letters from DHR, and it's like, okay, who's responsible for this monster, this creation? Who's responsible for this agency? Who is in charge? Oh, it's the governor of the state of Alabama. Oh, he's the chief executive officer. Oh, good. Now I'm going to go after him.
Now I'm listening to Rod Class, in which his cases, they're stating that the agencies are not government agencies, and the governor's not in charge of the North Carolina agencies.
That's lovely. That's his belief.
In other words, the fellow that wrote him and told him that's his belief.
That's lovely. Now convince the jury of that. I think I'll have a lot easier. I think I'll have a lot easier time convincing the jury that the governor is the executive officer of all agencies within a state, because that's exactly what it says in their constitution.
Okay. All right.
It's all convincing the jury.
But yet, even though the judge or the prosecutor for the state side is.
I'm the prosecutor.
I know you're the prosecutor in your particular
right.
case.
Right, and the jury's the judge. That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. So I have no idea where this Rod Class crazy shit's going.
Neither do we.
Well, that's why he's got an ankle bracelet on his ankle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's all over the map with this shit. Me, I'm very direct, very right to the point.
Yeah.
The governor's going to have to come into this and answer me and say, I have absolutely no control over that agency known as the DHR. Say, oh, good. Then if you don't have control over that agency, then I'm going to take control of it. I'm going to make a claim for it. Since it's out of control and nobody seems to want to claim it, I'm going to claim it. And believe me, somebody's going to step up and make claim that, no, you can't because I control it. Oh, good. I was wondering who was controlling this crazy car that was driving down to my property without a driver in it.
Yeah. Sit behind the wheel, right?
Right. If nobody's behind the wheel and I'm jumping in it because it's going to run over my livestock or my house, I'm going to do what is necessary and proper to protect my self-interest. So if this agency is just running hog wild and nobody's going to take control of it, I'll take control of it and I'll put it back on course. I'll govern it. If the governor doesn't want to govern it, I'll govern it. It's that simple. And the man who created these governments, man controls the governments, and if no man wants to come forth and make a claim that it's in control of this creation of creation monster, I'm going to claim it. So when you said when you went to the court clerk guy, you said that you'd had it recorded for 2 hours?
Yeah. It was pretty much 2 hours. So the guy at the clerk went back and forward, and then I said to him, "Can you bring this woman out? I want to speak to her." And then he went back in. You require. He went back in, and she kept saying no, and came back out. And I said, he said, and he started talking about something else. And I said, it's interesting how you're not answering my question. I said, why can't she come out? Yeah, and I said, what, is she chicking? And I started laughing, and my kids started laughing, and then he started laughing. I said, do me a favor, don't tell me anything else. I don't know what she's told you to come out here. I just want to see her. Go back in there and tell her to come out. Then he went back in about another 2 times, and he said, look, I can't keep going back in there. She keeps telling me she's not coming out. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, right, now do me a favor, go get me an N1 form. And he said, what's an N1 form? And I go back in there and ask her. He went in there, asked her, she got an N1 form, came back out. I said, brilliant. So how do you spell her name again? And then I started writing it in. And he said, what are you doing? I goes, well, I've already warned her in March. I think it's, March 17th and the 7th of April that I said I'd prosecute her if she doesn't start limiting my access to justice. She's always infringing that right. So I've already warned her, and guess what? She's doing it. And now I'll have to come all the way down here because she can't be bothered to answer my letters, and now I have to do this. So now I've got no choice. I've even given her the opportunity to come out and explain to me, and she doesn't want to do it. Fine, that's okay. So I'll just fill it out. So I started filling it out, and then he sort of looked at me and thought, no, he's bluffing. And I went, okay. Then I went in where it says a claim, and I started filling that out. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, well, I've already told you what I'm doing. I'm filling out the form. I'm going to prosecute her. And he said, I said, well, it's up to you. I've warned you, and I'm guessing you went in there and told her, but she didn't want to know. That's fine. Then she can tell the judge. Then he said, oh, hang on a minute, and then took my claim form. Then he went into the back, and I thought, well, he's probably going to show her. She probably won't come back out. Lo and behold, on the 5th time, she comes out. And I thought, oh, that's really nice of you to come out. So I had a conversation with her, and she explained why she couldn't answer them. And I said, okay, that's nice. But I said, all I need to do is have access to this paperwork. I said, you can't expect me to turn up to a trial when I have no clue what's in that file. And she goes, it's the same stuff that you've already been sent. I said, that's really nice. But so far, my experience says that occasionally some bits of information can go missing, doesn't reach me. I know that. That's just what the nature of posting things are. Occasionally something doesn't reach there. So just to double check that, before I hold myself completely liable by turning up to the trial, I need access to that. I need to make sure everything that I've got is everything that you've got. And she just said no, and I said, why not? She said, oh, you tell me about a CPR rule, and I said, well, what CPR rule? She said, go get a solicitor, and I said, what's a solicitor? Don't know, haven't got a clue what that is. She said, look, I can't make this decision. It has to be done by a judge. So she said, I can put it forward towards the judge, and he can make the decision whether he allows you. And I said, I'm not asking him anything. I said, your colleague said that it's my file. I want access to my file. I don't care about your file. I've got my file to look at. And she just looked at me and she said, but I don't have the ability to do that. I said, sorry, say that again. And she said, I don't have the ability to do that. I goes, sorry, I thought you were listings officer. You're a bit of a middle manager. You don't have the ability to look in the file. And she said, I do, but you don't. I said, right. So now you're just infringing my right to access justice. This is what I wrote to you before. And then she just tried to back in and out. We had a little bit of a laugh and a joke. Then I said, right, okay, so you're saying to me that your job role says that you can't do this. And she said, yeah. I said, okay, that's fine. So give me a name of somebody who is then. Whose role is it? And then she said, oh, it'll be the manager above. And I said, oh, okay. In fact, how many managers above are you? And she said, there's 3 managers above me. And I said, brilliant. Who's the top guy? And said the name. And I said, all right, okay. So, you know what? If you can't do anything for me today, I'm already here. I've come down here. I'm not going anywhere until I've had this done. And she goes, we close in 1 hour. I said, that's not my problem. I'm not going from here until I get it resolved. And she said, well, you can always put it in writing. And I said, what, like you? And then for 6 months later, you can't bother to respond. And she said, oh, okay, but maybe I should have. And I said, yeah, that's right, you should have. I guess you should have common courtesy. Somebody writes to you, okay, one's a mistake. I wrote to you loads of times. I think there's 5 times in all that I wrote to her. And she said, okay, well, this name. And I said, brilliant. Okay, so this name, call her down. And she said, oh, she works across different courts. And I said, oh, that's nice. And I said, why are you telling me that for? And she said, well, she's not here. And I said, no. You were about to say that she may not be here, but you just said she isn't here. So either she is or she isn't. And then they said, oh, she isn't here. And I said, well, a minute ago you were saying maybe, and now you're saying isn't. So why don't you go back in there before you give me another answer, and you double check it. So then she walked off, came back and said, oh, she's not at her office, so she's either not here or she's at a different court. And I said, okay, we'll go back in there. You should be able to look in her diary and tell me where she is. If she's in a different city, then tell me, and then I'll drive right there now. And then she came back out and said, oh, no, she is in the building. I said, brilliant. Now she's in the building. Now call her. Go get her and bring her out here. Yeah. And maybe she has the capacity to answer my questions. I just need real basic stuff. Why can't I get access to this file? Why is it such a palaver? And then she said, oh, but she's busy. And I said, okay, that's fine. I'll wait. And she said, oh, she's with a VIP. And I said, oh. And then I started making fun. And I goes, well, surely I'm a VIP. if I'm not a VIP, how do I become a VIP? And she said, oh, it's an MP. And I said, oh, another public servant? I said, so what, the public servants are higher than me? And then she just like looked at me and thought, I didn't even answer. And then I started laughing. Even I started laughing. We both had a laugh and a joke. Then I said, right, I'm going to stand here. I'm not going to move from here until you go get me this woman. And she said, well, she might be some time. And I said, that's fine. I goes, if I get bored, there's a canteen on the next floor down. I goes, I'll either be there or I'll be standing right here. I'm not going anywhere. And she walked off. And then I waited there and I thought, no, you know what? I'm going to write a letter to this lady as well. So she might not come out. So I told her why I was upset, why I didn't get access to my own stuff, why was that, wrote this letter down. I wrote it out, pen and paper, right there and then. Took a photo of it so I had my own records of roughly what I wrote to her. And I put it on the table and I thought, oh, nobody's even here. Friday night, it's dead. Then it got to about half an hour before closing time. And then I thought, you know what, I'll just shove it on the desk and I'll go downstairs to the canteen. And then, lo and behold, this lady popped up. And I said, hello. And she was the court manager, the top lady.
Yeah.
And she was interesting.
That's funny. That's great, man. You have this all recorded. That the lady was saying that she's not.
I got everything. I got it all, man.
It's great.
It was just so funny. But yeah, she was a nice lady, to be fair. And she was explaining to me her.
They're all somebody's mama. They're all somebody's sister. They're all nice.
Even the other lady, she was nice. The young guy was funny. I had fun with him because he just didn't know whether he was coming or going. And in the end, he was laughing and joking about the stuff he was saying. He wasn't believing what he was saying. It's just so funny. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, the lady came down and she was explaining, trying to explain stuff. And I said, look, no offense. And I said, I don't know you from Adam. I don't know. And I goes, I've had some good experiences in this court. I've had some bad experiences. I can't tell who the liar is and who the honest guy is. I don't know. And I goes, you can't tell that about me either. I can't tell that about you. So I said, right, let's start again. Right, I came here and I wrote for months and months to your colleague and she didn't respond. And she said, okay, I'll admit that straight away. That's wrong. She should have responded to you. And I said, yeah. I said, common courtesy. I goes, I don't know what your policies are, but I said, if somebody writes me a letter and I can't answer it, I write a letter back saying I can't understand it. I can't do this. I can't do that. Or I'm not sure how to action this. I said, she didn't write anything to me. So I said, that either made me think that she didn't exist, I'm writing to the wrong person, I don't know what's going on. And then she said, okay, I apologize for that. And I said, okay, that's fine. So I said, right, now she says that she can't answer my questions. And she said she can't let me have access to my file. Why is that? And she said the same thing, that had to go through a judge. She didn't have the capacity. And I said, okay, so you're a court manager? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, what exactly is your job role if it isn't there to uphold the administration side? And she said, oh, no, I just look after the building. I said, what, you do painting? You change locks? What, you sweep the floor? And she started laughing, and she said, no, it's a bit more complicated than that. I said, okay, well, you tell me then. And she said, no, I'm not going through my job description. I said, well, if you're not going to say it to a member of the public, how do I even know that you're even the court manager? And then she started laughing, and I said, you understand where I'm coming from? I said, every time I come here, sometimes I get good stuff and sometimes I get bad. I don't have the time for this silly joke anymore. I guess it's not funny anymore. I guess I've got a trial, and I don't want to be held liable for something that I cannot see. So I need to know, make sure that I've seen every single document that you're about to judge me on. And she said, well, it's going to be scheduled for a judge, for a hearing in front of a judge where you can request, is her word, to see the court file. And I said, oh, that's nice. So at what point are you going to tell me about that then? And she said it was on the 28th of July that week. And I said, oh, that's nice, but when were you going to tell me that? Because, we're getting closer and closer there. If you haven't written that letter in the next week, I said, you literally give me a day or two notice. Yeah, and she said, yeah, I'm ever so sorry. What I'll do is I'll speak to my colleague and make sure she gives it as soon as possible, and she contacts you to let you know you can make it there. And I said, that's brilliant, thank you. But I said, what I want to know is, why do I have to go to the judge? Why do I have to wait? And she found those answers uncomfortable. She couldn't answer them. And I said, why you saying that I cannot access my file? Whose data are you protecting? Because there's nobody's data except for mine. The only data that's in there, names, are council officials, of which they give their council address, not their home address. So there's nobody's, and she said, oh, maybe, well, it's in the Crown Court, so it must be quite serious. So I haven't looked at your file particularly, but, maybe there's other witnesses. I said, there is none. There's nothing there. There's no one there. I said, even your own judge laughed and joked and said, had somebody been raped, had somebody been murdered? And it was a complete joke. So I said, if that's what your judge said, and all I want is audio file, and then they said, no, you can't have an audio file, you can have transcription. I said, again, you keep saying this. And I've already told you, sometimes I get good service and sometimes I get bad. So the only way I know 100%, hand on heart, that it's honest and true is by listening to the voice tape. So I've already had experience from your office that cannot seem to write what the judge says and type it and send it to me. I've got proof of that. I know it doesn't exist, or sometimes it goes wrong. So rather than listening it through a third party, I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I want to hear it. And she said, okay, well, I know what you're saying. I don't think you'll get it, but you can request the judge to get it. And I said, okay, well, that's going to be very fun.
Did you at any time tell her the word require?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said, that's not in my job role. I can't give it you. She said, my job role is literally to look after the building, manage the people, but not to, she goes, we've got strict criteria of what I'm allowed to give, and anything that's illegal or providing information has to go through a judge. She goes, I can't make that judgment by myself.
Okay, then why did you tell her to take me straight away to the judge?
It was 5 o'clock.
What's that?
Hadn't they already gone? It was 5 o'clock. They were already gone.
Get the on-duty judge.
I did ask about this on-duty judge, and apparently this court, remember I was asking you about this before, and I kept writing to the court saying, you've got to have an on-duty judge. There has to be somebody there in case there's a murder and somebody needs to be, put in jail for a while until pending a case or something. And she said, no, there isn't one. She said, the building's open. There is no, and I said, okay, maybe I'm not using the right word. Okay, on duty, on call, somebody who's, in case of an emergency, you ring up. And I said, we had London riots, so how did you call them? And they said, oh, well, that was actually just ringing around the judges, and we paid them kind of overtime, and they turned up. And I said, great, do that. And she said, no, she won't do it for you. And I said, why? Mine's urgent. And I said, theirs isn't less urgent than mine? And she said, well, that's not for me to decide. She goes, that was other judges who made that decision. And I thought, okay, you've been going around in circles here. Somebody made the decision. And I said, who's looking after my record and file? Who's the responsible man or woman? Give me their name. And I said, is it you then? Because you're the court manager. And she said, no, it's not me. I don't deal with that sort of stuff. And I said, okay, who looks after the database? Who looks after my record? And she said, well, we all do. And I said, well, no, one individual must be assigned to it. It has to be verified to make sure that nobody else slips paperwork in there, either me or them. Mm-hmm. And then they said, oh, no, the ultimate person responsible is the judge. I said, well, how can the judge be responsible? Does he sleep next to my file? And she said, no. And I said, oh, so he can't be responsible. He must have gone home by now. It's 5 o'clock. And she went, yeah. So I said, great. So there's nobody guarding my paperwork. And she went, no. And I said, oh, my God. I guess this just gets worse. And then she started laughing. And then there was a whole load of her employees that were walking past, waving at her, laughing and joking, saying, ha, you're stuck with the crazy guy. And I started laughing. She started laughing. And I said, I'm not even going to say anything about what they just said or what they were kind of waving and making fun of her.
Did you just ask her something? So anywhere along the line, did you ask her if the Crown came in right now, the Crown, the barrister, the Crown solicitor, the Crown attorney, came in and asked him that he needs access to the case file, would you be doing this bullshit to him?
No, I didn't say that.
See how simple that would have been?
That probably would have helped. Because you know and I know, when we see the Crown barristers go in there, they go into the back, they get full access, they get stamps, they're allowed all access. So actually, yeah, that's probably one I should have said, actually.
Oh, I guarantee that's the first thing I say. That's the first thing I go up to those clowns about. I say to them, what are you saying? Are you interfering with my right to access the court? This is a public courthouse, right? Am I not the public? Yes. Oh, I think I proved that when I went over the court of the Royal Courts of Justice. I'm going to go in any damn room I want. Why? Because would you tell the Queen that she couldn't go into her court? Well, no, of course not. We'd let Queen Elizabeth go in any damn room here. Well, then why can't I? Well, what room in particular? Well, what room in particular do you want to go to? I want to go to the room where there's off-duty judges, a call duty, an on-duty judge. I want to go into that room. I want to go and meet that magistrate, do some paper filing for me. They go, okay, we'll do it for you. I said, okay, fine. It's that simple. You've got to be able to explain to them, is that simply. If they're allowed to access this building, why am I not allowed to? And they'd have to say, well, you're just a member of the public. Oh, really? Is this a public courthouse or is this a private institution? They say it's public. Well, then public building, public, guess what? I'm public, it's my building.
It really stumps them when you say that. I was laughing when I was saying it.
Yeah, because you say, look at them and say, are you not a public servant? Yes, then go serve me. Are you refusing to serve your public? You are a servant of the public. If you do not want to serve me, what are you doing in this public building? Why don't you just go home?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what you got to get done. Is this a private? Right. Is this a private institution? Is this a private building? Direct me to the public courthouse, please. This is the public courthouse. Oh, good, lovely. Then I'm the public, right? Yes, and you're a public servant, right? Would you like I, the public, to tell you to go home because you won't do your job? I'll get somebody in here who will do your job. If you won't give me access to that room, I'll get somebody else in here who will give me access to that room. Well, you know what? I'll self-serve.
Self-serve.
Are you telling me I can't go back to where the files are kept? Why not? Well, is this a public courthouse? Yeah. Okay, is that a public filing system? Yeah. Does the public pay for that? Yeah, I'm the public. I pay for it. You tell me I can't have access to my own property? You tell me that you tell me what I can and cannot have? You see what I'm saying? You got to start going around with that logic with them. Just simple logic. Instead of talking to them for 2 hours, it's like if the other side wanted to come here and have complete access to this case file, how would you stop them? It's like, well, we wouldn't. Well, why not? Maybe there's a witness in there that I put in there that I don't want them to see.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a witness that I want to surprise them when they get to court.
Yeah. You know what? I had this other funny thought. Originally, when we went into the magistrate's court, when it all started, and I asked to speak in that case, and they said, no, he doesn't get rights of access. My father's the one who's the defendant, and I had no rights of audience because I wasn't being summoned. And then I thought, okay, that's fine. Fine, I'll sit down. I don't want to be... because I asked for rights of audience and they just said no. And I said, okay, that's fine. This is before you turned up. Then in March, when I went to see this listings officer in the Crown, and she said to me, she said, you're not the guy. And I said, no, that's right. I'm the son. And she said, in fact, she said it recently. She said, I don't even know why you're here because you're not the defendant. Your father is. And I said, yes, but you can clearly see in the file that he doesn't read and write English. What's the point of him being here? Yeah? What's the point? So you can look at him. Yeah, you know what? He's got better things to do than just you looking at him. But the other funny point was that she said in that file, she said there was an order in there for no rights of audience for me. And I was thinking, if there's an order in there, Because I don't remember an order, and I certainly weren't sent an order. He just told me I had no rights of audience. But if it's written in that file that I have an order that I had to be quiet or not, no rights of audience. Now, a year, 2 years have gone by, and I've been complying with this order, and happily, merrily, but I've never been sending any bills, and I haven't seen the order. So the first thing I want to do is see this order. I want to see it signed. If it ain't signed, then I want rights of audience.
Was where did they said there was an order in there for you not to be able to speak?
Yeah, she said there's an order in there, and it says that I don't have rights of audience. I'm not allowed to talk in the court. Which I thought, okay. I knew I wasn't allowed to talk because I wasn't the defendant, but if there's an order in there, well, hang on, why the hell hasn't that order been sent to me? And I'm happy to do orders all day long. In fact, inadvertently, I've done it for 2 years, racking up expenses, as I would call it, or bills. So I think it's time that the bills need to be sent out. So I need to see this order.
Yeah, because they summons you to appear at all, or they just always summons your dad?
They always summons my dad. But when I tried to talk, they said no rights of audience. And months later, when I asked, and they said no, there's in that file is a order that says that I don't have rights of audience. Only my father is the defendant. Only he's allowed to talk.
Yeah.
So I thought, brilliant, because I never got that document. So that's another example of a document that it's on the file, but I have no visibility of.
Yeah. Well, I guess, like I said, I guess you're going to have to, what I would do then is every time you go down to the court, I'd drag your dad down there.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be that.
You have to
get him to take a damn day off.
Drag your dad down there. And like I said, let him just speak Punjabi to you, and you translate it in as close to English as you thought you heard him say. No, I require, not required.
I think it's going to be quite funny.
Yeah, I say, well, the other side has the right to access this. If this barrister, there's the barrister right there. He's going in the room right now. Oh, look, I bet he's accessing my file right now. Why can't I come in right behind him and access it as well? That's what he just said. He said, let's go get a ham and club sandwich after this is over. And you said, you translated it to read, hey, there goes the barrister right now, my dad said. Why does he have access and I do not? Why can't I go in here too?
We have this unusual language,
Yeah, that's right. You and him.
No need, yes.
Right, the translator could have thought he said, give me a ham and Swiss sandwich on rye. But no, he really said, it's our own unique language between me and my dad. We got a unique language. Our family is, we that guy speaks a dialect of Punjabi.
Very, very regional. Very, very regional.
Very, very, very regional. I'm sorry, there's the same living room that me and my dad come from.
It just gets funny. It gets funny.
Well, that's how you got to play it, man. I mean, you're going to have to play dirty pool like they do, man.
Yeah.
They're not going to make it easy for them. They're not going to make it easy for you, so don't make it easy for them.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pay another visit. I'm not going to wait for this hearing thing. They called it a pre-trial hearing. I thought, okay. But the last time I saw a pre-trial hearing was, after you left, they said, we'll do a trial in end of January. And then we're getting closer and closer and closer. And then they said, you wrote a letter, and we're just going to discuss about the letter. So I got a letter 1 week before saying, it's now changed from a trial to a pre-trial hearing. And then what they did was they said, okay, yeah, we'll delay it for 6 months.
Yeah.
So now I've got another pre-trial hearing coming, and I'm thinking, well, hang on, is that something because I'm initiating it or something that you're initiating?
Right. The big thing you guys are going to have to do, too, is with you and your dad, you're going to have to get him to explain to him when some guy in a black robe on a bench tells him to go in a box, your dad's going to have to yell out, give me the order, sir.
Yeah.
Make it an order.
Lots of orders, thank you.
All right, give me an order. Order me to do so, sir. And then as soon as he gives an order to do so, tell your dad to write down that the man named Bob ordered me in a box. an invoice. Bring you one of your own little invoice pads.
Yeah.
So there you go. You order to the box. The judge would be like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I'm taking your invoice. I'm taking your order. Creating an invoice." You just gave me
the other case. That was so hilarious, man.
Yeah, you just gave me an order invoice. So we're creating an invoice. Is there anything else you wish us to do? Because, like I said, the big thing is, like I said, you have to understand, and I don't know how hard it is or easy it is for your dad to understand, is that they are going to try to say that, they're going to say Balraj is a defendant. Like Balraj is no defendant. Balraj is a man.
Yeah.
Balraj is no defendant. He's not defending himself. He's not a defendant to any wrong. No man has made a claim that I've done wrong. I am not a defendant. I have nothing to defend. I have done no wrong. I'm a man.
Yep.
If you order me to stand, order me. If you order me in a box, order me. Order me to stand. Order I a man to stand. Not ordering a defendant. You're ordering a man. And like I said, I did that with my sister, man, before she went to court, because I knew she did not practice. And I told us kids, can you just get off your mom's, stop, hanging on to your mom for 3 days. Right. So I could teach her. And since I couldn't teach her, I said, you know what, fine. Monday morning I wrote something really simple. And just said, if there's any order created today, whoever places the order is going to be held liable for the order. Just that simple. So like I said, your dad could just hand in the piece of paper, just that simple. So then the judge will say to himself, I better not fucking place any orders today, because I'm going to be held liable for the order. Because there is no Balraj man. There is no Balraj defendant in front of you. There's a Balraj man. There is no Balraj defendant. Like I said, you already gave them the notice that any claim of wrong is to be brought forth before a Queen's bench.
Yep.
That's simple. And as far as you're aware, there's no Queen's bench trial going on. If there is a Queen's bench trial going on, lovely. Let's do this. And they say, yes, this is Queen's bench. Oh, good. Then who's that standing over there? That's Barrister Smith. No, you mean it's Joe Smith. You mean it's a man. We're in Queen's bench now. Remember? Only man speaks.
Only man speaks.
And to be like, oh yeah, I guess Bali did finally figure it out. It's that simple. The other one who speaks in Queen's bench is man. There is no admiral. There is no general. There is no lord. There is no knight. There is no sir. It's a man.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's why you got to get a transcript of that barrister, the magistrate telling the barrister, there is no officers allowed in Queen's bench.
Yep.
And I don't know. To me, I have no idea why you didn't get that so fast. Like I said, everybody on the planet Earth wants to hear that. I mean, the one lady did send me something today that said the judge kept saying, there is no plaintiff. The plaintiff will not appear. And she actually sent me the audio tape of it. Like the audio transcript. I was like, holy crap. I said, this is going to be great. I said, I want to put this, and I just wrote a letter back to her, an email back to her saying, hey, instead of making me look around on his WAV file to find exactly when the judge said this, can you give me a hint of like what time on this thing that the judge actually said there is no plaintiff will appear? If there's no plaintiff, you don't have a complete court. The court's got to be complete. The plaintiff has to appear at least, if they don't appear at the beginning, they have to at least appear during sentencing. They have to appear somewhere along the line. If the plaintiff doesn't make an appearance at least for just a moment, it's all bullshit. It's like you're just making this up. It's like you're making a claim in somebody else's name. Like you're making a claim for, I'm trying to think of somebody like Princess Diana. She's dead. Well, Princess Diana's the plaintiff. It's like, I'd like to see her before this court. Don't you worry about that. When she needs to appear, she'll appear. She better appear sometime between the beginning and the end. Because if she doesn't appear at the end, you didn't have a complete court. You didn't have a full court. You had a defendant, possibly. You had a judge, okay. Now, where's the plaintiff? So this court was never assembled, or not properly assembled, because there was a piece missing. Like how could you have a tennis court without the net? Or how can you have a basketball court without the ball? Yeah, there's a piece missing of the court. There's a part of the court missing. A very important part. I mean, it's not a full court. You see what I'm saying? Just little simple logic like that, and it drives them crazy but they're not going to mention it if you don't mention it.
Yep.
They're going to be happy they could get away with it.
Nobody will notice. Is the order of the day.
No, but nobody says anything about it. They'll just. But when somebody does say something, they all look at each other like somebody just farted. Like fuck. Nobody's asked us this. Where do we go from here? I don't know. What the hell do we do now? I don't fucking know.
That was the one, a similar one that I said in that Cornwall against those 3 commissioners and those 5 barristers, and the judge was the accuser can't appear because the accuser's the Crown. Well, who's the Crown? The Crown, the Queen, Elizabeth, such and such. Okay, that's nice. You're giving me about 10 names. So any one of them going to turn up? No. So why is that then? Who said appear? She's the Queen. Okay.
Who told you it was Elizabeth?
Hey?
Who said it was Elizabeth?
The judge did.
You said, see, this is what you got to do.
He said about 3 different names for the Crown. He said Crown. No. Oh, no, he didn't say the Queen, Elizabeth. He said Crown, Regina, and I think he said one other thing.
Her Royal Majesty. It's usually it's either Her Royal Majesty, the Crown, or Regina.
Yeah, I think it was Queen, Crown, Regina.
Yeah, no, they usually don't mention the Queen. They usually just say Her Royal Majesty. It's like, but it's not Elizabeth Windsor, right?
No, it would never be her.
Right, it's never Elizabeth Windsor. I want to know if it's Elizabeth Windsor.
Yeah.
If she's suing me, she has to appear. If she's saying I did something wrong, though, she's got to appear.
I've always fancied having a cup of tea with the Queen.
Yeah, like I said, she's just a public servant. She should be glad to meet her public.
Yeah.
She's there at the will of the public. She's there because the public wills it. She's only a servant to the people. You can put that stuff blows that way or something like that. But like I said, she just serves at the pleasure of the people. So it would please you as a people for her to appear. Like I said, the judge is just making it up. He knows it's the Bar Association. He knows there is no crown per se. He says there is no royal family member who's going to show up.
They've assumed and taken over that role.
Yeah, he's just making it up. Like he's dead on saying like this. It's Regina. Like Regina who? There's 3 million Reginas in Italy alone. Which Regina in particular from Italy is going to show up? Regina is a very popular name in Italy. Great. Which one of those Reginas said I did wrong to her? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which one of those Reginas is making a claim?
Another idea I had on it was to then you state your claim. In other words, you're in their suit, but now nobody has come forward and said they have a claim. So it seems like that's an ideal time to come forward and make a claim that the case is based on a false claim or barrature.
Well, John, let me ask you this, John. Now, are you saying state your claim or you present your claim at that time? Because
I was going to say there's quite a big difference between what you're saying there.
Yeah, because when you're in their court, you can't state anything when you're in their court because they don't hear you, when you're in their court. So you couldn't state it. Now, if you got your claim already recorded and everything else, you can present your claim and then present it because, see, your claim is going to trump that complaint that you're in there with anyway. So, yeah, you will, and like you said, when you state that, they have 3 seconds to respond. If they don't, then, hand them your claim. But you can't state it, you see.
Okay.
You have to have it already recorded, with the courts and everything else, and I'm quite sure the judge probably would have it in front of him anyway, and you could definitely have extra copies and hand it to him, when you do state your claim.
And in England, as soon as you presented your claim there, that's it. They don't want to know because they'll say, shit, it's already here. It's already, their complaint's running now. So they usually, the prosecutor doesn't say, okay, I'll remove the case because then they're open to liability. But what they do is that the judge thinks, okay, well, I don't really want to make a decision on a weak complaint because it will get overturned in a heartbeat and I'll look really bad. So what they tend to say is, oh, brilliant, okay, so we'll do another hearing, but in about 6 months' time. They'll delay it all over the place to allow your claim to come, trial to be heard, and then they'll say, oh, okay, so the claim won, did it? Okay, so, oh, that's really good, because that's what I was going to do anyway for the complaint. Yeah, I was going to let that guy win. But if it went the other way, they'll just say, right, good, okay, we'll go back to railroading mode. But that way, what it is they always come out smelling of roses.
Now, Larry said something that made me think. Why would you, and I'm just asking this, if you're a man, why do you have to have your claim filed in any court? If you're anywhere, you're still a man. Why couldn't you just say, once they stay mute, to your root question?
It's the rules of their court. They don't necessarily have to hear you, of which... If you're saying, I don't know if you've been to court before, when you're filing all sorts of stuff, they don't always hear you. You can say a lot of stuff and they just sort of ignore you.
Yeah, sure.
You can't put stuff in their suitcase.
Okay.
Although don't care who you are, doesn't matter which airport you're at, no random guy comes to you, next to you in an airport and says, you know what, can you just put a few of these things in your suitcase and then we'll take them out of your own. You say, get lost. It's my suitcase. Get your own damn suitcase.
Isn't the exception to that, though, a claim? If you put your notice of your claim into their suit, isn't that a game changer?
Yeah, but that you're right, but then that's you making a claim somewhere else and then saying, by the way, there's a claim over here.
Okay.
Not a claim in there. Claim somewhere else.
I see. Okay. Wow, that's
so they don't have control of what's going over there, and they think, right, I just want to see how this pans out first before I make a decision.
Okay. Wow, I didn't know that. I'm glad we're talking about all this because this is the kind of thing I was hoping to elicit for the people who are listening. What you guys are saying, you can't state a claim in their case, but you can present your claim. That's very, very useful.
That's why Carl says don't say much in there, because what's the point? They're not going to listen to you anyway. Of which you might even just dig yourself a grave and they'll just say, oh, brilliant, we were only going to give this one guy 1 order, let's give him 10. Because he loves talking, brilliant, let's give him 10 orders.
Right.
Okay, let's give him 20. Just say a very bare minimum. I said before, like in my example, prior to Carl coming to the UK, there was one in August, I think it was, where I prepped the most about their statutes and all these little, I did the most prepping ever possible, so I was prepared for all questions. And I did it honestly, and I did it all perfectly, but yet I came out with 10 orders. How is that possible? Because I opened my mouth. I sat there for an hour, 2 hours, just opening my mouth. Do you think 10 orders, that's a lot to come out in one place? Yeah. Right. You open your mouth, more orders. Simple as that.
I couldn't give a rat's ass about rescinding my name on a contract. I couldn't give a rat's ass about rescinding my name with anything when it comes to any kind of government. Why would you possibly care less to rescind? Why? Why would it matter?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's just
I just heard you talking. I mean, it finally, like, the air compressor's off now, and it's kind of quiet here at the shop, so I kind of heard what you were saying.
I was asking the question for thought. I mean, to me, it seems sensible that.
Well, I wouldn't rescind anything. Why? What would be the purpose of rescinding something just because they didn't give you full disclosure? Why would I possibly care less of rescinding something for some sort of external government?
Well, you're saying because then nobody's going to be able to make a claim anyway on this.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
But I'm saying, right. That's what I'm saying. If some sort of centralized government, some external government. You know, I mean, if I sign a contract with a man, you ain't rescinding your name regardless. You're going to have to get the jury or a judge to say that it was unconscionable, that contract was obscene, or that contract was unconscionable. Unconscionable is the best way of saying it. It's like took advantage of somebody else because they were in a weak state of mind or something. So yeah, the only contract that's really binding is man with man. I got no binding contract between me and the government. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, you're saying it better than I was saying it. But we're saying the same thing. You're just saying it a lot.
No, we're not. I heard you saying rescind driver's licenses and stuff like it because it's not full disclosure. I don't give a rat's ass.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying rescinding the part of the agreement. I
don't give a shit about any of the agreement. They could say by signing the contract to get a driver's license, I internally sold my soul to hell. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what that silly contract says. I'm not signing it with a man. I'm signing it with a machine.
Yeah, that's what Bali said. So yeah, that's it. That's the bottom line.
What the hell do I give a shit what the machine spits out? Oh, the machine's going to hold me liable for what I sign. Oh, really? Good luck to that.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
That's it. Only man can hold me liable. So, like I said, I heard a lot of people like the Dean Clifford kind of guys. Everybody saying, rescind your driver's license, rescind this, rescind what? Why? There's nobody going to be showing up on the other side. The other side has nobody standing on it. There is nobody on the other side. You say to the judge, oh, well, I rescinded all that stuff with the state, and the state prosecutor says, oh, the federal prosecutor says, no, you didn't. It's like, wait a second, who the fuck is talking over there? Is that a man talking? No, well, then sit down and sit the fuck up.
Well, I understand all that, but I remember once you said that the judge has a dual role. He's got to protect the second dimension and the third dimension.
That's right. And he's going to be able to tell if you're acting like a man or you're just acting like a con man. You're trying to get over.
Right.
And he's going to slam you every which way from Sunday. And you're going to say, well, wait a second. The rule's clearly saying, Carl clearly says the rule's this. He's going to say, hey, you know what? F you and F Carl. And you know what the judge is going to tell you? Sue him. He's going to say, you don't like what I'm doing, buddy? Sue me. So when you go to court, man, you better you better know how to act like a man, not talk like a man. You better know how to act like one.
Right.
And the judge will be able to tell if you're trying to act like a con man or a decent man. He'll be able to tell. That's why there's a human being standing there in front of you. You try to pull your shit what you're trying to pull, and I hear that crap in front of me, and I'm the judge, I'm slamming you. You better act like a man. And a man would never act like that.
Well, I'm not proposing to act anyway. I'm just asking the question.
You have to act. You have to act like a man. Yeah, but like I said.
What my motive
is right. That's why there's a judge there in front of you. And the judge wants to see if you're acting like a man or you're acting like a con man. And he's going to protect the other side. Just like if you're trying to say, well, you know, look, I have this contract signed by this 90-year-old lady, and she said she'd sign over all her stuff to me. See, the contract clearly says, and in a contract law, it stands unrefuted, it stands as truth, and she's not rebutting it, so it must be true. He's still not going to let you get effing over the old lady. He ain't going to do it. And you're going to say, but look, I got a contract, and the little lady signed it, da-da-da-da-da. And he's going to look at the little lady. Did you sign it? Yes, I did, sir. He's going to say, you know what, buddy, you're still not going to get over this little old lady while I'm standing and watch. It ain't going to effing happen. He said, but it clearly says, and the judge will just say, you know what, appeal me, sue me. I don't give a shit. I got to go to sleep at night. So you better be careful with saying, well, I got all my ducks in a row and everything I do and is dead on accurate and it's an A+ gold star. It don't matter. He wants to see if you're going to act like a man. And a man ain't perfect.
That's for sure.
Right, it's a lifestyle. Like Larry said, it's a lifestyle. And they'll be able to tell in a half of a heartbeat, man, if it's a lifestyle with you, if this is how you truly act, or this is just a game. They'll be able to tell. No man in his right mind would drill a 95-year-old lady and say, I got all she's supposed to, she signed it all over to me, it's all mine. No man in his right mind would do that, even if there was a contract, even if the old lady did it. And she wanted to come back and say, I want it all back. Any man, any decent man would say, hey, ma'am, take it back. He wouldn't say, I'm a Nancy boy, and you signed it, you're shit out of luck, I win, you lose. No, he ain't going to do that. Because a real man knows he's going to have to answer it, not in this lifetime, but then in the next. He's going to answer it sometime for what he did. All your lines could be in a row, that's right. All ducks lined up, that's right. She signed it, she screwed, no, she's not. You're going to have to learn how to act like a man and just give it back. It's the right thing to do. Nothing to do with legals, nothing to do with lawful, nothing what a piece of paper says, nothing what's signed. Who gives a shit? What's the right thing to do? What does your community would feel would be the right thing to do? The people within your society. What would they believe is the right thing to do? And if they believe the right thing to do is hold a lady liable for the contract, well, I want out of that society. So, like I said, but a judge's job, yes, is to maintain status quo, yes. Will some judges rule against the little lady? Yes. Will he maintain things the way as they are? Yes, because that's his ultimate duty, is to maintain status quo. But like I said, you'll find some decent ones out there. He'll say, you know what? F the rules. I'm going with my gut on this one. And thank God there's judges like that. So like I said, it all depends on the act.